It is a sunny Sunday morning in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, and GRIDLIFE Summer Apex, the final day of competition from America's National Park of Speed. Kyle Heyer joined by Tom O'Gorman. Tom, good morning to you, and good morning to all the fans here at the racetrack and those watching from at home and around the world. The weather is absolutely perfect. It's a little warmer than it was yesterday, but it's going to be prime weather for, at least as prime as it's going to get for going quickly this morning in the Track Battle Time Attack Series.
Yeah, good morning, Kyle. Good morning, race fans. And I agree. It's actually a bit of a surprise on the weather for me. I came out of the camper we're staying in here. It is already extremely humid. A high of 88 predicted today, already in the mid-70s. A lot of dew on the grass and a lot of condensation on the windows here at Road America. So very different condition on the track likely as well, but certainly not taking away the opportunity to turn fast laps as we move into Track Battle's final heat, Heat 7, coming up this morning in just a few minutes.
And there's a great look at the Elkhart Lake Water Tower just up the road from here. And what a great place this has been. What a great venue for GRIDLIFE's festival series here. Of course, we had our GRIDLIFE South Carolina event off in April. Then it was Midwest Festival in June. Summer Apex Circuit Legends at Lime Rock Park is coming up next. And then as far as our music festivals, we've got WeatherTech Race of Laguna Seca, GRIDLIFE Laguna coming up in September. But we've got lots more coming your way. Action this morning with the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Time Attack series. What we're going to be following this morning is the Club SC category, Tom. Not super subscribed here this weekend. We've got 5 competitors that are here running with us. All 5 of them will make it to the Podium Sprint. So it's more of a matter of seeding where in line you're going to be, though you're not going to be drafting. You're going to be spaced out of that Podium Sprint. So I'm not sure it matters all that much because you're already in. You're just focusing on that seed time and showing off who's really the top dog later today.
Yeah, seeding, but like you pointed out, also practice. Being able to go out and dial in that very quickest lap that you can turn in just about 2 or 3 laps. You're going to see those Sunday Cup competitors or Club SC competitors coming into shot just at the back of frame in a couple of seconds. I believe there they are now on the right side. That's Mike Jansen in the Civic. Pretty low slung for a Club SC car, and right behind the classic shape of the Honda Fit. One of the greatest race cars of all time, in my opinion. Jim Smith behind the wheel of that Acuity one with the black hood, white bumper. We've also got the Mini Coupe in there as well, sitting third. That is Jack Coughlin. And John Davidson is the 4th position car right now, a couple seconds back from Coughlin, but all of them have the opportunity, as you mentioned, to get themselves into the Podium Sprint. We're also expecting to see Sam Dooling enter that competition today after not being able to be here for the last 2 days, but he will be slated to be in that Podium Sprint, if not this session as well.
Yeah, that's one of the things about the Podium Sprint format. You only need to run 2 laps, 1 in qualifying and 1 in Podium Sprint. That's all you have to do for the weekend. So, yes, we've qualified 6 times already. You've given 6 opportunities for drivers to qualify. All you really need to do is get the last one in. The first one, the last one, the middle one, it doesn't matter. The fact that you're running more than 1 is just to stack your odds a little bit better to hopefully get you a better seed time here. So cars working around the 4-mile course here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. This track built back in 1955. And for a long, long time, this has been a proving ground for grassroots and professional racers alike. And it's a long lap in a Club SC car. 253.3 is the track record that we've reset here. Mike Jansen in the front-wheel drive subcategory. So it's a long lap, Tom, and that means that getting out of the corner is absolutely critical. As soon as you get back on throttle, you're going to be on throttle for 30 seconds in some cases.
Yeah, that turns some of the places where other cars don't have to think about corners into long straightaways as we work our way down into the hurry downs on camera here. You'll see that as they exit turn 8, they're essentially flat out until Canada corner, and yeah, there's a little bit of scrub when you turn the steering wheel, but that's the longest time you're flat out in one of these cars on this circuit. Looking back up the field a little bit for this Group C in heat number 7, we also have some competitors in Falcon Club TR to keep track of. We have a pretty good battle for the top 5 there. The top 3 are pretty comfortable, but we have Jake Rawson, Stan Feingold, Mike Bryant, Ian Flavin, all to keep track of, I believe, in this heat, basically at the front of the grid. So those are going to be some of the first cars we see coming through there. And again, we basically have 7 cars in contention for the top 5 there in Falcon Club TR. Always tight competition. I didn't catch how many of them are actually in the grid. There they are. That's Jake Rawson in the white BMW starting it off. He is in the 4th position in class right now. We're going to see Cody Umbaugh come through in the street front-wheel drive class, and then a number of those Falcon Club TR competitors, Feingold, Bryant, and Flavin coming through next. That's a pair of white and blue BRZs splitting a silver MX-5.
Yeah, so again, the 156 of Mike Jansen reset the front-wheel drive track record by over a second and a half. Jim Smith had it at a 254.8, and now it's a 253.3. So Mike Jansen in that number 156 Civic already looking very impressive. It's still not better than the overall class record, which was set back in 2024 by Richard Sawicki in an MX-5 to 252.491. But that car was really, really fast here last year, so it'll be tricky to get that sorted. So 14 cars have come across the timing and scoring. You're going to see a couple more drop down there at the bottom, including Jansen, who's off towards turn 1 right now. Jim Smith right behind him. Previous record holder here. Let's see what they've got, Tom.
What we've been seeing in the Club SC classes, typically laps 2 and 3 have been their quickest. I'm not sure if that's down to tire temps. All of the cars this weekend actually front-wheel drive. That means a little bit of tire temp required in the rear of those cars, so they aren't skating around entirely. But the other thing about this morning, with the dew on the surface, with the dew on the grass specifically, the track might feel a little bit odd for the first lap or two for these competitors, and it typically comes in pretty quick, especially in this where the sunlight is. But you'll catch there the shadows still falling across a majority of the carousel all the way through the kink and into Canada Corner. So certain parts of this track retain the dew and lose track temp, or don't gain track temp, better said, over the period of the morning. It's absolutely still going to be quick, but it may feel, again, a bit odd for the drivers. And as long as you don't let that shake your confidence, the track should be pretty well good to go. There's a great look at Mike Jansen. Again, maybe not the first lap being the primo lap here, but he absolutely has the opportunity. Buzzing up the hill up to about maybe 70 miles an hour, a quick drag of the brakes, a very quick corner, and then they're easily going to be flat out through turn number 7 here, working our way. It's actually looking like the Mini Coupe was able to get through, or Jim Smith at least let him by. So Jack Coughlin in the Mini is 3rd in the standings, 2nd in the line right there, and then Smith in the Fit is 3rd.
Yeah, so the Club SC category, 25-1 power to weight, and it's changed a little bit over the years here, but originally it kind of came out of a subclass called Spec Fit back in the day, and of course the rules have opened up to allow some other cars to participate, including the MX-5 I mentioned before, Richard Sawicki, but Mike Jansen in this Honda Civic. This is an interesting car for this class. Again, fits the power to weight, but Tom, looking at how low slung it is, you pointed out, the drag on this car should be much less than a Honda Fit, and that is a huge advantage in a place like Road America.
It's also got just a lower center of gravity, of course. So, yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, coming out of a spec class for Spec Fit, that was just a kind of a cult classic car that a bunch of people just started prepping, and they sort of came across, like, we're generally going to do this, and then it started to get a little more serious, and we said, they said, we're going to design it around that power to weight to fit a Honda Fit. But, you know, a Honda Fit is not necessarily pinnacle, as I joked. It's the best race car of all time, but it's not necessarily the pinnacle of performance. So there's certainly the opportunity to bring in maybe some of these double wishbone cars from the late 80s, early 90s. The Miata was certainly the boogeyman for a while. Everybody was worried what would happen if one of those came in. Richard Sawicki was successful off and on with that car as he pushed the limits of what this class allowed at times. But it was it's a class that has embraced more than just that Honda Fit while keeping the Fit pretty competitive. These guys are really running in close quarters. You notice how little track they need to use at turn 13, 2 corners ago, just about tracking to mid-track instead of all the way out to the dirt, like we'll see a couple of the faster class cars through. Here they come through on their very first flying lap.
Yeah, not going to be incredibly quick, 256, 263. Maybe next time by, they'll go a little faster. Jack Coughlin, though, was the quickest of the cars in this 3-car trio at the moment. But here's Jansen, a little bit of a lock up there into turn 1.
Yeah,
I heard the tires chirping.
Way too big of a send. He's going to really lose a lot of time. One of the things about these low-powered cars is they don't recover very well. So you can have 600 horsepower, you can make a small mistake like that, and you can still make up for it, and it still will be a relatively or impressively fast lap even. If you do it in a car like this, it just compounds so much more. You spend so much more time at full throttle relative to the pace of the lap. It kind of blows it pretty quickly if you make a mistake on that first corner, although he was able to stay in front and not in the way of the other 2 competitors there. Your top 3 in Club SC, center of frame coming down into turn 5.
Yeah, long back straightaway here, and you're not really on the brakes for very long, but you do have to slow up quite a bit. But what do you think top speed here? 105, Tom? Maybe a little more?
Yeah, maybe a little bit more than 105 miles an hour. Jansen with a big send out onto the curbs as well really stacks up all 3 of the competitors there. You have to wonder at what point do they not want to pass to be able to use the draft and use the drivers around them. But at this point, they are certainly kind of tripping on each other's heels.
Yeah, and Coughlin missed the apex there at 6. That brings Jim Smith right to the heels of the Mini Coupe. So, yeah, a little bit of discombobulation here as we sweep around the course and head down towards turn 8. Jansen pulls a gap again. So the ebb and flow over the course of the lap. Maybe it's not going to hurt Jansen as badly as it could if he made the mistake somewhere else. That wasn't leading onto a very big straight, but I suppose every straight here is kind of a big straight for these cars.
It really is. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the track, as we watch these guys come back around to start another flyer, Stan Feingold with a great pickup this morning, a 2:31.4 out of Falcon Club TR. That's going to move him actually into third place, just in front of the overall standings, ahead of Jeremy Bailey, and that leapfrogs him in front of Jake Rawson as well. The next fastest car in Falcon Club TR is Justin Gatos. That effort of a 2:34.4 will not be fast enough to get him into the top 5 yet. But remember, we've got Flavin on track. We also saw Mike Bryant coming in and out of the pit lane a couple of times, so maybe a rough morning starting for the number 94. He sits 6th, again with the opportunity to get into that top 5, but we do have some movement there in Falcon Club TR with 3 of our top competitors yet to run in the next heat.
Yeah, see Jack Hoffman tucking behind Jim Smith out of Canada corner. We'll see what these drivers can do this time if they'll pick up. They need about 3 seconds more than they did last time around to get up and talk about the conversation of track record and improvements on their weekend. A 2:53.3 for Jansen, a 2:53.9 for James Smith, a 2:55.7 for Coughlin. So Coughlin is only half a second away from his best lap of the weekend, but up over the crest here, Tom, we'll see if Jansen can go quicker. Jason Davidson is on track as well, but not in this group. Across the stripe there, and it is a pickup for Jansen this session, but not nearly overall this weekend.
Still a pretty solid time considering that lap was not necessarily the smoothest for any of the 3 drivers, but a 2:56 was a pretty typical outlap of first lap pace for these drivers in other sessions. A big squelch of the tires through turn 1 from the Honda Fit, the front tires protesting, but they will stick. You can drive through that just a little bit. You may pay for it the entire temp by the end of the lap. Coughlin trying to keep up with Jim Smith, now swapping positions, and he's going to get a nice sniff of the draft off the back of that taller Honda Fit.
And here's a look at your comparison here between Jansen and Coughlin. 71 thousandths between them so far, so pretty competitive here within this session. Tom, what about fuel load in these cars? I mean, is that even a factor with cars like this? Would you just try to fuel it as much as you need because, 12 pounds a gallon or something? 8 pounds a gallon?
I think it's six and some pounds a gallon. And yeah, certainly. No, but to your point, I mean, if in a 10 or 12 gallon tank, yeah, you do have to absolutely consider that. I know specifically with my experience in the Honda Fit, I know you have to run it about, you can only run it about 3 gallons empty. You can't just run it all the way to empty before it starts to fuel starve. So yeah, there's something to consider there. It's probably not enough to move the needle massively, but when we start talking about thousandths and hundredths, there's both the window of error with the amount of fuel in the car, but also still, of course, the driver. Hearing from Paddock, some support for Jim Coughlin. Jason Tipple texting me that Jansen's trap speed yesterday was 112 miles an hour.
That's
so
pretty good.
We undershot just a little bit on that Honda Civic. Lap is looking pretty solid so far, cutting distance through the carousel. A little bit of rotation out of the back of that car as he keeps it pinned to the floor, certainly. Probably coming up on the top of 4th gear for that car there, just grabbing 5th.
All the way to the edge of the track there, Tom. He's going to use the rumbles on entry a little bit. You can widen the track out a couple inches if you put the left side tires on that, using a lot more curb through the kink that time.
Yeah, surprised at how much he did, but that's probably just to minimize steering angle. The less steering angle there is, the less resistance in the steering rack there is, the less scrub onto the surface. He's just trying to straighten everything out as Jansen is certainly maximizing the width of this track, rotates it nicely down into the Canada corner area. Jim Smith is really keeping him honest though, and I have to wonder, I've not been in Sunday Cup competition, but if you see your closest competitor down the straightaways constantly either at the same distance or maybe even a little closer, does that get in your head? Again, not a lot of track needed using turn 13, keeps it all the way to the left side, off the brakes pretty early, rolling apex speed through turn 14, and then you have a much more significant amount of time to watch that predictive timer change up to the start-finish line, completing lap 3 in Club SC competition. Coughlin kind of got dropped on that lap.
Yeah, and I wonder also maybe, again, they were too close together, I think, to really go quick on their own. Let's see if Jansen can pick up some time again. And it is a pickup to a 255.135, but still not faster than his best on the weekend. Jim Smith gained some ground, but 7/10 back from Jansen. But if you look at the podium sprint later today, Tom, I don't think anyone can touch Mike Jansen. You see him really working the wheel there through turn 1. No one's really been able to touch him so far in the heats. So, you know, as long as Jansen executes nicely in podium sprints, it'd be hard to knock him off the top step.
It would be, and he's got 6/10 of an advantage currently in the it's what we're calling qualifying, right? The best time that he's turned this weekend. But right now he only has he has a little bit less than that on, actually just about the same as that, I should say. So correct me on that. But Jim Smith is definitely going to keep himself in the conversation coming into that final, and that's what I love about the podium sprint format is it adds in the you have to do it now part of time attack, and that's not necessarily always a part of traditional time attack. You have 6 to 9 chances over a typical weekend to turn your lap. Now you have to do it right now.
So Jansen's got the hand out the window. Looks like he's going to come in at turn 5.
Yeah, interesting. It looks like these guys just deciding the track doesn't have it in it. That's a bit telling for groups B and A coming up in a little bit. These drivers 2 seconds slower this morning.
And up the front straightaway here, there's King Tao, the 23, P5 in this session at 2:35.914. This is a driver we've seen show up a couple of times this season and kind of be up in the conversation for Falcon Club TR. There he is, heading down the hill. P5 in this session. I was trying to see if Mike Bryant was out there. I did see him come through at a 2:50. But well, it wasn't a super representative time here, Tom. But I'm watching Mike because he's 6th so far in the overall results for the class. And Stan Feingold has gone quicker at a 2:31.4. So he's moved the cut line for the top 5 for podium sprint. So Mike Bryant's got to really put up or shut up in this session if he wants to be in the show.
It's another driver on track capable of doing it, getting into the top 5 Club TR. That's Justin Gatos coming down into turn 5, dancing the BRZ on the brakes, probably using the stock FA24, an engine that has crept its way into Club TR's efforts for a couple of other drivers as well. We'll throw Ian Flavin in there, and King Tao also, I would say, probably capable of getting himself into the top 5. The cutoff for that currently is going to be a 2:32.6. He's standing on a 2:33.7. So if he picks up a little over a second, it's a bit of a long shot if you stabilize yourself into those 2:33s. You're typically not just going to go find a second, but it's possible. And that could put him in the top 5 there. There's Jake Rawson in the white BMW E36. A little bit of a brake check into the kink.
Chasing Cody Umba in a Honda Civic, who's running about 8th place in street class, needs to find a handful of seconds. Needs to find at least 2 to have the conversation about podium sprint. Down into Canada corner here. Hard on the brakes. Was that Mike Callaway trailing him as well in street class? Callaway right behind him in the standings coming into this session at 2:33.2. But honestly, Tom, we haven't really seen lap times that are super fast this morning. I thought we would see better than this. This is usually prime opportunity to go quick.
Yeah, the only driver proving that wrong is Stan Feingold, who dropped a pretty significant amount of time for that 2:31.4. He'd previously been standing on a 2:32.7, so that's a 1.3 second pickup this morning. But I would say it's possible also that Feingold, who's won some events in Falcon Club TR, was maybe just not realizing his full pace. Maybe the track is just not holding him back because he had more ceiling there. Watching that 194 car out of the street all-wheel drive class, that's Callaway that you mentioned.
It's a rocket ship on a straight line. That thing was flying down the
No kidding. And this black, pink, and blue livery is becoming more and more common. I don't know if they're all related specifically, but it's a cool color combo. See that all-wheel drive rotation through the exit of that corner, tracking it back on. Kind of a bent straightaway, just kind of straighten it out through quote-unquote turn 2 into the braking zone for turn 3. And I would expect this car to clear all the way out, almost going rally mode. Expect this car to clear maybe 135, closing in on 140 miles an hour with the power they're allowed to make in street.
Yeah, so tell me a little bit about all-wheel drive here. You know, when we talk about time attack cars, we see a lot of all-wheel drive in street class time. Typically, all-wheel drive can come with some driving characteristics that kind of lean towards understeer, especially in long corners. But this track, in some ways, is kind of point and shoot. So is it really kind of an advantage to have the traction leaving some of these corners?
Yeah, the chassis in general of the all-wheel drive cars trend understeery, meaning they don't want a corner for you. The front is going to push wide. It's not going to respond when you want to turn the wheel more. But the all-wheel drive systems, especially when you tune the differentials right, they have a front differential, middle, center differential, and rear differential. That means you can control how much power goes to the front and rear. And you'll see, especially the really well-handling ones, they send a lot of power to the back, and they fix that entry understeer with power. They just stick the throttle down. You'll see them pivot themselves and just dig off the corners. So It's typically a way to kind of mask the understeer of those cars, but you do have to be a little bit careful. If you make them loose enough, if you make them rotate a lot, then when you go to power, they can become really, really crazy. That's what you'll see. Obviously, the rally car looks like. So it's a unique driving style. I was talking to Andy, spacing on the last name he won at Midwest Festival. You'll catch me here in a second, but Andy was talking about
Holst.
Holst, thank you. Talking about how this car it feels kind of wild. You put your foot down and it does all this sorts of rotation, and you just kind of straighten your hands out, maybe a little bit of counter steer. He's like, I feel like I'm not even conquering this yet. He's obviously setting track records and winning events, but it's just a very strange and unique thing to that style of car.
Well, checkered flag is out here on Group C. And again, we noted that it was warmer this morning than it has been the previous couple of morning sessions, but we did see drivers make improvements in the afternoon yesterday. But I think, again, a lot of that was the ceiling that you talked about, where drivers were still working up to pace and finding a little extra time. But now that the track is hot, the air is hot, engines aren't making quite as much power, this is a track where you really need to have as many horsepower as you can muster. We have not really seen a lot of drivers go quicker. How about Devin Hoffman? She at a 2:32. That feels relatively quick for Devin. Let's see. Yeah, that's an improvement for Devin. So she found some time also, but just the top two cars on the scoring were the only two I think that had major improvements, Feingold and Hoffman.
Yeah, it's a great improvement there. I was talking with Devin a little bit last night, and she said, you know, I realized I've kind of lost my anger behind the wheel. So you don't necessarily have to get yourself angry, but if you notice the tendencies that come out when you're angry, you maybe grab the wheel a little bit. You're willing to make quicker moves, let's say. Don't grab the wheel harder, but you can kind of harness that focus that the anger might bring. That seems to have helped her this morning pick up another bit of time after starting off this weekend a couple seconds off that pace, now back down into the 32s. That's fantastic.
So the Group C cars will head back towards the paddock at the turn 5 or the pit in. And then we're going to move on to Group B. And this is where we're going to start to see potential of some more shifting and shuffling as we get to the pointy end of a couple other classes. In Group A, we're going to be down a couple of cars in Group A, primarily Eric Fleming, who told me yesterday that 5 of the 8 grounds off of the spark plugs were missing yesterday. So that car was not, they were actually shocked it was even running for most of the day yesterday, but Eric was on an airplane this morning watching the stream from high in the sky. So we also had a past track battle competitor flying to South Korea that was also watching yesterday, so that was pretty cool. Watching Grid Life from 35,000 feet in the air.
That is super cool, and it's amazing what it takes for a car to not work sometimes, and it's amazing how well a car, or how much a car can work when you're like, this thing should be broken. What's happening here?
There's a great video, I can't remember where I saw it, probably on YouTube, of it was like a Toyota Yaris engine that had such a huge hole in it. You could see all of the, everything, all the crankshaft and all this stuff at work, and you're just looking in a window and it's still running, and it sounds fine. Sometimes it takes a lot to kill a car, and other times it's like the tiniest little thing and everything's just broken.
Was it a Toyota ad?
Maybe.
Should be, kind of like that Top Gear feature with the highlights. They dropped it off a building and look, it still runs. And
then they fixed it. When they finally killed it, it was like one box wrench and it was working again. They just hit it.
Yep.
My car, I'll trip a check engine light above $7,000 just on purpose.
That's like a soccer flop. Ow!
Yeah.
You're fine.
And then you turn the car off and back on again, and it goes away.
I love a self-clearancing problem.
Yeah,
it's my favorite kind of mechanicking.
Just coil pack stuff. Anyway, checkered flag here on Group C, and Group B is coming up here shortly. But as we noted, with only a couple cars finding improvements, I'm not sure we're going to see a lot of track records fall. We have seen records fall in every category, I think it's fair to say. Let's see. Yes, all of them. Not all the subcategories, but in many classes. Okay, I'm going to retract that statement. In 2 classes, we've broken multiple subcategories. Street and Club TR have both reset both front and rear-wheel drive records. And every other class, Unlimited Track Mod, Street Mod, Street GT, Street, Club TR, Club SC, and GLTC have all set track records.
We talked about the weather, and it doesn't look very promising from what we saw out of Group C. A couple of drivers improving, but in general, not a lot of pace being shown on this track. We mentioned it's hotter today. It's very much so more humid. Not a cloud in the sky, but again, the dew on the surface, on the grass specifically, just a very different track than we saw the last 3 days when you add in the test day on Thursday. So what I'll keep reminding you is that means that again, going into the podium sprint, the drivers have to deliver in that session. So they may not go quicker now. They could go quicker now, but today's conditions are only going to get worse. This may be the most relevant session to that podium sprint after we've had some pretty overcast conditions yesterday, cool conditions the day before. It definitely moves the target and focuses in on what the track's going to be like in a couple hours' time.
So who's got the eyeballs here? Graham Gaylord in that blue Subaru heading down towards turn 5 is the one to keep my eye on, I think, for street mod. Mark Kilgore is right behind in that M4, the gray car, 909. Right behind Jeremy Lauder in unlimited class in that 125. There's a couple drivers I want to keep my eyes on here.
Yeah, we have the leaders in street class and in Club TR also in this heat. So a potential shuffling at the top of both of those categories. I think Brad Moore in the yellow Cayman, the street class contender there, is pretty well comfortable, but basically the rest of street is not decided. So Mike Coons, Aaron Reckdahl, both possibly able to shift each other. Unfortunately, Will Dries, with an incident yesterday, won't be on track in his Elantra. So a little bit of potential in street, a little bit of potential in Club TR. And then, as you mentioned, we have some drivers in the 3rd to 7th range in street mod and in street GT that could possibly move. I was talking to Mark Kilgore last night. They have not even turned the tune up on that car yet because he's feeling like I'm still dialing in things like my precision with brake zones, and he's struggling with just woeing this car down through all these different brake zones on the stock brakes still with that 3,700 some pound BMW M4. But he plans on turning it up at some point today because he knows he's going to be in the podium sprint basically for sure at this point. That's an M4 a little further back. We take a look at that beautiful M2, Alex Roy. Basically at the front of this group, except for our 3rd place contender, I believe 2nd place contender, sorry, Ryan Matthews, the red Corvette up the road a bit. He will lead the way under the green flag.
Nope.
No, he won't.
Yellow flag. Full course yellow here to start Track Battle Q7 Group B. And not exactly sure why, but maybe a car on the outlap had an issue and they'd like to extract it before they turn cars loose for their fast laps here. Well, if you're going to get a yellow, might as well happen right at the very beginning of the session here, but looked like everyone had kind of gapped pretty effectively here, Tom, so you can keep your gap in the time attack pace car rules. You can keep a distance to the car ahead of you. You don't have to bunch up. And again, we're not exactly sure what has happened, but I would not throw away the session by, well, there's your answer. That's Dan Moore, I believe.
Moore. The mechanical failure, the left front of that car just coming off at turn 1.
The front fell off.
The front fell off. That could be any number of things. That could be simply I didn't torque my lug nuts. That's a very simple mistake you can make on the last day of an event. Really tough to find out when you turn for turn 1.
Yeah, and that was right out of the pits too. So I think you might be spot on with that. Unfortunate, but it should be a pretty quick extraction, and maybe next time by we can turn them back loose again. But you pointed out the street class leaders in this group, the Brad Moore Porsche Cayman, the yellow car, at a 226.423. And that is the rear-wheel drive track record. The overall class record is still Luca Barberis in the Evo from last year, a 225.792. So we'll see if he can tickle that record here in a little bit. But Brad has been really fun to watch this weekend with that Cayman kind of dancing around on the brakes, but defending from a handful of others. And then in Club TR, again, we're watching Peter Granberg and Mario Moroni really go head-to-head. That's going to be a fun fight in Podium Sprint later.
For sure. I can't wait for that one. The other car I'm going to watch out for this heat is the number 311 of Jan Wildner. That's a 90s 240 SX, one car that you typically see that shape drifting more so than grip driving, but he sits 6th in the street category and only needs to pick up 2/10 on his personal best. That's a 230.9 to bump out Charles Miller, who's had a mechanical issue and is done for the weekend. Now, even if you have a mechanical issue, I don't believe we shuffle in people on grace into that Podium Sprint. So Jan's going to have to earn it, but if he's on track, I haven't laid eyes on him specifically, but I'm going to look for him. If he's on track, he's got the potential to get himself into that Podium Sprint, which I think is just super cool that a car like that in street category, a 240 SX, is in the conversation.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen him on track because everyone that's come by this timing and scoring will have already been listed there, Tom. But again, it's a long session, and you've got the opportunity to go out a little later.
Ross Ligabell also in street GT, street class, street rear-wheel drive there. If he's on track, has the potential to get there as well. With both Willem Dries and Charles Miller retired for the weekend, that's looking like at least 2 slots possible to slot into.
So Street and Club TR are going to be the ones to watch here this session when we do get back green. And there's been a couple of drivers I've noticed that have gone out towards the tail end of sessions once the traffic dies down, one of those being Jamie Santos. I know he had an issue yesterday where he tagged the safer barrier in the kink, but with these long sessions, I really like that strategy, Tom. There was a lot of discussion about traffic and traffic management coming out of Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. And honestly, a lot of this, especially when you have such long sessions, and you only really need a couple of laps to go fast, there's absolutely a strategy of just let everyone else go out first and then go out when the track's clear. There's a risk to that too, though, if you get a safety car late in the run and you don't get an opportunity to go fast. But we've seen enough running this weekend, and I kind of do like the strategy of let everyone else go out, get their laps in, and then you go out when the track's quiet at the end.
Yeah, it's pretty much all upsides, to be honest, other than that risk of not getting the chance to go out. But with the longer sessions, only running 3 heats here at Road America, thanks to the 4-mile length, we're getting something close to 20 minutes per time attack session, and that's a fairly long window of opportunity, especially if you're only planning to do 1 or 2 laps. So I totally agree. It's something that I really enjoy utilizing, especially in wheel-to-wheel sessions. If you know there's going to be 40 cars out there, it's just wait for the gap. Now, I will say, when you're waiting, it feels like forever. You say, I'm going to wait 5 minutes. Might as well be a year. You just sit there. You're so anxious. You got to stay calm. But yeah, there's a lot of advantages to that.
And if you go out too early, then that strategy doesn't work because then everyone's on cooldowns.
Exactly.
Get in your way. So again, it's a little bit of a team sport in Track Battle Time Attack, and you're on a track mixed with all sorts of different classes. We probably have representation from 5 or 6 of our different categories on track right now in Group B, and everyone's on slightly different strategies on different tires, and knowing who's around you and how you grid is very important. That situational awareness, not only on the racetrack but in the grid. All right, that's a track mod car. He might be on a different tire than I am. He might only be able to go fast for a lap or 2. I'm on a 200 tread wear or 300 tread wear, what have you. I might have more opportunity to make quick laps. So you have to kind of plan that out and know in advance who's around you, what they've been doing all weekend, and try to coordinate a little bit. This is a big place. Traffic gets easier to manage here than it will be at Lime Rock Park next month for sure. So take all the experience you've had running years here at GridLife and apply it.
Yeah, there's a strategy to time attack that you would never do or you would very rarely do in wheel-to-wheel, and it's actually having conversations with the people next to you in grid, saying what's your plan for the session? You're going to run 1 lap, you're going to run 2. If you're only going to run 1, where are you going to point me by? You can actually do a lot of choreography, a lot of planning for these time attack sessions, and I'm a big fan of doing that because, again, you're sharing the space to make your own best lap. You're not necessarily in competition on track in the sense of trying to manipulate, what other people can do with your car. In wheel-to-wheel, you want to keep your car close to your chest. You're not really going to coordinate unless you're teammates or unless you want to get away from somebody. But that's a big advantage. It's not necessarily a big advantage, but it is a big tool in the toolkit for a time attack driver that tends to work towards your advantage to giving you better track space.
And when we get to Podium Sprint later, it's going to be all the cars in a given class on track together, and there will be no other cars on track. So it'll just be the 5 cars in Street Mod, for example. They're going to go out on their own for 3 laps. So you're going to be spaced out enough, you're not going to see another car. You get clear open road, Tom, which is great because you can just focus on going fast.
It's like Adult Swim. All the kids get out of the pool. Everything's nice and peaceful. There's no more waves everywhere. No, I'm kidding. But it is nice to not have to think about that in that final winner-take-all session. Pace car still coming across the start-finish line. When a wheel falls off a car, it's tough to just drag it off the track. I'm trying to clear, again, a wheel failure or maybe just lug nut failure on the front of one of our Civics, just there in turn 1, fresh out of the pit lane. So this is going to be 2 full laps under yellow in the Group B competition. Now, this is kind of getting into that window where I would think about, as a driver, maybe pit in the pit lane, sit there for a minute and a half, and make sure that I'm not buried in this train. Everybody doing a good job of not cramming each other up underneath the pace car. There's a pretty even gap between every driver, but they're only doing 45 miles an hour, so you can only go so much slower. So you really have to be careful with what you do under these yellows, as the car now back up on rollback. Lifting, I suspect, will easily be green flag this time by, maybe even pick up the pace on that pace car a bit.
Yeah, we'll likely see things speed up just a little bit on the tail end of this lap. And to your point, again, would be a great opportunity to roll down pit lane. I haven't seen anyone do that strategy here yet. Aaron Reckadal's also on course, front-wheel drive track record holder now as of yesterday, 2:28.590. So another driver that can go fast. It's funny watching the timing and scoring with all these lap improvements from better than last lap, but green flashes on the scoring with 5-minute laps. Good job. I think I could probably manage that.
Yeah, right. If you're watching at home, you could too. Another car in the conversation for Street GT Joel Phillips, we only really saw that car as it was avoiding some debris yesterday, but it's a Porsche 911. It's a really beautiful car with a cool livery on it. It sits 6th in Street GT, only a second, 1.2 seconds out of 5th. Brad Smith in the Camaro holding that spot down. Brad Smith is also on track, so he has the opportunity to improve and defend, but Joel has the opportunity to pick up a little bit of time. If he gets into the 227 range, he might be able to knock Brad Smith out. 911 versus Camaro, pretty cool.
All right, couple cars I noted coming by the start-finish line very slowly. Jeremy Bailey currently sitting 3rd in the seating for Podium Sprint. And one car did roll down pit lane, and it was Peter Granberg, Tom. So maybe Falcon Club DR about to get pretty wild with a couple different strategies here to try to put themselves as the top seed for Podium Sprint.
Story of the weekend so far there is a new track record, and the leader is Mario Moroni. That's a black Civic with a, mostly blue Civic actually, with a black hood, let's say. Resetting that track record by a couple of tenths from a previous year. And Granberg is sitting right at a 230.000, so he's only got to pick up 3/10, but he doesn't have a 29 under his belt, and he doesn't have P1 under his belt coming into this session. There's Moroni with the headlights, sorry, the flashers on.
Yeah, Moroni's in the pack, so this will be an interesting situation to see which driver. You know, Moroni might be at the tail end of a field where he can get some draft, but there's also going to be a lot of cars kind of knocking off after their quick laps in front of him. And then Bailey and Granberg have elected for opportunities to get more clear roads. So Moroni right now is the fastest car in the class of the weekend by about 3.5 tenths of a second. So he is the top seed for now, but is there a better strategy? And are Granberg and Bailey playing it right now?
Bailey's got the biggest chasm to cover. He's got 1.6 seconds or so to find if he wants to gain positions, but certainly if he can get himself closer, that will make him feel better going into the Podium Sprint. Being down by 1.6 to 2 seconds going into Podium Sprint isn't going to be the most confidence inspiring, but you can still pick up the win. Lots of things have happened in Podium Sprint, even in the short time it's been a part of our format, but it is a little bit tough to know, like, man, I probably don't have that time. I just got to go do my own thing. If you're Jeremy Bailey versus Granberg, you only got to pick up 3.5 tenths. If he doesn't do it now, I mean, he's got to be thinking like, I still got this. I could still go do the best job I got and win this thing.
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely weekends when you go into Podium Sprint, you know, knowing that if the driver ahead of you just does what they did in qualifying, they're going to beat you. But the beauty of Podium Sprint is it's really high intensity. Drivers have told me with this new format, you get butterflies, you get anxious and excited and stressed out about it. And that's a different mindset than they're in most of the weekend, Tom. And that has really upset the apple cart and upset the expectations more times than we've ever really seen. So we can really flip the results around just by drivers overdriving a little bit, trying to get too much out of it because they're nervous.
Such a mental game this driving thing is, and I love that aspect of you got to do it now. You don't necessarily feel that pressure if you just are like, yeah, we got plenty of sessions, we got plenty of time, I've already got my time, things are okay. But yeah, adding that aspect and adding that mental challenge to work through, that's something that you have to develop a little bit of a skill set for attacking those butterflies. And some people need to amp themselves up, some people need to bring themselves down. It's something that you have to learn about yourself as a competitor. And again, this motorsport stuff is so cool because it's a competition and a skill that you learn typically as an adult, typically especially after you've started your career, you've earned some of your money, you can actually join this hobby. You know, a kid starting learns that when they're in karts, but a 30, 40-year-old learning that after they've become the person they are is a totally different conversation. Green flag flies, we're back to competition in Group B.
And it's Ryan Matthews out at the very pointy end of this. See, there's Alex Roy and then Nicholas Hendricks in the Street GT C6 and on pit lane driving very quickly was that number 311, Jan Wildner that you were talking about. But they're very strict about their pit lane speed there, Tom. That looked quicker than 35, so hopefully it doesn't get black flagged for that.
Not sure what he was rushing for either, because he's going to just be joining the traffic coming across the start-finish line. So we've mentioned a lot of different names. We mentioned a lot of different classes here. Basically, 4 of our different classes have people in the conversation to put themselves in the top 5 or in the catbird seat going towards Podium Sprint. The first car on track shuffling its way down through the braking zone of turn 5 sits 2nd place in Street GT. That is Ryan Matthews in the After Dark Speed C6. The gray C6, a couple corners back, is Nicholas Hendricks. He sits 3rd, only needs to pick up 3/10 to pick up the 2nd spot. So those cars very close in competition with one another. 2 corners apart, split by that BMW M2, looking very composed through turn number 7. talked about how much of a handful these C6s without aero can be. Matthews, typically a very smooth driver, looking very drama-free, opening up the entry to the carousel under the Motul Bridge, down to the apex to see how tight he keeps it. Does he want to wash it out a little bit and set up for the late apex? Yes, there's the camber, kicks up, and it sounds like a bit of a protest from the front of that car. Picks up the throttle relatively late along that curve on the inside, but gets her tacked up and going down towards the carousel. Great drone shot, little bit of speed dissipation, a little bit of hesitation coming into the kink, but that's completely fair at 130 some miles an hour. Getting himself down into the braking zone, will hit the brakes right about that final kink before Canada. All the way diving onto the front axle, wagging the hips down into the final corner. We're looking for improvements, being a 221 or a 220 point something to look at beating Luke McGrew, who will be in the next run group.
So Ryan Matthews into turn 14 here, Tom. In Street GT, second seed. He'll be in Podium Sprint. He's running in 2 Podium Sprints in theory with his Street Mod and Street GT entries, this being the Street GT car. And coming up the hill over the crest, will it beat it? This will give us a kind of an idea of where we're going to be with the lap times with this group. Needs to beat a 2:21.723 and about 2 seconds off. So across the stripe there, Nick Hendricks 2:24.347. And look at this Club TR battle here, Tom.
All right, so shuffling back a little bit, yeah, continuing to look about 1.5 to 2 seconds off of our peak pace early here in competition for Group B, but this is Falcon Club TR. Jeremy Bailey in the lighter blue car, Peter Granberg in the blue and white, running very close proximity to each other, but far away from everybody else, and that's a great spot to be. These cars sit third and second, respectively, as they run on your screen. But Granberg has the opportunity. He's about 1.5 seconds faster on the standings so far than the car in front of him. He may be looking to get by or reset his gap before the final corner.
Yeah, and again, these two FRS BRZs, the lead cars in FRS, the trailing cars in BRZ, they might look very similar, but it's an FA24 from the second generation GR86 that's in the lead BRZ or FRS, and then the trailing car is a K24. So 2 different ways of making 4-cylinder power, one a boxer, one an inline 4. But through the kink here, Bailey out front, he's the 3rd seed in Club TR at the moment, and Peter Granberg is the 2nd seed. About 1.5 seconds between them on their best laps of the weekend. And Mario Moroni's up the road from this, so we're going to see all 3 of these front runners make lap time here in just a moment. Here they come through turn 12, and Moroni should be crossing the line here shortly. And Bailey trying to run from Granberg. If he can put distance on Granberg, that'll tell us that he's a little quicker, but I think Peter's run him down a little bit on this lap. Here comes Moroni across the stripe, and it's going to be not enough to go to the top of the board, that's for sure, on lap 1 here. Bailey off to the right. Is he going to point by Granberg here? Looks like it. Here comes Peter Granberg across the stripe. Oh, he didn't. 2:33.39 and a 2:31.980, so not quicker, but they're going to put themselves 2nd and 3rd in the heat here, Tom, and they're going to continue to run really tight nose to tail.
Yeah, really close, especially for just going for fast lap. But Granberg looking a little bit more feisty in the brake zones, braking just a little bit later, closing things up both in the final corner and there in turn 1. Bailey, not sure if he was just hunting up the right side of the straightaway. There is a little bit of an urban legend that the right side of the track is less steep than the left side of the track. It's within the noise of nothing, but some drivers do that, or maybe he just didn't want to give him the draft, which is totally fair. Also, these drivers in competition with one another. Bailey is going to put himself on the left side of the track, and this time by lets Granberg through, diving on the brakes at about the 3 board from 130-ish miles an hour down to mid-40s, 47 to 48 miles an hour. Both cars looking nice and clean through turn 5, up the hill under the Corvette bridge at turn 6, braking right about the bridge as a reference point, trailing the car in, trying not to over-rotate it too much. Both cars all the way out, both stages of curbing. Flat out through turn 7, the car wants to rotate. Ooh, Granberg got a bit early. The car bit really big on the entry there, and he grabbed some inside curve. Not sure that was part of his plan, but it works out okay. Down into turn 8 as Granberg really gapping Bailey. I have to wonder, though, did he get held up? Maybe a little with that tight proximity in turns 1 and 3.
Yeah, curious what Moroni's going to do now, because he didn't get inside the top 5 in the class last time around. Wildner's on track, by the way, just went 3rd quick in street class. And he's still a couple seconds off his best. We're really not seeing a lot of improvement right now, Tom.
Yeah, and it's tough to end on that little, it's a fizzle instead of a bang. Oh. Speaking of bang, ooh, big ride for Jeremy Bailey. You know, I have to say that Grasscrete really seems to be working. It's minimal dust and a lot of control that it gives you instead of coming through the dirt itself. This car's running down one of our contenders in the street class. That's the Subaru, I think it's Mike Coons on either a reset lap or a cool down. That's the black Subaru just in front. But Granberg, can he do anything? We're going to see Maroney across the start-finish line a bit up the track in just a few minutes. Bailey clearly on a cool down now at this point.
Yeah, I would be too after that big moment in the kink. That is definitely a heart-stopping moment. Granberg right out to the edge of the road there out of turn 14. And Maroney's across the line but off pace. So this has not been a good session for him. Only 2:37 that time. And Granberg across the stripe is not going to pick up. 2:31.6 is still his best. Bailey obviously no pick up there. I thought he would go to pit lane, but he's going to stay on the road and maybe try to get another lap.
Yeah, I think he just built his gap and then went for a nice attack through turn 14 to reset. That car dances into turn 1, grabs some inside curb, pounds off of it actually as it skips around. We notice this car tends to oscillate just a little bit more than some of the other FRS BRZ chassis, especially from the rear end over the bumps. So that's a little bit of setup difference you can even notice on camera. They're now working their way down towards turn 5 under the Sargento Bridge, that iconic bridge at turn 4.
And it looked like Maroney was pulled off to the right on the downhill to 3, so I don't think he's going to go quicker, and he doesn't seem to think so either. But Granberg's still on it, getting more laps, more repetitions in. Pretty tidy turn 5.
Very tidy, yeah. We saw it yesterday, really using the throttle to rotate the car through the corners. Today, that was very nicely stuck. It looks good into turn 6 as well. Again, all the way out to the dirt, maybe kicks it up just a bit, but that was under control and intentional. Looks a little bit more composed through turn 7 as well. Doesn't kiss the inside curb like he did last lap.
Mike Coons had just clobbered the turn 7 curb ahead of Granberg. That's what I was going ooh about. I have a lot of mechanical sympathy for my car, and it just makes me hurt every time. I know how big that curb is over there, taller than a Miata. Feels like it. But into the carousel. This car looks really nicely balanced, and again, it's going to be a throwdown between himself and Maroney when it comes to Podium Sprint later, and I honestly do not know which one's going to come out on top. Maroney is the quicker of the two cars this weekend, but we've seen Maroney kind of struggle to seal the deal a couple of times in Podium Sprint. He's also been successful in it a handful of times.
This is looking like a good lap for Granberg. Again, watching that white and blue Subaru with the pink accents just coming into the third car in frame. Now the stress is going to be building as he's catching a couple other cars on cooldowns and reset laps. Hopefully those competitors are paying attention. Yes, very nicely done for Merritt Pilipchak to notice and not impede this lap, let the competitor through, not even in the same class, just sharing the space to turn the best laps. Granberg, a little flick of the wheel to catch the car at turn 13. Buries it down into 14. Again, it looks like he was attacking the entry there quite a bit more than some of the other drivers, but it's a much cleaner exit this time than the previous lap. And he was only about 1.5 seconds off of his best last time through with that shuffling through traffic. What's he got this time? Granberg up underneath the start-finish line just about now.
And it is a pickup to a 2:31.1. And puts him to the top of the session. That just goes to show you how quick Feingold went earlier.
Yeah, I mean, Feingold's one of the big movers and shakers this morning in general. And again, we mentioned Mario Maroney tends to be a little bit more strategic with his track time. Has not been turning nearly the number of laps that the other cars around him have. Although he's the quickest, maybe that bodes well for some of the other drivers that have taken all the opportunities to see all the different track conditions as we move towards that podium sprint in a couple hours.
Mike Coons had a nice pickup in this session, but still about 4 seconds off of where he was yesterday. So high humidity here as well, Tom. You would think that that might help the turbo cars a little bit, but again, the temperature being higher, temperature management's always a challenge when you got so much under the engine bay. Granberg really laid on the brakes into 5 that time. A little bit of traffic, but it's not going to hold him down. This Neil Shart giving way to Granberg on the run up to turn 6. I'm just impressed that Granberg's able to lap after lap at a very consistent pace. We've really seen this all weekend where he's within a half a second or so of each subsequent lap. And isn't just running a one and done. And that will help in Podium Sprint later. If you can immediately grab a lap and then be consistent twice more, you're going to do better than someone that takes a second to work up to speed.
For sure. Spec tire here in Falcon Club TR. I'll let you guess what it is. Yep, it's a Falcon. It's the RT660 Plus with a 255 tread width limit, so all cars basically using that maximum tread width, and then a 200 tread wear tire, so it does have some tread, has some squirm. It's a relatively heat resilient tire, but as they build and build and build, especially as they get maybe over 200, 220 degrees temperature, they're going to start to fall off, and the compound's just not working as well. So yeah, Granberg is using every opportunity to keep pushing. You do hit a turning point, let's say a fall-off point, where the car just won't be able to go faster because of those tire temps, but everybody's dealing with it in this class.
What about Podium Sprint later? Are you going to bolt on a new set, or do you want a set that's got a heat cycle or two?
Oh, if you got them, I mean, perfect situation. You scuffed them yesterday, you took them off the car, let them cure, and then put them back on. That's not going to make or break the event unless someone else did it too and delivers the exact same performance, just a little better than you. So you don't have to have done all that. But a lot of these drivers, I mean, we're talking club guys who maintain and build their own cars. This is not an environment where carrying an extra set of stickers with you is common. It's actually maybe going to get you made fun of a little. Like, really? Really?
Yeah. Well, again, I think tires are your biggest and most expensive consumable. And Tommy, you can speak to this because you were a competitor in the tail end of the Eibach GLTC series when slicks were an option, and then the transition over to street tires was a big budget saver for a lot of drivers.
Yeah, our budget, I mean, we ran full seasons in 2021 on the racing DOTR tires, and then we ran full season in 2022, actually a little bit more. And our budget went from about $15,000 to about $5,000. So I mean, we're talking a massive amount of money that you save by not running the most expensive and fastest tires. So I'm a pretty big fan of a spec tire, especially or a window of tire that kind of pays attention to the budget for these types of competitors. Now, when we start talking about street mod, when we start talking about unlimited cars, there's an amount of prep that, yes, it makes sense to just let people have the best and fastest tires too. But this is a grassroots series full of enthusiasts who are part of this community. You have to pay attention to how much money they have to spend in order to be competitive. If you can accommodate more people without making it too hard, it just makes the competition better.
Yeah, certainly. And we've seen that a lot. And especially in our Real Wheel series, you have a selection of different tires. Again, you got some choices, and they all have slightly different characteristics, and some might suit some cars better than others. Again, we've seen that really be a topic where some drivers will go, hey, this one tire, I don't think it's good at all. And then other tires go, this is the only tire I can drive on. And it's kind of funny to watch different drivers pick a different choice, but all within the same treadwear category.
Yeah, and different tires make speed in different ways. They feel different. I'm a big fan of a tire that feels quote-unquote right, and the best thing I can say is it does what you expect it when you ask it to. There are tires that are fast that don't really do that. They either feel a little bit dull, meaning they don't respond as fast when you put the input into the car. There are some tires that make really good longitudinal grip, so they're great under acceleration and braking, but the lateral load can't handle quite as much. There are some tires that don't transition from one to the other very well, so it makes entries and exits a little tricky. But it's all down to what does the driver expect, what's the driver's setup and driving style like, and then ultimately, of course, the compound construction of the tire. Is it fast?
I have a question that I'm actually legitimately curious about. This isn't one of those announcer questions like I already know the ansser, but I want to ask you anyway. This is a real question.
That makes me nervous.
Sidewall depth. How much is that a factor? Like, are you going to run a narrow sidewall, or are you going to get a little bit more meat on it? I assume with a bit more meat, you're not for the vegans out there, but just when you roll over, I imagine that you get a little bit more playfulness, and it's not going to be as snappy handling, but tell me your experience on sidewall depth.
Yeah, there's two things there. There's the height of the tire, and the sidewall obviously affects that. So if you put a shorter sidewall on, you change your gearing a little bit with that overall diameter, but you also affect, essentially, it starts to work kind of like spring rate. It doesn't work the same time as spring, right? The spring goes first, the tire comes down second, but it squishes down to your point. Now, different tires are constructed differently. If it's a stiffer construction, you don't get as much squish, but typically a taller sidewall means more of a squish into the corner load as you drive the tire. So it means that things take a little bit longer to set in. It also means that the car might move around, or at least tell you it's moving around a little bit more. Not that you're going to see it on camera or anything, but there are certain tires that certainly have the notorious, or they have a reputation for being a softer construction, which means more squish on the sidewall. It means a little bit more movement and vagueness actually in the tire. It makes it feel a little bit more like a commuter tire versus the really aggressive, stiff compound tires. They respond right away. They don't have a lot of flex in them. And it can even affect, certain cars like Porsches like a lot of sidewall in the rear. That's just a thing. If you put a short sidewall on the back of a Porsche, it does not handle the way it was designed to. And that's not literally every single Porsche, but it's just a thing across Porsches, the mid-engine, rear-engine cars thing. So that it kind of helps you maybe put into perspective what types of things the tire can affect, because it is ultimately the last thing that hits the ground. It's the biggest limiting factor of any car anywhere, just because of how a car works.
Interesting.
That helps. How did I do?
Good, great.
Chat, how did I do?
I think that was sort of where I felt like you would go with that, and I appreciate it because again, it's we were looking at Jamie Santos' car yesterday, right before he had that off at the kink. I was just noting that it seemed like the rim was almost touching the ground because there was either a lot of squish, whether it was low tire pressure, or just not a lot of sidewall. But I imagine that the direct feedback is what a lot of the drivers in some of the super fast cars would really like. So Group A headed on the racetrack under full course yellow here. The safety car is out. I'm not sure if this is intentional or if there's something that they're cleaning up around the course. But this, we talked about having the safety car go out and sort of pace the outlap, because when you get these quick sessions where you can definitely go fast, you get a lot of games on the outlap as drivers are doing different things to suit their car best, and kind of creates a little bit of a stack up. Now there's a lot of room here, and there's not that many cars in this session, so again, I'm not surprised to see this, but there could be a cleanup that we're working on as well.
Yeah, I think the maximum number of cars we'd see is 18, because we know Eric Fleming will not be out, and we know Ryan Matthews ran previous heat. He's in this, he's technically on this grid twice because of his 2 different cars. So yeah, really low track saturation for the number of cars out. But you're right, it's weird to put a pace car out. We don't typically see that at the beginning of a time attack session. Mike Dussault is going to be the first car on track with Eric Fleming's retirement. So that Camaro sitting at a 2:04.5, less than 4/10 off of Fleming's fastest time, which is also the new track record for Road America in Unlimited and all time for our class, or for our series. So Dussault, it's not been proven very much this morning that you can go faster, but he's going to try it. He can still take that top spot down. I didn't see Alan Patton go out either, but correct me if he is.
He's out there,
he is. So he's the leader in track mod, just ahead of Jackie Ding by about exactly 3 seconds. Then in street mod, I didn't see Dewey either, but I did see Luca Barberis go out right at the very end, who put in a really big lap. Oh, there he is. He's still sitting on pit lane, just moved down a bit. Put a really big lap in yesterday at 2:16.7. That put him within 2/10 of Dewey, until Dewey then responded with a 15.7. So another second between those top 2 cars in Street Mod. We also have our top car in Street GT, Luke McGrew in a black Corvette. I think rolling into shot just there through the shadows, down into turn 5. He's your leader and only car from Street GT in this run group.
So Alex Moss out there in the Super K S2000, and then this Mustang at the tail of the field there. That is the 424 car of Derek Carter. We haven't really talked a ton about his car, but good-looking Mustang, and we'll kind of bring up the rear of this heat here. So again, we're not exactly sure why we're under the safety car here, but I imagine it will come in this time around here, Tom, especially if you're on slicks. You're going to want to do everything you can to generate temperature here. This is a little slow for those cars, so they're going to want to get as much heat as they can. For a car on slicks, what's the best way that you're heating up tires? Are you weaving? Are you putting some longitudinal grip in or heat in with some braking? What's your strategy there?
I'd say 80% longitudinal, meaning accelerate, brake, and maybe 20% lateral cornering. And you really have to work the tire hard on the steering wheel in order to build some heat in it. Just turning slightly back and forth doesn't do anything. But I like to do that because it also rolls the tire over, forces the tire all the way out to the sidewall into the ground. You'll see even up into the professional levels, you'll see some drivers under full course yellow literally turn the wheel like 180 degrees effectively and just shove the tire across the surface to really build heat on the top of the tire, and then hope that soaks through. I agree, this is way too slow to get temps into the tires if you're on slicks. So unfortunately that might limit Mike Dussault's build a little bit, but we have seen that car do 2 laps at a time, and it's always typically at least gone faster on the second lap. So it may not hurt him too much. I've yet to see why there's a reason for a safety car other than controlling the outlap, which is just a bit odd in this heat specifically.
Yeah,
sure.
I hadn't seen, going back to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, it wasn't a live streamed event, but there was definitely some shenanigans being played there that brought up the conversation about safety car on the outlap. We haven't seen it at all yet this weekend. I haven't really seen any problems in Group A to think that they would want to do this, but again, we'll see. They know more about it than we only get to see a little bit of the action. So
yeah, I'm a driver first, and my opinion is ask the drivers to do better if they're not doing the right thing.
Well, there was a lot of that too.
Hold them accountable and make them do the right thing. You know, these are licensed drivers that are approved to be on the course because they're in time attack. So that's my opinion. That doesn't make me right. The best, as we've assumed, the best assumption is the safety car is controlling the field for a good reason.
The lights are still on though, Tom, so maybe there's a cleanup. Otherwise the lights would have shut off by now. Again, I don't know what for or where, but there could be another reason. Because again, they would not do more than one lap if it was not for a real reason. That's
oh, for sure.
Yeah, that's definitely going to shift my thought on what is exactly happening here. So, and the safety car board's still up on the main straightaway here, so it could be something off track. But regardless, I guess that answers that question. It's not out here just for fun, it's or to control the outlap, but there's definitely something somewhere that we can't see. I'm going to ask around and see what's up.
No takers to the pit lane. Could have been an option to go just kind of sit there instead of driving around burning fuel. But this will give a little bit more opportunity to put the tires in the window, even though we're not necessarily going faster. You get a little bit more time.
So I've asked to see if I can get a reason for the safety car, because again, we haven't seen anything obvious, but yeah, definitely be a little slow to kick things off here.
Yes.
Answer for you. Jeremy Selenius lost a wheel.
Oh.
So again,
multiple wheel losses this morning. Hey, competitors, torque your wheels.
Yeah, okay, that answers that.
This is your reminder. Yeah, we didn't get eyes on that car, but that's going to be a green and blue C5 Corvette that may have actually been in the previous session, so they're probably still recovering that car.
Yep, you can see those safety trucks just to the left of the ticker there, Tom.
Oh yeah, sure enough.
So right at the exit of the corner, and again, very early in the outlap, so again, I have to imagine another wheel torque.
I think he was in the previous heat, if
maybe.
I remember correctly.
Yeah, you might be right.
That's just a leftover car. And for whatever reason, they chose to release this group onto the track and do this instead of hold. The car's on track anyway. Alan Patton resetting the track record for track mod. He's sitting at a 2:08.7 in that black Corvette, second in the row behind that safety car. He will be looking to push a little bit further. Track mod not allowed to run the most ultimate tires like Unlimited, so he's actually doing that with a genuinely less capable tire than the Unlimited cars, about 4.5 seconds off the pace of them. You'll definitely see the handling characteristics if you watch this lap or other laps. That car's going to move around a lot more than Dussault with the bigger arrow even yet was possible.
Ooh, Jackie Ding.
Flinging.
Ding fling.
Hey, look at me.
That's one way to heat up the tires.
Yeah.
It seems like every car that he's ever driven, there's a picture of it somewhere going sideways, whether it was the S2 or one of the two Supras or the M2 now, or the 86. Jackie's onboard video from Lime Rock last year is crazy. Like that car was driving in a slide 82% of the time. And at Midwest Festival, I talked to him about it, and he was like, "We're just trying to get it to not do that because it would go a lot faster if it didn't." And then it ran top 15.
It's a stick axle rear end car at the end of the day, and those cars they kind of have to drive like that to an extent. Obviously, when you start to have to counter steer it and drift it everywhere, that's a little bit extreme. I had a blast watching Jackie Ding. If you want to go watch highlights from GLTC from last year's Lime Rock event, it's genuinely impressive to watch that car relative to how gripped up the other cars look. Now, all the other cars dealing with a level of that. Lime Rock is a pretty floaty track, but you can I love watching cars that you can see move on the camera from outside. You know what the driver's dealing with.
Yeah, he won a B race also last year in pretty wild fashion as well, in a slip and slide pass. And Jackie did get a top 15 with that car at Midwest Festival, which in a field that deep, a 45 car plus field, that is for a 1980 something.
And I think the only solid rear axle car.
I think you're right about that.
In the field period, definitely the highest finish for one.
So, all right, looks like lights are out. We were expecting a green this time by. So that safety car better run. I think Mike Dussault's car is about 10 times the horsepower that's in the MX-5 safety car at the moment. And I'm not joking about that. What's the MX-5 make an ND? Like 160, 150?
Maybe
180. Okay, all right, so eight times as much power. Dussault's car is well over 1,000 horsepower. And the MX-5 is running, and Dussault's going to get fired up here. Again, we'll be keeping our eyes on the second and third car in line as well. Alan Patton and Jackie Ding, that's the track mod battle. And again, that'll be a podium sprint fight later. Again, it's been Patton with the upper hand, but when push comes to shove, you have to run a good lap in podium sprint later. Here we go.
The pace car's definitely going to get Patton. Dussault was not able to start this lap at full tilt. I don't think Patton was either. So both of those cars probably going to be looking to do 2 laps. Jackie Ding able to start that lap, and Pizella's going to be the next through. And listen to the thunder as they come underneath the start-finish line for the green.
And towards turn 1 there. There's Jackie Ding across the line. Here's Patton in the Thunder Bunny and Louis Gigliotti built number 304. Almost said 606, which was his GLGT number in a Toyota GR Supra, but keeping pace with Dussault here in the first sector so far. Jackie Ding's got a little more space between himself and Patton. That will bode well, I think. Speeds up the back straightaway here, north of 170 miles an hour for these cars. There's Patton. Oh, big wiggle on the brakes there, Tom. Really pushing it down into 5.
Yeah, you see the party lights on, fading from pink to yellow and back. It drops the dirt just a little bit, struggling with some traction control issues, not issues, but needing it, I should say, up the hill towards turn 6. He's keeping Mike Dussault right in the front, and he's hopping that curve every single lap. Very confident in the compliance of that car, trying to straighten it out maybe a little bit. You can hear it scream down the hurry downs all the way from outside of the carousel. I have to wonder if they can hear that car over in Elkhart Lake, waking up the people on vacation in that quiet little town, running it a little bit wide through the entry, through the middle of the corner to set up for a good exit. On throttle early, no drama. We saw this car looking really nervous a couple of sessions ago, but yesterday evening calmed it down quite a bit. He had a huge moment through here earlier. No moments at all. Doesn't even need to touch the dirt this time.
Yeah, Jackie Ding can come into the shot right there, looking mighty composed as well. Jackie could be on a really quick lap too here, Tom.
He wants a 210 so bad, and that's not how it works. You can't just want a 210. You have to go drive a little bit better to get it. They probably turned up every single thing they could in that car power-wise. That car, this C7 looks really grippy this morning. A little bit of understeer through the apex of 13 there, but not too bad. I'd rather have maybe a touch of understeer in a car like this than oversteer. Patton coming out through the dirt on the last bit, and now Mike Dussault starting a proper lap. What does Patton have? Ding, a little bit of rotation onto the final straight.
Across the stripe for Patton, and it's going to be a 209.929. Not far off. He's been in the 208 so far. If he can do another lap, it'll be interesting to see what he's got. Jackie Ding, 212.109. Not quite as fast as he's gone, but not far off. Patton's not on it anymore, I don't think. Jackie Ding, though, we'll see if he is going to go fast again. Maybe he's only got 1 lap in him.
These drivers getting closer than the other categories have so far to their personal bests, which maybe is because of the slicks, maybe a little bit less little less sensitive to the heat of the track this morning, potentially even helping them. Ryan Matthews comes through in street mod to a 220.6. That's a red C5, and I think that might be a little bit slower. Yes, about a 1.5 seconds slower for him. So just in general, no movement, no big movement yet. Justin Peachy, we haven't talked about him much, running in track mod. That's the Hawk Performance Corvette. We see that car in basically every style event across the country at times, including street drags, or spectator drags, I should say. He just runs a 218.1, sitting on a personal best of a 17.4, so he's close, and Jackie Ding's calling it, huh?
Yeah, I guess so. Only 1 lap, and might not feel like he's got any more. Alan Patton certainly doesn't. Cal Fortner in that number 14 Mercedes-AMG GTS at a 218.4. That's not far off his best either. Here he comes into shot. And he's also not on a fast one anymore. He's also going to pit in here, Tom. Surprised a little bit, so close to the PBs, but only 1 shot.
Yeah, so close. But these are also we mentioned the best representation of the conditions we're going to see later today. So, you know, an experienced driver with cars like this in Group A, they can learn the condition real quick, both in, okay, this is what the track is, yeah, got it, and also in the next session, in their warm-up lap, yep, this is what the track is, yeah, I got it. So maybe not a lot of research to be done, let's say, and once you see that those times aren't there, it's not a huge surprise to see the top-level guys in these top classes make these decisions, but we are going to see a couple of cars stay out, including, did we see Mike Dussault continue on or no?
I have not. Oh, well, yes, across the line, and it is, wow, 205.289. That's pretty quick for Mike Dussault. It's not quite as fast as he's gone. He did a 204.5 yesterday, but again, within a sniff of his quickest times of the weekend, but looks like he's going to bail out now. I think for Dussault, the key is just to get to podium sprint. Last year was really fast and broke before then. So I would say if you're running good now, call it. This is a car that, again, this is the very pointy end of time attack here in North America, here at GRIDLIFE. Don't break it. It's working. Go get the trophy now. He's done he's not quite the record, but he's done very close to that. The conditions aren't perfect for it, so just get what you can out of it. Ernestus Pazelis, who's second in the title fight right now at Unlimited, just ran a 216.7, and Andreas Bertulis, the driver he's chasing, is right here on screen in the Lexus RCF.
Again, winner take all in that podium sprint. You get 3 laps to do it.
Dussault going to call it. up the front straightaway here. Comes Bertulis across the line. It's going to be P3 for the time being. Puzelis versus Bertulis will be fun. I think head-to-head, Puzelis has won every fight this year with Bertulis.
Yeah, he's got he's got a huge advantage on the current standings. Puzelis in the Corvette running a 213. Bertulis yet to go sub 220. So in theory, that's everything but a default win. He's still got to go do it.
Did we see Patton come back around?
Yeah, he did, but he wasn't on it again. So again, continuing to circulate, either headed back to the paddock through turn 5 or maybe biding some time to cool the tires down for 2 full laps. So we'll wait and see if that track mod car comes back around. But this Lexus is on it. Again, it sounds so good.
Whoop. Had to wait to get back on throttle and push there through the center of the corner.
There's the sound I wanted. A little bit of smoke out the back, but no biggie. You see that diffuser on it as well.
Yeah, interesting to watch as it went through the dirt. You can actually see the vortices that car is producing. And I always thought diffusers were such interesting pieces of tech, accelerating and smoothing out the air underneath the car and creating low pressure underneath the vehicle to sort of suck it down to the road. And again, on a car that big and heavy, it's really only to be super useful at very high speed. But that car is pretty light now. He's taken a lot of weight out of it. It's got Lexan windows and things too. See the windshield sort of buffeting. It's basically plastic. Take all the glass weight out, and that car probably in the high 3,000-pound range is much, much lighter than that now.
Just saw Luke McGrew report to the pit lane. That car is, again, the only Street GT competitor and the leader in that class in this run group. So he tends to go a little unnoticed on the cameras and in the conversation, but he did match his best lap time to just under 0.2 of a second. So that's a really strong performance in these conditions where a lot of drivers are struggling to go that quick. I just wanted to point out that McGrew did go make an effort and put himself still on top over Hendricks and Matthews.
That's some wildlife on the lens there. There's an ant or something on the lens at turn 12. There's Bertulis now into 14. Again, still chasing Puzelis. It was 4 seconds better for Puzelis in this session, but the difference between them so far this weekend is actually over 7 seconds. And Bertulis hasn't done better than a 220 so far. This is the quickest time that he's done so far this weekend, and he's going to go even quicker, 2:19.972. And there's a look at the difference here, Tom. Again, this is the championship battle with Puzelis in trail of Bertulis, so we can see that flip this weekend with another win for Puzelis over that 171.
And there's his sub 220 that we were mentioning. If you heard it on the audio, we do have the scream of Alan Patton on another flyer. See if you can realize anything else. Chris Smith also continuing to circulate along with Alex Moss. Moss is looking like he's actually on one. Yeah, the light pink, or not light pink, sorry, light yellow gloves flicking into turn number 5. This is a DCT swap Turbo K series that was really, really radical for Street Mod a couple of years ago. It's not quite so radical with the push that a couple of other drivers have made, but this is such a cool car. Was leading the Tire Rack One Lap of America event where they drive the car on the street to the track for a week straight, drive it on track on the same tires with no trailer, no support, no nothing, all the way up until the engine expired the day before the event was done. They were in the catbird seat to win, and usually are in that event. So this is a car that is, yes, an extreme time attack car, but it does a whole lot more than that. A lot of the cars in this field can't say that.
Yep. And this was an interesting car because you mentioned that BMW transmission that went in this car. You know, we talk about the scope creep we've seen in the transmissions of this category in particular, and you know, listening to Dewey talk about this, Dewey was not stoked when this swap happened, but that is sort of why he got creative and ended up putting the sequential gear set in that OEM housing that he has now. So I really, really think it's cool. You see Alex there with the Super K represented on the bottom right of the screen there. I really think it's neat, the different ways that they're finding advantages in the gray areas of the rule book about the transmissions, because you know, sequential gearboxes are not inexpensive by any stretch, but you know, a DCT out of a BMW, maybe a little bit less money than something like a Sadev or something like that. And I imagine it's probably pretty nice to drive too with the flappy paddles, huh?
It is. To your point, it is a little cheaper, but it's way more complex to make work because it's just not meant to be in there. A sequential is meant to be put into a place where it wasn't originally. This one was not. So a huge amount of work has gone in from both Alex Moss, the driver here, and Andy Smedegaard of ASM to make this car work over what's coming up on probably 10 years of development there. Moss sitting in the 6th position, just outside of the Podium Sprint qualifications, but he's going to do as many laps as he can this morning, just in case he doesn't get any more tomorrow, later this afternoon.
Yeah, tomorrow we won't be here, so.
He can come back tomorrow, I don't know.
Little wiggle there through turn 1. We saw Jamie Santos head off track at turn 5 and actually kind of drove straight into the dirt there for a second. So I'm not sure what was up with that.
I wonder if he was messing with something in the car.
Yeah. Well, actually, you see, he hasn't actually gotten off track. So he had broken some kind of suspension component yesterday when he got into the wall at turn 11. And did not make it to the orange cutout there. So maybe he doesn't have, maybe he broke something where he can't make the turn.
Yeah, the right side of the car is obviously turning to the left, but maybe the left side's not. If there's a left front or right front suspension failure, that could explain why he couldn't make the turn. Just speculating there. He's trying to cycle the car at least.
Here comes Moss through turn 7 now. Love that the bright lime green's easy to spot too. I always love a car that's distinctive. And you know, in the time attack world, there are cars that gain nicknames and things, or they sort of have an aura to them. You know, we talked about things like Boogeyman, right? But this car, I think, was synonymous with this bright green livery. And Super K, it's got its own merch, doesn't it, Tom?
It does, yeah. I'm not sure if it's available to buy right now, but if you go over to ASM and bother them, they love that, first of all. And second, you might be able to find some. Yeah, this car used to have kind of a powder blue flake to its paint job. And as that paint job deteriorated, they swapped it over to this kind of more highlighter yellowy green in the last couple of years. A couple other people started to copy that green thing too, so they switched it up just slightly. Moss doing every single lap. This is also, you know, because of that development that they've been doing, just in pushing this car constantly, they may be seeing how many laps it can go. It's gone to the point of they have actual auxiliary sprayers in the front of the car. You can hit a button and spray water on the intercooler and the radiator at the front of the car to keep it cooler for longer in these time attack sessions. Big flick into turn number 13. A little bit shallow on entry there, going for a wide approach on 14. Wraps the apex, and it looks like he might be cooling for the pit lane. No, he's still on it.
Yeah, P5 in this session is 2:24.810. And the best time that he's done so far this weekend is a 2:21.324. So here comes Super K across the stripe, and it is not a pickup that time. Let's see if he'll go for another one here. It looks like he's off. Not pushing full tilt here anymore, Tom, but
yeah, I don't think he's pushing full tilt on the power, but he looks like he's still pushing the chassis a bit. So they may be running some tests and something. Another Mustang. I think these are the only 2 cars left circulating at the last bit of Heat 7. So that's going to bring our preliminary competition, our, let's call it, qualifying rounds here in Track Battle to a close. We have Podium Sprint coming up a little bit later today around lunchtime. That's going to be at 11:20 a.m. The last thing before lunch on this track weekend.
And checkered flag is out. And for the fans here at Summer Apex and here at Road America, if you're still waking up in the campgrounds, make sure you stick around until that lunch break, because there's an opportunity right before the GRIDLIFE Rush Series race to go out to the pit lane and see the cars up close, the false grid area by Podium. So if you want to get yourself a free poster, maybe get some autographs, the Rush Series fan walk is at 12:35. So head on over towards the podium and get onto the false grid and see all the cars up close. 45 Rush cars headed that way. So checker flag is out here for the last couple of cars. I think this is Deeker in the Mustang. And you mentioned Super K was still out there, but just circulating. And everyone's calmed things down, cooled it off. But again, we thought morning session would be the one, but warmer air temps didn't really allow these cars to really go any quicker than they had gone yesterday. But at this point, the records are set for 2025. It's possible someone could still break one, but I think that they're mostly already broken. But the competition's not over. The whole idea of the Podium Sprint is all those records are run in different sessions at different times. Now it's going to be head-to-head across all 5 drivers in each category. So the top 35 of the 90-plus time attack cars we have are going to go head-to-head in the Podium Sprint, as you pointed out, later today at 11:20 a.m. And each class will get 3 laps, and the fastest driver across those 3 laps is going to go home with the trophy. And 2 of the drivers in each class, 4th and 5th, will not get anything. So that's why they call it Podium Sprint. You're sprinting for the podium.
Not true. They get 3 more laps.
That's okay. Well, there's your consolation prize, I suppose. And so with that, let's have a look here at the results for our last heat of the weekend. It's Mike Jansen atop the standings in the Falcon Club SC category. James Smith, Jack Coughlin, Jason Davidson. That's actually how they're going to start at Podium Sprint later. They should have Sam Dooling joining them for that Podium Sprint as well. Peter Granberg leads the way this session, but still chasing Mario Moroni, who didn't really get an amazing lap here, but look how tight they are in similar conditions, Tom, within 0.4 of a second.
Yeah, I think what we need to take away from this is who made moves within the session, because this is going to be similar, we mentioned it before, to this afternoon's or later this morning's competition. Granberg, Fangold is the big mover and shaker there. Moroni, Bailey, and Gatos rounding out the top 5 for this session. And we'll also see Jake Rawson back in the competition for the top 5 in Podium Sprint.
Yeah, Brad Moore leading the street class as he has all weekend long. New record holder here in street in the rear-wheel drive subcategory. Mike Coons is within spitting distance here. Cody Umbart, Aaron Reckedahl, Jan Wildner in the 311 did get out on track. And again, Podium Sprint will be pretty fun later to see if Brad can repeat the success he's had all weekend long. Street GT's been a dogfight this weekend between the 2 championship leaders, Ryan Matthews and Luke McGrew, but Nicholas Hendricks is in the conversation. It'll come down to who executes most perfectly. Mark Kilgore in that 909 should be there as well.
Yeah, McGrew and Kilgore actually closest to their own personal best in that session, with Kilgore having yet to turn the power up as of yesterday and put on some newer tires as well. Maybe that BMW can be a surprise. Brad Smith holds on to the 5th spot for Podium Sprint in the Camaro.
And looking up into street mod, Luca Barberis looking pretty racy. So does Cal Fortner. They should also be in the Podium Sprint later today. Ryan Matthews, Graham Gaylord, Alex Moss, the rest of the top 5 here in street mod. In track mod, it is Alan Patton, Jackie Ding, Justin Peachy, Chris Smith, and Alex Roy. But Patton versus Ding is going to be the fun fight to watch in Podium Sprint later. And of course, in Unlimited, no Eric Fleming, unfortunately. He's going to go home with the track record, but he will not be present in the Podium Sprint later today. So Mike Dussault stands the best chance of picking up a first place trophy if he can get one good lap in Podium Sprint later, Tom. Ernestus Pizzalis, Andres Bertulis, Derek Carter, Kurt Diker. We're going to round out your top 5 here in the Unlimited category. It'll be full course drift up next here on the GridLife Live show, and right after Rush warm-up in GridLife GT race number 3. GRIDLIFE Summer Apex back on a Sunday afternoon here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin at America's National Park of Speed. Kyle Heyer joined by Tom O'Gorman, and we're warming things up for wheel-to-wheel racing here this morning. We've got 3 wheel-to-wheel races coming up between GRIDLIFE GT, Eibach GLTC, and the GRIDLIFE Rush Series, which is on track right now for a quick 10-minute 1 or 2 lap warm-up here, Tom, just to get things rotated through, get the engines all nice and toasty, and run your car just for a lap or 2 to make sure that you're good to go for race 3 later today.
Yeah, typical part of their schedule. And speaking of toasty, we got to take a chance to step out of the booth in that little break, and it is toasty. It's hot and sticky up here at Road America. The Midwest heat wave has made its way north just slightly. Predicted temperatures of 88. It is 82 degrees right now, but it feels a lot warmer than that to me. It's just a little bit more stagnant than we've had the last couple days. Not a lot of breeze in the air. It doesn't necessarily change a whole lot. It just makes it kind of worse to stand out in if you're just standing around not doing anything. But luckily we've got a lot of good racing to watch, and these rush drivers are going to get 1 or 2 laps here to feel out a new track condition. We've seen the track be a little bit slower this morning so far in the Time Attack run group number 7. Now the rush drivers are going to have to adapt to that higher temperature on the track, higher temperature in the air. They're going to get a little sweatier too.
Yeah, it's been really hot this morning, and you mentioned 88 is the peak temperature we're going to see, maybe close to 90, but the humidity is also really high, so it just feels very sticky out there. And so far we've had 2 races on the weekend, and it's been pretty interesting, mostly because Ryan Leach, who has won every race so far this year, has won nothing this weekend other than qualifying. So he had some issues in race 2 and was beat out under full course yellow by James French, who's just rolling out into the racetrack right now. So Ryan Leach isn't even in the top 5 in the point standings here for this weekend. So again, we'll see how things pan out later today when they get into the races, but Leach is going to be coming up from the tail of the field.
Yeah, this series does 4 races over the weekend, very similar to TC and GT. The difference is they're going to be gridded for the final race based on points for the weekend instead of an invert. But that said, this is going to be leading us into 3 different classes doing 3 15-minute races. This will be the 3rd for each of these categories. And as you mentioned, in race 1 yesterday, they had a really tight battle between James French, the eventual winner, and Ryan Leach. There was a really cool over-under that's going to make the highlight reel for sure. But then it was interrupted by a yellow, finished under yellow, and that allowed James French to breathe easy to take his first point-scoring win of the season. I think he racked up something like a half dozen 3rd places, but had not yet broken through to 2nd or 1st. Takes his first victory there. Then race 2 was an exciting one. A lot of swapping and jockeying, a little bit of bump and running, a little bit of contact actually led to some body damage on that Ryan Leach machine. We had offs from James French had some sort of issue towards the end of the race, did not finish the last lap. Ethan Alexander had some offs, Andy Vocal had some offs. These are all cars from the top 10, So Blair Hosey was able to take his first point scoring win, earning 25 points on the weekend ahead of Nico Bratz. Bryce Mersberger took 3rd. So Mersberger is the only driver to podium twice this weekend, finishing with a pair of 3rds. Coming into this race, he will start 3rd yet again. Hosey, Bratz, and 3rd. Hosey, Bratz, and Mersberger will be the top 3. But that's really swapped up what has become a little bit of a pattern of obviously Ryan Leach winning every races, and then the next couple of them scrapping for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and on down. Now it's been completely turned on its head. We're going to have a very different weekend here in Rush SR.
Yeah, so again, cars navigating their way through the carousel here, and they're only going to get a lap or 2 here, Tom. This isn't really to set times. This is really just to feel things out and test the conditions out. And we've seen yesterday also, it was a little, we had some wet to play with at the tail end of the day as well that didn't really affect the rush race a ton, but we've just seen so much chaos this weekend. It's really been an exciting one across the board.
Yeah, these are the kind of sessions that you have to have a plan for, I think. And the main thing for this is, again, a different track condition, different day, but also just to kind of shake the cobwebs, I mentioned, out of your head and out of the car. Maybe a couple of overnight setup changes for a couple of these drivers, and certainly a few repairs here and there. But overall, this will be a quick, short, sweet session. Watch the way these cars behave is really fun to watch to me. They move around quite a bit for what is perceived as a small prototype downforce car. It's really a bit more of a hybrid between the way you would expect a full-body car to drive and a car like that, an open-wheel or prototype style car. You really see the back end walking around a little bit when they really start to load them up. They get a little bit of rotation from the back, but if you go too far, it really seems to stop accelerating. You lose a lot of that forward momentum trying to bring the car back. You asked about sidewalls. These cars do have a pretty big sidewall as they're using a production 100 treadwear tire. It's not a bespoke tire for this, or a specific race tire, actually. And the draft has been another big part of the conversation. It's really easy to draft past somebody on one of these long straightaways, it appears, as long as you're kind of close. But guess what that means? They can draft right back by you.
Absolutely. And Ryan Leach to the top of the board. And again, had some contacts yesterday that caused a tire to go flat and really put him down the order. But as far as the grid order for race 3, he's going to be starting all the way back. Where is Leach going to be kicking things off?
It's actually further up than we would have thought. He's going to start in, excuse me, in the 30th position because he did get a decent lap time in ahead of a couple of other drivers. So he gets a little bit of a jump start over his most direct competitor, James French, who starts down almost 10 positions further back.
Yeah, so it'll be fun to watch him carve through the field for sure. And we'll look at the points during the race. We have a live points graphic that will update you on the weekend winner that will show you during the race, and it'll change in real time. The reason I bring that up is because Ryan Leach has 24 points right now, sitting 7th in the weekend standings. But if he can get up into the conversation for the top 5, he'll get up onto that graphic, and we'll watch him climb up the order. 3 wide here in warm-up. That's a little exciting. Drivers just, you know, they're practicing for the race, I suppose.
Absolutely, and we haven't seen TJ Hunt or Nate Hamilton. That's for 2 of those multiple cars in the shot. We haven't seen them shy away from side by side anytime ever, so that's not necessarily a huge surprise. But yeah, the points for the weekend structure is 25 points for a win, 21 for second place, 18 for third, 16 for fourth, and then 15, 14, and on down. So yes, you can score, you can actually start to really build a huge lead if you start to win or finish second in every race. But again, only one driver has actually finished on the podium, both. Bryce Mersberger, he's second in the weekend points after 2 races. Nico Bratz holds the 3rd spot, having finished outside the top 5 and then with a second.
Looked like John Robinson went for a big hop and a skip over the rumble strips leaving Canada corner. We've talked about how rough the off-track area can be, and just ran a little wide into the runoff and went for, not it's quite as big of a flight as Andy Vogel did yesterday, but got some air over there. Down the hill, and checkered flag is out, as we said. So Ryan Leach, 2:27.664, the quickest lap time of the morning session. Bryce Mersberger, very impressive. Look here, Tom, have a look at this. Ooh, that's a rough ride there over the rumbles at the exit of Canada.
And with so little car, I mean, you really feel that on the tailbone, on your whole body. I have to imagine some of these drivers leave these weekends pretty sore just because these cars are likely very physical. I've got to drive one myself, but I'm just projecting onto what sports racers are like. They can be a ton of fun, but then all of a sudden you leave the weekend, God, man, kind of sore.
You're pretty physical out there for sure. Ayrton Grimm, another driver to watch, P6 in this warm-up period. He'll start inside the top 10. The driver pulling double duty in Eibach GLTC. He'll have a very strong start for the race after that. Jumps right out of the GLTC car into the Rush car later. So he'll have back-to-back races where he's starting inside the top 10 after some clever strategy yesterday, Tom. He was laying back on the restart lap before the pace car went in to get himself a gap to run a good lap time to set himself up. Apparently they got a talking to about that, just maybe running a little too slow to where race control thought they had to extend the yellow because he was going to look like he was about to stop on the racetrack. But either way, pretty good strategy, and they'll start up inside the top 5 for GLTC too.
Yeah, Grimm and then Ellis Speza in the number 111. We're going to see that car start 8th in the race in about 45-ish minutes time, maybe a little longer than that. And also Jalen Batley. Those are all 3 drivers that have had to start at the back and have raced their way towards the front. Very impressive performance in a 40-plus car field. And those drivers, again, 8th for Speza, 9th for Grimm, and Batley up to 14th from outside the top 35, I think, yesterday's race. All 3 fun cars to watch, but they're going to just be in that zone where now maybe that's kind of where they're going to settle. We'll have to find out.
Got a lot of looks at that 38 car. Luke Krepsky is the car that just came through the shot there on the run down to turn 3. Checkered flag, and by the way, Blair Hosey jumped to the top of the board as he came across the line. So again, not really indicative of much given that only get a lap or 2, but Hosey is leading the championship or the weekend points for the event and has a decent lead on Bryce Mersberger, but not enough that if Mersberger were to win a race and then maybe outperform Blair Hosey in one more, it could very easily flip the script on the weekend title. And Mersberger was in the conversation at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course with a race win in a couple of seconds. Well, that'll do it here for the Rush Series warm-up. Let's see if we can have a look at the results real quick also, just to get a look at where people are. There's Nate Hamilton, the 144 Rapscallion car. There's the 8 of Blair Hosey popping in. And looking from high above here, GRIDLIFE Summer Apex. Here's a look at the results here. And Hassan Ahmed, John Robinson, Darius Garcia, Viola Saldana. Actually, this is position-based here because it's got the GLGT stuff loaded up. But either way, Ryan Leach and it was Ryan Leach and Blair Hosey that were at the top of the order there. Hosey at the very, very top. And Bill Dorrance, Kelsey Billingsley, Jared Anderson, see Jalen Batley, P15, TJ Hunt there up in the mix. TJ Hunt had a big off in the first race, Tom. Knocked the whole front end of the car off. They got it repaired and back out for the next race. So continuing his weekend and outperforming teammate Nate Hamilton.
An accident in the kink that leads to being able to start the next race. You go buy a lottery ticket, man. That's an impressive feat. Now rolling straight into 3 straight 15-minute races.
And pace cars on the racetrack here, and out in front, Colin King. Let's have a look at our starting grid here in just a moment's time for the GLGT Race 3 of the weekend. Again, small but mighty field here, Tom, and again, with a relatively new rule set here, there's a lot of drivers and teams that are still figuring out their builds. Alex Pites had another issue with his splitter yesterday. Hans Horpedal was up until 4 in the morning fixing some electrical gremlins on this Chevrolet Corvette, but here he is out on track.
Always tough to chase. Electricals may be the worst thing you can have to deal with on a car. But taking a look, this is going to be a 15-minute race for GLGT. Like the starting grid, Aaron Lichty not present on the grid. That's going to promote Colin King to the top spot. Starting alongside on the outside of the front row, Charles-Andre Bilodeau. Then David Calzada in the only Miata in the field, a Turbo K Series in that car, will start in the 3rd position now alongside Jordan Wisely. Hans Horpedal, excuse me, Alex Pietz will be ahead then of Wisely, and then Hans Horpedal at the back there. 6 cars coming to the green flag, and that is actually due to Aaron Lichty choosing to prioritize GLTC competition after now today's schedule doesn't necessarily accommodate a car doing both, and he's been having a lot more fun in the pack of TC than managing that C8 in the higher power at the front of GT. So just a personal choice there. That leaves us with 3 rows.
Yeah, curious also, I mean, he's already stacked up a bunch of points in the weekend for GRIDLIFE GT, and he's just off the podium right now in the Eibach GLTC weekend standings. So if you're trying to split your time between two series, Tom, and you don't have time to switch between both, I guess you could run in the one that you're not quite in the podium yet and maybe walk away with 2 trophies. He's already won 2 races, so that's going to earn him 50 points on the weekend. Now, Charles-Andre Bilodeau and Colin King are to try to knock Lichty off. But as far as the weekend standings for GLGT, it is Aaron Lichty 53 over Colin King 41. So that's how things stand at the moment here, Tom.
Yeah, and he's the first driver to try to do both, and you can't just ask the schedule to accommodate one driver, but you do have to come down to that decision as a driver, which one do I really want to prioritize. Now, the question becomes, GLTC Race 4 comes up later this afternoon at 2 o'clock, and then it's all the way till 2:30, not instead of 2:15. So he might be able to switch the car around for GT a little bit later. If he can, he might salvage this thing, but he's going to lose a lot of points. It's 25 for a win, and it's a 0 if you don't start.
Yeah, we'll watch this graphic change as soon as we get the green flag here and get some standings loaded up. But Aaron Lichty, 53 points over Colin King, Charles-Andre Bilodeau, 40 points, then David Calzada, 31, and Jordan Wisely, 29. So there's how they stand. We'll check in a couple times throughout the race here as we get rolling for GRIDLIFE GT race number 3 on the weekend. Of course, we also have some live data courtesy of Firelabs, the official data provider for GRIDLIFE GT. All these cars are running a Firelink inside them, and of course, what it'll do is allow us to look at some live data points from the race weekend. Again, we'll be keeping an eye on minimum speeds through the kink. We'll be watching min and max speeds for these cars, which I took a look last night at what they've run so far. All the front runners are within a mile an hour of their top speeds, so pretty interesting. About 144 to 145 is what we're seeing, and 3 cars within that data point stretch.
That's really tight stuff. So things to watch out for in this race. Colin King in the pole position found a ton of time in yesterday's race too. He dropped to over 2 seconds of personal bests and ended up running down Aaron Lichty by about a second a lap in the last bit of the race, with Lichty managing his pace up at the front after building a bit of a gap. But that means overall, basically, King now has a big lap time potential advantage over Charles-Andre Bilodeau after they've been racing pretty closely up until that pace find, and that could just be down to to driver dialing in or maybe even a car setup thing. Also, Hans Horpedal, again, you mentioned some car issues this weekend, but put in times in practice, competitive enough to put himself up into the podium contention with Bilodeau and Calzada there. So he's hanging back. It's not looking promising for maybe his intention to start this race if he still has some issues, but potentially you can see that car do okay. Also noticing Alex Peets has removed the arrow from that car. It's a black Corvette starting fourth, excuse me, and yesterday that car started with a wing. Today it doesn't.
Yeah, I think he was showing me some pictures. He had some little scuffs and things around the rear of the car. He had some issues with the splitter, and I think had it off. That might have contributed to that rear wing not being there. But let's see, Hans Horpedal starting. He's actually going to come down pit lane. He's really been struggling with the electronics on this car. But GRIDLIFE GT race number 3 here. This is going to be a fun fight for the lead between Colin King and Charles-Andre Bilodeau. Let's see who gets it done here at America's National Park of Speed. Up over the crest towards the start-finish line. Waiting, and there's the green flag. We're underway in GRIDLIFE GT. Nice, good start from Colin King on the inside. Charles-Andre Bilodeau will have to fight off David Calzada on the MX-5 to the inside. The M4 pulling even now as they head down towards turn 1.
Yeah, Calzada had a great start, but actually Peets is going to use the power in the C8 to pull alongside. He's not as brave into the corner, and Calzada is going to overlap Bilodeau down to the apex. Wisely shoves his way through as well. Does Peets have an issue? Now it's going to be Wisely up the inside of Calzada. Hyundai versus Miata thinks better of it, slots in, and now we're single file down into turn 3. Does Charles-Andre Bilodeau have anything more to dig deep and keep up with Colin King? Can Colin King realize those lap times he found yesterday down to the 226s and pull away from this thing?
It turns out that Alex in the number 61 Corvette is actually doing that rear wing, that car wingless on purpose. More power, less aero. That's the strategy he's going with into turn 5 for the first time. Colin King leads the way, but he's been struggling with rear grip in this car, leaving this corner much tidier. Even Bilodeau a little sideways there.
Yeah, I think King has really cleaned up how rowdy his driving has been. And again, it could be a driver or setup adjustment, but that car really looked like it was sliding through the apex and exits early in this weekend, and now it's just been very, very much more composed. Calzada keeping a bit of pressure down those first couple of corners on Charles-Andre Bilodeau, but then up under turn 6 and through turn 7, Bilodeau able to pull away quite a bit on that K-Miata. Calzada has to keep an eye on his mirrors for that Hyundai behind. We've seen the Hyundai be quick. It may have a little bit of a front tire issue towards the end of the race with a lot of power going through just that front axle. Things spread out through the carousel, each car looking nicely on line. Wisely a little bit wide on the entry there, then tucks it down into the camber, on throttle past this inside curb.
Into the kink for the first time. I think the other thing to note is that M4, in theory, based on what I've seen this weekend, would be a little more consistent over the course of the race just because it's not lighting up the rear tires as much as the Corvette is, but King off to a very, very strong opening lap here.
Alex Peets finding out what a wingless Corvette C8 feels like through the kink for the very first time. And those cars, they have a bit of a strange feeling if you're not just used to it already. They kind of roll around underneath you around the back end. It almost feels like if you pick up the back of a shopping cart and you just kind of move it around that front axle. Yeah, it's an odd feeling, but you realize the car is still there. But that's his first time through there without a wing. Going to be a very interesting trip. He makes it through. King looks like he's got the pace. Calzada and Bilodeau, they have a very interesting ebb and flow starting here. Calzada looked like he was dropping back, and then through the second half of the course, pulls back up. You would think the Miata would be good through the middle sector, but maybe the BMW's better. Question mark. We'll see how this plays out.
Mentioned that we've been having fun watching the Fire Links upload us some data from the race weekend, and we've been watching plenty of different data points, including max and min speeds. Here's a look at some of them here. Now, James Forbes no longer running with us this weekend for a mechanical issue, but these are the speeds I was talking about. Data from this weekend here, Tom. Courtesy of Fire Laps, 145.3 miles an hour for Calzada. Look at Bilodeau in the M4, 144.5. But look at the min speed there. Look how much more min speed Calzada is carrying.
Yeah, that min speed likely happening down at turn 5, so those 145 down to 45-ish. Scrubbing off 100 miles an hour there, braking at the 5 down through the corner. Can he keep the rear end planted? Has he continued improving this acceleration zone? Attacks the throttle through the apex, but yes, nice and composed. Good progress. It's fun to watch a car get better over the weekend from trackside. It's even more fun if you're a driver and your car's just getting better and better. Where is Calzada? Does he drop off this sector again? Yes, just a little bit of distance lost through some of the corners in that Miata. Now, we did mention also the Miata had some of the strongest top speeds, so just what you see isn't always what you get out of these cars with engine swaps, power to weight ratio racing. Bilodeau through the apex of turn 8, rotates it, gets the power down. He's not completely lost touch of King, but it's a slow build at the beginning, 2 seconds or more at the last time across the start-finish line.
Love the sound of this Corvette as well. Viking performance we've seen represented here in the paddock quite a bit over the years, most notably with Jeremy Swenson for a handful of years running the purple colors of that company. And quite good at building Corvettes for competition in our GridLife Wheel-to-Wheel series. And he's really leaving Charles-Andre Bilodeau behind. And you mentioned King getting a little bit better, the car getting better. These two were evenly matched earlier, even as late as race 2 yesterday, but King looking like he has the upper hand at the moment.
Yeah, King couldn't even find a way by in race 1. That's how much progress it's made over the last couple sessions, and I think it's pretty clear now watching those last few corners. David Calzada in the K-Power Miata is much quicker in the high-speed corners, gained a lot of time through the carousel and the kink, maybe a bit more effective aero on that home-built Miata than the manufacturer-built homologated GT4 BMW. There's the distance now, and we see it ebb and flow when the cars start to point and shoot. The shorter straightaways benefit the BMW, but that high speed of the Miata is certainly there. And now it's a bit of a management game. I know the BMW, it has that big turbo engine. It makes a ton of torque down low, and that makes it a little bit difficult to get off the corners. If you're not managing it well, he could blow the rears off it by the end of this race.
You look at your previous lap there on the timing and scoring, and actually Calzada was a 10th quicker than Charles-Andre Bilodeau that time through. So maybe finding a little bit of pace on the M4, and the battle for second will be on here in a couple of laps if you can keep that up, Tom.
Wisely just appearing over the crest at turn 2 in the Hyundai, lost touch a bit with the field, but still running 4th. And I just now, there he goes, trying to find Pete's on track, just crosses the start-finish line now, so is still circulating all 5 cars on track. Here's the best battle, though. It's Calzada losing a bit of distance in this section of the track with the top speeds, but these short acceleration zones looks like where the BMW is a bit stronger. And then pay attention for the carousel and the kink. That Miata starts to come way back. You see the little bit of under tray aero in the back. One of the features of GLGT over TC is an allowance for bigger aero and more modifications in that realm. So Calzada certainly, this has been kind of a time attack wheel-to-wheel development car for them for quite a long time, and it just fit really nicely in here. A little bit of engine breakup though underneath that shot. Do you think?
Yeah, it sounded like it. Ooh, see, kind of turned in mid-track there for turn 8, but again, it looked like he had lost ground to Bilodeau last time around, but he didn't. He was just a hair quicker. There's Jordan Wisely in that Veloster N. An interesting car to pick for this category, especially because by default you would think that car would kind of end up more in the TC category, but a much bigger aero on that car than what's allowed in TC, and maybe fighting an uphill battle against some of the more powerful cars, but it is a beautiful looking car that's done by that team. And again, Jordan Wisely behind the wheel at the moment. Had an issue in the first race of the weekend, rebounded a little bit in race 2, and just trying to get some points on the board and finish race 3 here.
Coming up on half distance, 7 minutes elapsed in a 15-minute race, or give or take. Fast lap of the race. Yes, Colin King has managed to keep the pace that he found yesterday. A 2:26.4 is his fastest lap, both of this race and of the weekend. Charles-Andre Bilodeau a little over 2 seconds slower on the last lap through on a 2:28.8. And you mentioned the 2:28.7 of Calzada. This time, Calzada is visibly much closer. And if he can just keep that pressure on, minimize mistakes, it's not just going to evaporate, but it will slowly chip away at that gap to Bilodeau. Maybe he can get a silver in this race instead of a bronze.
Yeah, look at David Calzada there, a little bit more cornering force than Bilodeau in the M4 GT4 car, and a little more aero, a little lighter on the MX-5, so should help the cornering speeds. We saw that in the other graphic as well with the min and max speeds, courtesy of Fire Laps, where the min speed on the MX-5 was much higher, and it correlates with a higher lateral G as well. So pretty interesting stat there.
Very likely that G-force maximizing either at turn 7 when the car is really gripped up through the entry that really forces the outside of the car in, maybe through the carousel when the camber kicks in, or even potentially a peak at the kink. Usually you're going to see those high cornering loads when the track kind of gives you a little bit of elevation to work with. And Calzada, you mentioned, it's hard to translate what that actually feels like, but 1.2 to 1.1 G is a pretty significant difference in cornering load. Calzada continues to be close. Maybe this short squirt gives Bilodeau a slight advantage, but I think Calzada has the chance to really close that gap and make it go away by the time he gets to the end of the back straight towards Canada Corner due to that high speed advantage.
Yeah, once again, all that data coming in, that's from the best lap of the drivers weekend here, which I don't think any of these drivers are running at the moment, but again, with the Fire Links on board uploading that data in real time, again, these drivers can look after the session and really find where their peak speeds are, where they can maybe find some speed. Really, it's all about data analysis with the Fire Lap system. And of course, all the drivers in GLGT get a free Fire Link and a year subscription to the service. hoping that we get some adoption across the GRIDLIFE paddock and can do more of that. I think it's really, really neat to see this evolve throughout the year. So keep an eye on those graphics all year long for the rest of the year. We're going to do some really cool things with the data that's available to us. As Calzada, big gain there through the kink on Bilodeau, and they're headed down to Canada Corner now.
We thought it could happen, and it's happening in front of our eyes. Absolutely. David Calzada even peeking to the inside, trying to threaten just a little bit of confidence for Bilodeau. Fills the mirrors just slightly with that red and white candy cane livery on the K-Power Miata. Very, very close stuff, and you could see the difference in line through the carousel. Bilodeau cutting distance. Calzada carving, using the aero that car has. Looks to just have that advantage in the high speed. Now you're going to see the BMW potentially pull away just a little bit on this short squirt, all the torque going through the back of that car. Calzada, though, is going to get a really nice draft underneath the start-finish line for your leader, Colin King, just setting another personal best at a 226.3. Last lap comes across 227. This time 10 minutes down, 5 to go.
A really good battle for second place. Colin King continues to run all by his lonesome out front, looking for his first GRIDLIFE GT victory. We saw on the Fire Laps stats there that Calzada quicker through the kink than Bilodeau, and especially Alex Pite struggling a little bit without that rear wing on there. But down into turn 3, look at that best lap delta for Calzada, half a second better than Bilodeau now. That's a big gain.
Yeah, he was a tenth quicker, now 6/10 quicker over the last 3 laps. So confidence building for the K-Power driver. Bilodeau got to stay focused, hit his marks, not let the little Miata in the mirrors distract him. There's a look at Pites with the wing off that car. Building confidence with it's just such a difference in stability and confidence that the rear wing gets, and it's almost easy to overdo. You can overdo the rear aero without offsetting it with the front. It's a lot going on with aero that a lot of drivers maybe don't even think about. You just think, I'll put a wing on it, it'll be faster.
Well, again, tuning it is the big challenge as well, right? Because you can stick all the aero parts on your car that you want, but there's a lot of black magic happening that you need to understand, or at least have a basic understanding of. We had a chance to talk with AJ Hartman, who's a GRIDLIFE GT competitor, on our GRIDLIFE drivers meeting show last Tuesday, and it was interesting to hear him talk about, you can put a wing on your car and you can go to companies, they'll tell you, oh, it makes X amount of downforce at 150 miles an hour, but like that's not really a usable speed. So all of his aero is calculated at 100 miles an hour, really when the efficacy starts. And you have to consider there's so many factors in how you generate downforce, the aero balance of a car, the wing, the cord, how deep the wing is. There's all these different factors at play, and it's not just as simple as bolt the part on and it's free lap time.
Right. Bilodeau in the M4 GT4 really responded this last lap. The first 2 sectors looked really, really good for that BMW. He rebuilt some of the gap, but Calzada, as expected, comes back onto the rear bumper through the carousel and the kink. That's a great sector to have some speed, although you have to end up with something or somewhere to go with it, and that's really only the braking zone, Canada Corner. He hasn't been close enough yet through turn number 13 over Billy Mitchell Bend and into 14. Looks like Calzada really closing off the entry there, kind of diamonding it almost, going for a late entry, where Bilodeau's running a bit more of a traditional line, sweeping in a bit earlier. Calzada is not going for the draft until pretty late. Their thought of it at the final end of that hill. White
flag is waving, 1 lap to go here from GRIDLIFE GT Race 3 here at Summer Apex. There's the graphic top left of your screen showing Colin King holding the best lap of the race right now. 11.1 seconds back is Bilodeau, and David Calzada's got 4 miles left to figure out how to get by this big M4. The size difference of these cars is pretty striking as well, but Calzada's car has been a little quicker everywhere on the racetrack this race.
Very uncommon to see these 2 cars in direct competition with each other. Most often you'd see them maybe in an endurance racing, completely different classes. Here going dual, heads-up duel in GLGT. There's a look we haven't seen much of this guy. He's been clear of everybody. Colin King in the Viking Performance car down onto the brakes in turn number 5, still keeping things composed. There's a little bit more of the rotation we were seeing from yesterday before he found that pace, as the rear of that car is starting to protest on this final lap.
Yeah, looking like he's got those rear tires hot, but the other drivers aren't close enough to capitalize on any performance loss here, nor were they able to go quicker than him. And spin for Calzada, turn 5.
Trying too hard. We saw him go around there once before. Maybe had a little bit of rear lockup again. He's done that now twice this weekend, so that Miata is definitely a little bit of a handful in the slow speed entries. I think, you may correct me later, I believe this car is still a non-ABS car, so he's doing all the manual braking in that car that you would have had to do in 1999 when it came out, as opposed to the car he was chasing this entire race. Here's a look at it, and yes, again on entry, just loses it. Little bit of rear lockup you saw, and then he rotates it up underneath the curb, over the curb, avoids the high side.
Yeah, again, just carried a little bit too much speed down there, just trying to make up whatever he could. He had to get aggressive on it, Tom, and I don't know that he was going to get there without taking some big swings at it. Just that was a swing and a miss down there at corner number 5. So he'll get back up on the horse, had enough gap back to Wisely to maintain this 3rd spot here. Let's have a look at our weekend points here as well, as King leads the way, Bilodeau 2nd, Calzada 3rd. The weekend points are going to change and shuffle, and now look, Colin King 61 or 66 points over Bilodeau. Lichty still 3rd because he hasn't entered this race. So 5 points separating these 2 cars, Tom, with 1 race to go if they finish just like this.
And by product of the lack of cars to pad out the field, there's no one to finish in between somebody to really upset the apple cart. With sitting this race out, even if he makes race 4, Aaron Lichty will not be able to do any better than, I think, 3rd, unless King or Bilodeau were to just simply not race in race number 4. So it's still possible to end the weekend on a podium, but with that, we've got it down to 2 cars competitive for the weekend championship in GLGT. Colin King sitting 5 points ahead of Bilodeau.
And checkered flag for Colin King, picks up his first GRIDLIFE GT victory. Then it's Charles-Andre Bilodeau in 2nd place. David Calzada was trying for 2nd, but will have to come home in 3rd place. Didn't really lose all that much time, all things considered. Got right back up on the horse. And Jordan Wisely and Alex Pites will come home 4th and 5th in this 3rd race of the weekend, Tom. Impressed how quickly Calzada got that thing turned back around.
Yeah, Bilodeau actually dropped about 6 seconds on that lap, so he took a breather as soon as he saw that Miata spin. Both drivers with a pretty chill final lap at the from turn 5 on.
And Pites, again, working his way around without that rear wing. It seems like he is not super confident in the way that car is driving, judging by the big brake lights, the low min speed in the kink, courtesy of the Fire Lap system. Fire Link showing us he's a little bit slower through there. Just not super confident in the car at the moment.
Just didn't get a lot of laps this weekend entirely. You know, he was mechanical issues in practice, mechanical issues in qualifying, and then it sounds like aero issues or bodywork issues in the race number 1. So. Yeah, race number 2, excuse me. So this is just a disjointed weekend for him, building confidence, and we'll bring it home 5th.
Colin King wins GRIDLIFE GT Race 3. Charles-Andre Bilodeau 2nd, then David Calzada, Jordan Wisely, and Alex Pites finishing out your order for GRIDLIFE GT. That'll lead us with 1 more race left to go, and the weekend title will be decided by 5 points difference between King and Bilodeau, and just 1 more after lunch to decide this weekend's GLGT battle. Well, it'll be Eibach GLTC race number 3 coming up in just a moment's time, right after this.
Good morning here. It is Sunday. I am standing next to Magnuson. Now, Magnuson, we have had a weekend of 3s. You are typically a front runner. We're talking P1, P2. You're sitting in 3rd right now. You've been dealing with some mechanical issues. Please tell the people how your weekend's been so far.
Weekend's good. Track feels great. Meal is super fast. Matan, of course, super fast as always. And I found out in practice that my engine does not like going over 6,000 RPM. So it was the first time this year carrying this much speed, and the problem just started showing itself here at Road America.
And what problem was that?
The crank sensor is losing correlation with the cam sensor at high RPM, so it might just be a crank sensor, which is really hard to get to. It could be the tone wheel on the aftermarket crankshaft, walking a little bit. So nothing I really want to dig into here. Just gonna make the best of it, and short shift.
Now, do you have any your sights set on coming after Rosenberg and securing that P2, or are we just trying to get through the weekend?
So we had a kind of a botched up race too, with a couple of cautions, and it was also raining on half the track and totally dry on the other half of the track. So getting a lap time for the qualifying position for this race was really difficult, especially battling with Emil the whole time.
Yep.
So I think I'm starting this race in 6th.
Yep. Now, I do actually remember, and we're going to send this back to you guys in just a second here. I was in the garage, and you were just revving the piss out of this thing, and I was wondering why, and that was what you were trying to solve for then. It was the revving over 6,000 RPMs issue.
Yeah, we made a couple tune changes, made a couple mechanical adjustments, and nothing seemed to help.
Okay, well, here we are. We're in P3. You're still having a great weekend. You're going to go out there, just get after it, and hopefully you get Rosenberg.
And we got a lot of work to do before Lime Rock.
There we go. All right, guys, back to you.
Thanks, Cerise. And Eibach GLTC has been coming here to Road America for a handful of years, and every time it's a dogfight. It's been the bigger, heavier cars the last couple of years that have been dominant, but that's not how things are going to shake out here, at least for the very start of this race, because up on pole is Emil Tab in a brand new NB Miata build, a K24 MX-5 that on debut at Mid-Ohio won its first race ever, and it's been really competitive up at the front of this field.
Especially when there's a little thing called rain on the track, which we found out after yesterday's broadcast did not show up on the TV very well until it was really coming down. But turn 1 was wet for basically the whole race, various levels, and so was turn 3, including some sprinkles down at turn 10, which is the carousel. So that race was actually pretty weather affected, and we couldn't quite tell on camera. It was going to be fun to rewatch that one and relive it knowing that. But yes, with that, especially with a mid-race full course yellow, that has promoted Emil Tab based on fastest laps from that race. Finished second yesterday, starts on the front row alongside his good buddy, his co-worker, and his teammate Aaron Lichty. These two have never started on the front row side by side. They are so excited to race each other down into turn 1. They are also so excited to see if they can thwart Matan Rosenberg, not because of any particular reason other than he keeps winning. So Rosenberg will start in the 3rd position. Matt Waldbaum did get a lap in the 4th spot, tends to do pretty well in those wet conditions as well. Ayrton Grimm, though, is the big mover and shaker from yesterday's lap times. He chose to manipulate his track position and give himself a fast lap. He'll start 5th. Here's the grid.
Yep, and alongside it will be Eric Magnuson, we just heard from Cerise, just trying to get through the weekend with that engine not happy above 6,000, 7,000 RPM. Austin Hurdle, 7th place. Lewis Chatroop will start in 8th. Then Ryan Power and Joel Morrison start 9th and 10th, Tom.
Yeah, Power actually not present on the grid, so Morrison will be starting alongside Smedegard. We won't confuse you with that. So Azmath Mohammed in the 12th position. Jake Jornstad now starting 13th, having come up from the back of the field. Kyle Hale's been doing a great job. He drops to 14th, though, on the fast laps, ranking there 15th for Peter Zhang. A great start there for him in the 16th position. Dan Giraldo, Salil Shukla, and Carlos Mendez, a pair of BMWs, starting 17th and 18th. Michael Pagano in another BMW hatchback, that one, the 19th position starter alongside the Porsche Cayman of Blakeworth.
Thomas Lathrop starts 21st in the number 84. Matt Beck rolls off 22nd. Then is Dai Win in the 888 BRZ. Joe Tulo in the E30 BMW starts 24th. 25th is Tom Panzarella. Brian Santiago starts in 26th. They've been side by side a couple times on the starts this weekend. Tyson Schweisov in the Clown Shoe Z3. Eric Jensen starts 28th in the 184 FRS. Alan Newsom and John Borley start 29th and 30th.
And then rounding out the final row, I don't believe either of these cars will make the grid. If they do, it's a miracle. Christian Aranha, catastrophic engine failure, qualified 31st based on lap time. Michael Hilo also on track. That's a V8 swap 350Z. On grid for 32nd. Keep an eye out for that red car at the back. If it's not present, unfortunately, Michael's been fighting some mechanical issues this week.
So we talked about the winning formula a lot this weekend in reference to the C8 Corvette that is sitting second right now. But the winning formula is also responsible for that NB Miata that's out in front. Now, two very different ways to build a mousetrap for Eibach GLTC, Tom. And we've seen both V8s be successful here and 4-cylinder, especially K24 cars at times in GLTC. But now we're going to get to see them go head-to-head. They've never started on the same row as each other, which you pointed out a little earlier. But sort of teammates, and they've got Matan Rosenberg, the championship leader, behind. So I'm curious how this is going to shake things out, especially with the weekend championship points. We'll look at that later in this show. There's still opportunity for those guys to come out on top and win the weekend.
For sure. And Lichty going with a little bit of a different approach. He's always been a pioneer and kind of a trailblazer of these classes, including being in the original rule set committee that advised on that. But Lichty, instead of doing a massive detune on this car to go for straight line speed, you see he's running aero on that car, and actually data showing that is one of the slower cars in the straight line. He's not actually going for that rocket ship that the detune cars tend to go for, and that's also because he's chosen to basically take the full maximum percent that he has to. It's not necessarily a super powerful car, unlike Matan Rosenberg, Eric Magnuson, and the rest. So a lot of nuance there to the prep, but that's not necessarily the straight line rocket. Actually, the faster of the cars on the front row is Emil Tab, but Tab is having some transmission issues. He actually started yesterday's race in second, missed his shift to third, ended up fifth, then went back to third. third, and Aaron Lichty basically saved him by pushing him. He's not going to have that teammate behind this time. He's got Rosenberg. Rosenberg's going to want to get up the inside or maybe even the middle coming down into turn one. This is going to be good. 15 minutes of racing coming at you.
Now remember that in Eibach GLTC, the rule for green flag is when the green flag is out, you go. You don't have to stay in your column. You don't have to stay in line. You can make passes. As soon as the green is out, you can go. And that has created some very exciting moments here at Road America with the narrow concrete tube that we have on the front straightaway here. So you're kind of got confines on left and confines on the right. But a championship is what Matan Rosenberg is eyeing, trying to become the only other two-time champ of the series, the other being Jeremy Swenson, who's here drifting this weekend. Good to have him back. But Rosenberg won the championship last year because Luke McGrew didn't show up to pit race and sort of handed things over to Matan. He would like to do it on his own against some of the best in Eibach GLTC. Coming over the crest here, 15 minutes on the board for this 32-car field, waiting for the green flag to fly. It's an MX-5 and a Corvette on the front row. Green flag, and we're underway at GRIDLIFE Summer Apex. Pretty even start, but Aaron Lichty's car noses ahead here. Down towards turn one here, Tom, and Matan Rosenberg following Emil Tab. There's Azimuth Muhammad poking out of the MR2 midfield, but pretty even for the first two rows.
Yeah, very 2x2. It's a killer start for Emil. He got to pick the pace just a little bit better. Probably started in third instead of second. Emil Tab, spins away. Jornstad's around. He's got a flat left rear tire for sure. Everybody avoids him, but at the front, Aaron Lichty really closed the door on Matan Rosenberg. I don't think Rosenberg was able to get a run up into turn number 3. No, and he's got a lot of attack from Matt Waldbaum working the outside of turn 3. That rarely works, but Waldbaum trying to. Now, Matan Rosenberg will, for the first time, be able to let that V8 breathe and drag race down. Will he be able to outbrake the C8? I doubt it.
Yeah, down towards turn 5. Big, heavy braking zone for the first time here. Here we go, and it's Tab out front. Here comes Rosenberg up the inside, late on the brakes. He's going to get by.
Oh, he made a liar out of me. Look at that, completely side by side, nearly cleared him down the straight. That's the difference in a prep style, but Lichty going to hold the outside. Magnussen follows him around the outside. Big front wheel drive slide for the Volkswagen VR6 in the background. The field makes it all the way through, minus Jornstad with that flat tire.
Still door to door between the two Corvettes. They're 25 years apart here with, that's going to be squeeze on the exit there with Lichty on the inside, Rosenberg on the outside, but it's letting Tab drive away here. Here comes Magnussen up the inside of Lichty as well.
Magnussen's going to take it. He's off. The ABS failure from Matan Rosenberg goes for a big ride. He's going to lose a top 10, rejoins at about 11th.
Well, that was a big moment for Rosenberg, and that's going to reduce his confidence for sure in that car. He does have ABS. It did not seem to be working there. So that's a huge challenge for your championship leader as they come through the carousel now. It's going to reshuffle the deck here. So Lichty, I think, is going to keep second place for now. Here comes Waldbaum in the 90 car up to third place.
Yeah, that slide seemed to really catch Magnussen off guard. Something happened there, and he's dropped back down to 5th. Lewis Chatrick with a killer start up to 4th. It's been a poor start for Eric and Grimm. Unfortunately, that car qualifying 5th, but doesn't seem to have the pace to stay there. Dust kicking up at the right side apex, spooking everybody else as they come through. There's no incident, but they don't know that yet until they just clear 3 wide down to Canada corner. Oh, that's Michael Hilo up the middle of Pagano, and I think Zhang.
Yeah, Peter Zhang was just dodging the 32 at Jornstad, who had that issue at turn 1. Hope that he was able to clear. I don't see any indication that we have any sort of yellow over there, so everything looks good. Waldbaum all over the back of Lichty here as they come up over the crest, and the weekend points are going to shuffle quite a bit here with Rosenberg down the order as we come up over the crest here. We're going to watch the positions change. So here's how they were as they started the race here with Rosenberg with 71 points, Tom. But watch as they come across the stripe here. It's going to change. Tab's going to come across the line. Rosenberg down the order a little bit, and there they go. Tab now leading the weekend with just that little shift and shuffle.
And there's a little part of me thinking that first half of the lap, Aaron Lichty was completely happy to hold that field up just a little bit. He didn't really have the chance to do anything otherwise, but this has allowed Emil Tab to really get away, and I think he'll be able to keep that position. Rosenberg really struggling with handling. Look at that car flying off the track at turn 1. He tipped the scales yesterday at 3,813 pounds in that Corvette in order to achieve that straight line speed you're seeing, and I think he might be finding out that it's too hot for that kind of thing today.
Out of the backstretch once again, Emil Tab not only leading the race, but now leading the weekend. He won't know that behind the wheel of the car, but again, with Rosenberg recovering to 7th place, we'll see how far he can claw up the order, managing that issue. Lewis Chatroop defending slightly from Andy Smedegard in the black FRS in trail here, chasing Magnussen, who's 3rd in the championship points coming into the weekend. He needs to start beating Matan Rosenberg, but by more than this.
The rate that Matan has caught up to these guys is pretty wild to me. He is looking ragged, but it's a very, very quick car. He ran them down in less than 2 straightaways time. Smedegard has got a big problem of a big white Corvette in his mirrors. He has some pace pace in that car, but it's not the most powerful. It's kind of one of the more mild as far as power goes. Lichty starting to run down Emil Tab. What a shot. Flat slide through the apex. This is 10 out of 10 camera work. Babe.
That was so cool.
Drone guy.
That was beautiful. Right down to the apex, watching everyone get on the curbing there. Aaron Lichty tracking down his teammate in that NB Miata, and Matt Waldbaum trying to defend from Eric Magnussen there in the gold BMW, and just behind, we're watching Andy Smedegaard. Oh, and Rosenberg's off in a big way at the carousel again. Another big wiggle, and he's off.
The red mist got him. This is, I think the wall is not close to the track there anymore, so he should be able to just keep it through the grass, but he's throwing this one away all in the first lap and a half. Where does he come back through? Will he even come back through before we change shots? Yes, they're in about, I want to say, about 17th position.
That is going to be big news for the weekend points again as he continues to drop down the order. We'll see it again as we come across the line, but Tab, Lichty, Waldbaum, your top three, Tom.
We saw Matan looking to the outside, Rosenberg in that Corvette, looking to the outside of Smedegaard through the entry of the carousel, and as the camera panned, we lost that shot. I wonder if he just kind of got into the marbles around the outside, got to the drift tire more than anything. If you've been watching, Waldbaum now a big ride through the grass. He does not have a good straight line advantage in that car as it is, and now just lost even more. Look at Magnussen's going to motor him before they barely even clear the crest. He's going to lead this race into third.
All right, so watch this again as we come across the line here. Rosenberg had 66 points on the weekend, but again, look at Magnussen gain some ground here on Rosenberg, but as soon as Matan trips this, we're going to see him tumble down. Look, 63 points now, so that's a big swing again, 59, and as you see it all change and shuffle.
Waldbaum, a little bit of target fixation, I think, got too deep into turn number one, nearly got into the back of Eric Magnussen there, and now Louis Chatroop potentially with a look up the inside, doesn't go for it quite there, but Waldbaum, a little bit of a moment. He's got a teammate 2 cars behind it, and Andy Smedegaard, but Chatroop has made himself a big factor this weekend. Rosenberg still going for it. He's getting himself back up into 13th right now, just trying to get behind and past Salil Shukla.
It's so tough because you're rattled. Something's not going right here, Tom, but you know that you have to keep up and get the best finish that you can. Championships are won on your worst days, and this isn't catastrophic for his title hopes, but it's not going to help. He's trying to drop races off his score. The more poor races you have, the less you have the opportunity to drop them later in the year. Alan Newsom, by the way, on pit lane, some kind of mechanical issue, it seems.
Magnussen a little bit wide at turn 6. Waldbaum and Chatroop even wider. We've got a pair of K-swapped cars there, the S2000, the BMW, then an F824 swapped BRZ. All very similar, very going to make speed very similarly. Smedegaard looking on the inside, down comes the outside, but these top 3 are compressing. I think Lichty's got more pace. He certainly does. He's got the fastest lap of the race over Tab.
And under the bridge here, right there, as Smedegaard tries to over-under on Chatroop into the carousel, and he didn't quite get there. There's Magnussen, P3 on the racetrack, P3 in the championship standings, and have a look at this, Tom. Last time by, Aaron Lichty better by 0.8 of a second over Tab.
Again, that Corvette not designed to be wildly heavy, detuned, and fast in a straight line. It's actually one of the better handling cars and lower top speed cars. Lower top speed, in fact, than Emil Tab, pushing 2,800 pounds and 220 plus horsepower in that Miata. It looks like a Miata, but it's a very porky one, and he's really struggling to keep the pace. He's going to absolutely have a big attack for Aaron Lichty. Can he become the newest car to win a race today?
Yeah, here we go, up the hill towards Billy Mitchell Bend, and Andy Smedegaard keeping Louis Chatroop honest. Louis Chatroop has had a fantastic weekend. I have to say, he's driving really, really well in this K-Power BMW M3 and looking really, really good. But the lead battle is closing up. It was 1.1 seconds at the line last time here, Tom. I'm expecting even less than that this time through.
Yeah, I agree. Really cool to see Chatroop. He's a pretty constant force in, a pretty constant presence, excuse me, in this grid, but the car working well, the driver working really well, and he's just holding off Andy Smedegaard for 5th position. Smedegaard looks like he's got the pace, but nowhere to go with it. Pops to the outside, and he's going to hit the arrow wall. They're going to have a drag race into the braking zone just inside that access road. Watch the nosedive. Smedegaard's going to keep it there, turns in early. Chatroop seems uncomfortable, lets him through, and he's going to focus on getting the position back later.
Yeah, nicely done there by Chatroop. Fair, clean racing there. Have a look at the best lap time there. Rosenberg takes the best lap after all that drama, and last lap around Lichty, the 233.0, and Magnussen a 232.7. So Magnussen was quicker. 231.7 though for Rosenberg, and a couple 86s running side by side. Peter Zeng's got a problem. He's pulling off course here, Tom.
Yeah, nice heads-up driving to put himself in hopefully a position where we can stay at least just local yellow, if not green, against Dai Win there. Rosenberg finally got himself into some clear air. You see he's now wedged between Austin Hurdle and I think Dan Giraldo maybe in that Lexus. We're working his way up the field as well. It's a good performance for that car. Smedegaard is through on Chatroop and now can focus on his teammate and buddy Matt Waldbaum.
For the lead, here comes Lichty on the outside at turn 7, side by side. The teammates now down the hill towards turn 8 at Road America. The battle is on. NBMX5 versus C8 Corvette. Into turn 8, Lichty takes the lead away from his teammate, and here comes Magnussen from 3rd place. Through the carousel now, Emil Tab losing the lead, trying to get another victory after scoring a win at Mid-Ohio, the first race that car ever did about a month ago. But he's lost it, and here comes the gold BMW, Eric Magnussen.
How much respect shown there to allow somebody to even try to hold the outside. That's what GLTC is all about. Embrace the race, but now Emil Tab has a big problem. It's a big gold BMW in his mirrors. Tab with a big send. He's trying hard through the carousel and the kink. He's going to have a little bit more top speed, but he admitted to me yesterday this car doesn't feel that good at 2,800 pounds. I think that's showing right now. Rosenberg is clear on hurdle. He's going to focus on Morrison. That'll put him back up in towards the top 7, actually.
Yeah, again, this car looked really fast early in the race, but the more weight you have, the less you can maintain that over the course of the event. So certainly it'll make lap time, but it's not necessarily going to last. And Aaron Lichty right now building the gap pretty quickly on that 2nd place 374 car.
Tab looking pretty good on the dig through Canada Corner, up Bill Mitchell Bend, and into the final corner. What can the Miata do down the front straight with a draft? That's going to change the dynamic of this race very, very much so, as the weekend points continuing to update as the positions swap.
And they're going to see a pretty big shift here. Again, Rosenberg back to 10th spot, and Tab losing the lead. It's a 4-point swing. Now there's only 2 points between Tab and Rosenberg. Aaron Lichty up to 3rd now, onto the podium for the weekend now that he's leading the race. So that's how quickly, look at Rosenberg. He gained a couple of spots up to 6th, and he takes the lead back in the weekend points.
And that's the way that this car is designed to work. It's supposed to just be able to motor past people on the straights to see if he can get his next victim. Lewis Chatroop will be that guy. But as we mentioned, looking back a little bit further in the field through the carousel, but working minute number 11 just now across the start-finish line. Maybe 2 more laps, potentially looking at the white flag this time through. Lichty has the issue of a drafty Miata behind him. Are they going to be side by side down into 5 this lap, maybe?
Yeah, not quite, but Lichty feeling some pressure, a little defensive on the backstretch. Pretty even spacing, but Magnussen really late on the brakes, and Tab will leave the door open for him here. And this is exactly what Lichty would like to see. Look at the size difference. You could put the Miata in the trunk of that BMW.
Yeah, that was a big lunge from Magnussen. That was a very polite entry for Emil Tab, in my opinion, embracing the race almost more than he even needs to. Keeps the nose there, though. They're going to go side by side for 7. No, Magnussen gets himself through as well. Tab dropping not like a stone, but sinking slightly through the top half of this field.
Yeah, this is what Magnussen needs now, is to gain another spot here. He's up to 2nd after that pass on Emil Tab. What Magnussen needs is a race win. A couple race wins today would really help him in the title fight, gain ground on the absent Catil and the struggling Rosenberg. I say struggling. This is not like a catastrophic day for Rosenberg, but it's not where he could be running if he had kept it on course the whole time. So this is big for that gold M3 to have a good result here and in race 4 later today.
Lichty, Magnussen, Tab, Waldbaum, Rosenberg going for the pass of the inside of Lewis Chatroop into the kink. That's a very tough pass to make. Does Lewis embrace it? Yes, lets it happen. Rosenberg back up to 5th. What does Waldbaum have? Is he going to even notice that there's a big Corvette coming up on him quick? Is he going to be able to focus on the back of Emil Tab? Can he do anything if he gets there? Lots of questions to be answered coming up towards what we believe will be the white flag.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with the rebound for Rosenberg. This could have gone a lot worse had he not gotten back up on the horse here. So into Billy Mitchell. Tab hanging on for a podium. Again, he had about a 1.2-second lead, and it's come back in the favor of the cars that were chasing him here in the closing stages, as they have more tire as well. That will help you manage temperature over the course of the event. Look at Waldbaum closing in here. White flag displayed. This will be the final time around Road America for Eibach GLTC race number 3. 1 to go, Tom.
Top 5 absolutely on it right now, utilizing every inch of that track all the way out to the grass, just as you'd want. Lichty does not have the straight line speed here. He knows it. He's protecting the car with the straight line speed. Emil Tab, the Miata, pokes to the inside. He's going to go for the outbraking maneuver deep on the brakes here inside the 4-board. He's going to close the door on Magnussen. No, continues to elect. Magnussen continues around the outside.
This is a great battle between these two. And it looks like Magnussen will settle back into 2nd place. The big note there was with Magnussen pulling 2nd Pips Lichty for the top runner in the weekend title, so or for third place, I should say. So here's Michael Pagano coming in a shot. That's the orange and white BMW. See Dai Win just lost a little bit of a scrap there with Jason Gaitis in the 444. That's the E36 BMW. Front of your shot there. They were side by side a lap ago. A little bit more speed for the 444. Here comes Tab up the outside of 5 over under here, Tom. Let's see.
He's going to try it, but Magnussen has just been so good on the brakes. Tab struggling to get the power down. That Miata is just not that good for these slow speed corners with how much weight it's carrying on that chassis. Magnussen will still have a shot. Waldbaum putting himself into the same picture, and meanwhile in the background, Rosenberg just turned a lap 2 seconds faster than anybody else on the track. And that is, yes, a genuine 2 seconds. No one's holding each other up. He is just that much faster than everybody right now.
Really, really impressive. Down into turn 8. I think the pace is slipping away from Emil Tab. He's really wrestling that car now. And Aaron Lichty able to focus ahead for a little while. I think another lap or two, and this 330 BMW is closing in half a second at the stripe. And Eric was really fast here last year. He's here fast here again. Got his first win of his GLTC career after beginning with us at COTA last year early on in the season. And he's now racked up a couple of them. And closing in on that C8 Corvette. This is not done yet. A couple of corners left, down to Canada corner. Aaron Lichty, his rearview mirror is filling up with number 330 BMW. Canada corner here, Tom, and Magnussen is there.
Magnussen's there, and he doesn't seem to have that big of a straight line advantage over the C8. Emil really doing the best he can with it. Waldbaum going, what the heck just happened? He just got passed for 4th by Matan Rosenberg, slinging the car through turn 13. I don't think Rosenberg's going to quite get to Emil, but that kind of recovery is pretty much unheard of. Waldbaum going for the lunge of the inside just to see if Matan will give it to him. Does not happen. Here we come to the checkered flag.
Up the hill here, Aaron Lichty in the number 66. First win at Eibach GLTC in quite some time. His first weekend of the year. And across the stripe, Aaron Lichty wins in the C8 Corvette over Eric Magnussen by just 0.2 of a second. Then it's Emil Tab. Matan Rosenberg grabs 4th place over Waldbaum by a couple tenths of a second, actually by a second. So Waldbaum slipped up there in turn 14. Then the rest of the field comes across. Chatroop, Morrison, Hurdle comes across the line. Ayrton Grimm top 10. Daniel Geraldo in the number 440 grabs 10th place, and notably the weekend points with Rosenberg clawing his way back, has retaken the lead in the weekend. Tab, Magnussen, and Lichty. Magnussen and Lichty only separated by 1 point for that last trophy on the weekend, Tom, and that's big news because we're going to have a race 4 invert that's going to really shake and shuffle. It's actually going to be a good thing for Rosenberg because he's going to be ahead, in theory, of the other cars that he was racing, Lichty, Magnussen, Tab.
Yeah, and with the straight line advantage he has, I mean, it's almost his to lose, I would say, but he does have to keep it on the track. He really struggled at the beginning of that race. Down through the bottom half of the top 10, Hurdle was able to hold off Ayrton Grimm. Salil Shukla getting himself up into the top 10. Dan Giraldo, a great run in that Lexus, and we had a really cool drag race to the line between Blake Korth and Tom Banzarella, a VR6 Volkswagen against Porsche Cayman. That's GLTC.
Yeah, there's a look at your race results there. We talked about most of the top 10, but Salil Shukla in 10th place as we shift on down to page 2 here and have a look at 11th on back. Daniel Geraldo, we mentioned Carlos Mendez, Aslan Mohammed, Thomas Lathrop, Blake Korth, you talked about. Michael Pagano, nice result there in the 116i BMW. Jason Gaitis and Dai Win had a strong fight there, 19th and 20th. Matt Beck in his first race weekend of the season.
Yeah, tough to see it. A couple cars struggling with mechanical issues still as we go on. One of them was in the front for a bit. Andy Smedegaard, the number 212, still working on some teething issues with that new F824. Peter Zhang, we saw him pull off. Nice heads-up awareness to keep the race green. Michael Hilo took the green, but still some mechanical issues rearing their head, miring him in 27th. That was great. Wow, what a race.
That was fantastic stuff. Saw a couple lead changes there. The weekend points shifting around and shuffling. It's the first time we've ever had a live points update throughout the weekend. Really stoked that that's working as nicely as it is.
I wish I could be there for the high fives between Lichty and especially and Tab specifically. I know they're going to be absolutely in love with that race, but I can't leave the booth because we have one more 15-minute race coming up, Rush SR, just after this, and yet all of these classes will race one more time this weekend.
Let's have a look at the highlights here for Eibach GLTC race number 3. And at the start, it was side-by-side between Lichty and Tab, but it was Emil Tab that cleared Lichty down in turn 1. Matan Rosenberg looked like he was going to be a perennial fighter up at the front. You see Jake Jornstad go for a slip there. Not sure if there was contact that led to that or just looped it on his own. Down in turn 5, Panzarella going for a big wild ride over the curbing. as they climbed up to turn 6 for the first time, then the first of Matan's offs, Tom.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. He might have been dealing with no ABS or just a quick fault in the system, a very strange off for a car that should have anti-lock brakes. That was the first of 2 mistakes, which we'll see later, but this is when Aaron Lichty finally was able to focus up and focus forward. One of the best shots I've ever seen of a motorsports race, especially grassroots right there. Magnussen through on Waldbaum.
Then it was this battle between Louis Chatroop and Andy Smedegaard chasing each other just outside of the top 5. Andy finally gets by at turn 1. Chatroop giving way in that fun, fair fight for position. Then this is the change for the lead. Aaron Lichty on the outside of turn 7 gets it done and starts to pull a gap. Well, Tab started to look out the rearview mirror until Magnussen pulled up alongside him at turn 5 and muscled his way up the hill under the Corvette bridge. And then the white flag waved, and then it was Magnussen again proving that he could hold back the NB Miata. And Lichty trying to establish as big of a lead as he could because Magnussen was charging late in the race. Big commitment through the kink. And as they came up the hill, it was Aaron Lichty that wins Eibach GLTC race number 3.
These are my race treads for when the road ends.
These are my race treads for shredding the slopes.
These are my race treads for setting the hook.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, a more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Falcon tires, race tested, road ready. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
Every lap, every race, every bit of paint traded for every hard-fought place. Every checkered flag and trophy raised. Every ounce of dirt, sweat, and gears. They're all jammed inside every can of NOS Energy. Go ahead, open up a can.
America's National Park of Speed, Road America, plays host to GRIDLIFE Summer Apex for the second time. And after all the festivities last night, it's one more day of racing and time attack and drift from the 4-mile racetrack in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Kyle Heyer joined by Tom O'Gorman for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series race number 3. The 150 horsepower sports racers, 45 cars deep in their field. It has been a thrilling battle all weekend long up at the pointy end of the field with a lot more mix in the front runners than we've seen in most of the races this year, Tom.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting race. Grid set by fastest lap from race number 2. And there are a number of drivers who had some pretty significant dramas in race number 2. It was a lot of fun to watch, and we had one of our first-time winners on the points race, Blair Hosey, taking the win there over Nico Bratz. We'll get to the grid in just a second, but cars to watch and storylines to watch down in the field. We're going to see some of the fastest cars of the series starting outside the top 20, most notably in the 30th position, Ryan Leach in the number 56, and also James French, the number 38. James French also won race number 1. Leach has won every other race in the entire season. Now, this field coming up off of a warm-up session just an hour ago, but this track is hot, it's slippery, and it's definitely been throwing a couple people off in other races this morning. It's going to be a quick run to the green flag and then to the checkered flag, only a 15-minute race. got to earn the points here to get your starting position as high as possible for race number 4.
Absolutely, and there's a little bit of strategy here as we get set for this third race of the weekend, Tom, with just the slipstream, the drafting. If you're Ryan Leach, you know, you're starting really deep in the field, P30. You're leading the championship by a huge margin. Is there definitely a strategy for Ryan Leach to just say, all right, this weekend's not going great. You know, he's going to end up dropping some rounds. So is there a reason to take it easy, or are you just going to charge through and get as much as you can?
You gotta be strategic and measured when you're coming from the back of the field. There's an opportunity, you know, at the very beginning of the race. You're typically dealing with drivers who are less comfortable. They're not expecting a car to be coming through quickly. If you make a move, they typically lay over pretty quickly. But the more you pick up into the positions, halfway up the field, you got some pretty good racers. Maybe they don't have the pace. They're going to fight you for it. Then you finally clear them. Then the race is over, right? So you got to be making moves quickly, but very, very in much protection of your own race. Or else if you end up with another DNF, things can really go off the rails. You just start burning drop races at that point.
Yeah, with the field so big, right, it gets chaotic on the race starts. We've seen 2 and 3 wide in a lot of places around this racetrack, but you said that this track race is a little bigger with cars that are, you know, a little narrower, a little smaller in wheelbase. So you've got room to play with here, especially on the starts. And again, the start rule here in Grid Life, once the green flag waves, you can go. And I would not be surprised to see them try 4 wide on the front stretch with how exciting it's been so far this weekend.
We've seen them as wide as 6 or 6+ if you count kind of half overlaps at certain tracks with wider front straights. But yeah, it's going to take away you know, big size, full size cars, I should say, bigger cars. Some of the bending straightaways, some of the positions that you need to get set up to accomplish braking zones becomes a little bit difficult. But with these cars, there's obviously plenty of width on the track. There's also plenty of draft available. That's something that we don't see in any other Grid Life series too much, at least certainly not consistently. So the most important part coming into this race is just how jumbled the starting grid is going to be after yesterday's fun and exciting but dramatic race number 2.
As cars are rolling out here for the grid, again, we were able to catch up with a couple of drivers earlier in the race weekend with TJ Hunt and some others. We're going to talk to them in just a moment's time, but from earlier in the weekend here. But a long pace lap here, Tom, 4 miles to get your stuff up to temperature. And let's toss down. Cerise caught up with a couple of our Rush Series drivers before race 3 earlier today.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have seen a lot of action with the Rush cars this weekend. TJ Hunt, you are no exception. I'm really glad to hear that you're doing well, but you had some drama out there. Walk me through it.
Yeah, race 1, we got into the wall at the kink, which is everyone's like worst fear. The kink is what everyone says, don't feed the kink. So we were running good in practice, felt really confident, running good times, and went in race 1. Did our race start. Started P14, got to P7, made really good positions, and then going in to the Canada turn, we had a guy coming on the inside, lock up his brakes, and hit my front right.
Yeah, show me the damage over
here.
So
pretty much we got hit front right in the first lap, and it pretty much tore off half of our front splitter. We felt the damage, car was still okay to run, talked to the team on comm, and I'm like, yeah, we're going to keep going, peel the car out. So came down the back straight, you definitely felt the front end was getting some air, you know, and was not too settled. But, you know, we kept pushing. Made our way halfway around the track, and we got to the kink where you need all of your front aero so your front tires can drive and not push and understeer, and started to turn into the kink. And the moment I turned in, I turned right, car went straight. Unfortunately, washed wide, knew exactly what was going to happen, touched my outside left in the dirt, and took me for a spin, bouncing from wall to wall, went 300 feet, spinning backwards, looking at my teammates. It was terrifying, and then found our stopping point on the other wall with the side of the car about 60 miles an hour. So
over here we have some more damage. Now real quick, we'll get a spotlight of this. Honestly, the car looks pretty good considering everything you just explained.
I was saying, I was like, the fiberglass work on this is impeccable because it's all still together, and it doesn't really look like it, but are pretty much front left and rear left, everything was destroyed beneath the body. And we had all the spares. The team worked for the next 4 hours in between, and I went to medical, checked me out, cleared me. I felt okay, just a little shooken up, but the boys got everything back together, and we went back out in the next race and started dead last at P45 and got into P19. So 26 position jump on race 2 to kind of get us back in the race. And today, we're kind of getting our mojo back and just forgetting what happened and trying to push for our top 10 finish today. So we got some work to do, but the car is here, and I'm just so thankful that my Simpson Racing equipment and my steel helmet did its job. Zero headaches, zero pain. The equipment did its job, what it's supposed to do, so that's the most important thing.
I'm so glad to hear that. You guys have been really, really phenomenal out here all weekend. Road America never disappoints. TJ Hunt, so glad that you're doing well. You're going to get back out there. I'm going to give you some of that good energy too.
Thank you.
All right, guys, make sure to tune in.
All right, TJ Hunt recovering from that accident at the kink the other day, back on the racetrack here. Let's have a look at our starting lineup here for the Rush Series, race number 3. Front row, Blair Hosey and Nico Bratz are going to kick things off here side by side. In row number 2, it's Bryce Mersberger and Mark Charganowski in the number 25. In 4th, Jason Ayler and John Robinson will share row number 3. In 7th place, row 4, it's Brandon Schwartz in the number 48 alongside Ellis Spezia in the number 111. In row 5, Tom is Ayrton Grimm and Nick Billingsley.
And going outside the top 10, Matt Wilson will start the 188 car in 11th alongside Nate Hamilton, one of those Sunoco sponsored cars. And in the number 13th position in the 51, Gage Hughes starting alongside Jalen Batley from the back of the grid last race. Samuel Reed and Hassan Ahmad will start side by side in the 8th row in those 2 positions. And then into row number 9, the 17 starter will be Kelsey Billingsley alongside Ethan Hardesty. TJ Hunt up to 19th in the number 28 car alongside the 20th position starter number 39 of Michael Neff.
And 21st place, Jared Anderson. Jake Sanders starts 22nd, then Larry Brady, Jeff Hardesty in 23rd and 24th. And in row 13, it's Adam Spence in the number 60. Kevin Kirkwood starts 26th in the number 117. And Leah Bauer and Tim Burkhardt start 27th and 28th. And row number 15, it's Tom Kirsting and our championship leader, Ryan Leach, at the 56th Tom.
Bill Dorrance starting in the 31st spot in his number 20 machine alongside the 32nd starter of Jeremy Boyson. J.D. Kroll will start 33rd alongside Luke Krepsky in the 34th spot. Team and Alzheimer is a team shared car there in the number 35th spot. In 36th starting position, John Howell alongside in the next row, James French, one of our other contenders to watch. You start the outside of row number 20 in front of Robert Andrews, then Ethan Alexander and Vila Saldana.
Andy Vogel had a wild ride yesterday, starts 41st alongside Andrew Bellum, Travis Pendleton, Darius Garcia 43rd and 44th. And that is our 44-car grid here for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series, race number 3. If you're fans, if you're here trackside, it's time to get up on the fence because it's about to get wild here. 15 minutes up on the board and a championship leader starting in row number 15. It's going to be fun to watch things pan out here as they come up over the crest. Time to go racing at GRIDLIFE Summer Apex, GRIDLIFE Rush Series, race number 3. Green flag, and we're underway at Road America.
It's a great start from the inside row. It's going to be basically clear for Blair Hosey. Nico Bratz has a way bigger challenge as he's trying to get up into the 3rd position. Look, 3-4 wide. That's what we expected. A little bit of jockeying in the back. It runs out of room. They're down into turn 1.
Oh, that's really tight squeeze there. John Robinson just left just enough space there for Charganowski in the 25. And the 48 of Schwartz, I think, was the car on the inside there. But they all make it through turn 1 here, Tom. Now to 3. Hosey, Bratz, Mersberger, Charganowski battling for the top 5 spots.
Ooh, Mersberger is through on Bratz, and now it's I think it's Robinson actually, the orange machine, up into 4th position, challenging on the back of Nico Bratz, who's on the back foot under this green flag first lap condition, coming down to turn 5, clearing 130 miles an hour in these little sports racers. Ooh. Lots of jockeying. Hosey trying to break the draft, now into the braking zone. Look at Robinson, the orange machine is on a charge.
Yeah, big lunge on the brakes here, big slip from behind in the 12 car, I believe that was. Maybe it was the 111 of Spezia. Oh, but spin right in front of the field here. Everybody's going to scatter. Look out, nowhere to go. 2 cars, 3 cars, 4 cars, scattering, bodywork. Everybody dodging and weaving. Honestly, it could have been a lot worse than that, Tom.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse. 2 cars getting locked together. We talked about in that little opening with TJ Hunt how strong the front of these cars could be, but I think that locked together is going to be an issue. We're going to stay under green flag at least until later in this lap. Sector 2 under yellow alone, and now we got races up. I agree, that was Spezia looking for positions on Jason Ayler, I believe.
Andy Vogel, big left front lockup on the run down to turn 8. He's charging up the field. Again, he's battling Ryan Leach in the championship fight. They both had poor weekends. This is a great opportunity to make up points on his rival. Up to the kink for the first time. Blair Hosey trying to keep distance on Bratz, Mersberger, and others. And there's 2 cars I don't think are going to move. And look at all the debris down there at 5 Tom.
Yeah, lots of fiberglass. But Nico Bratz, he doesn't have to stop passing yet. And he's recovered from that weak start. He just got caught sleeping just a little bit on the outside row. Still challenging for position just outside the top 10. We're going to go 3 wide into Canada Corner for the first time. But the top 10 all pretty much equaled out. We're going to see where a couple of our backpack contenders that we have to drive through the field end up as we come towards a now full course yellow as we anticipated.
Yeah, and again, that's because those two cars stopped at turn 5 are right on the racing line. And again, nowhere for them to go, nowhere for them to get off track. So as they come up over the crest here, though, I'm curious to see how things pan out in the weekend standings, because we noted that Blair Hosey was already leading them, but with some big changes here. Here's a look as this is how they started, but as they come across the line, there's gonna be a lot of changes in this. So let's see how things pan out. Mersberger, let's see here. It's going to be a pretty big shift. Well, maybe not as big as we thought. Mersberger up to second place on the weekend there, Tom, as a couple of cars come across the line. And again, Ryan Leach hasn't really been in the conversation because of the issues he had yesterday. So Robinson P5, that's a good, strong start.
Yeah, I don't see Leach having come past us yet in the timing and scoring tower. He may have been caught up or really delayed because of that mess down in turn 5. James French was able to make up a couple of positions, maybe 10 or so. Yes, he's up to 28th. I think as you come across timing and scoring, he'll be completely happy for a quick yellow to put himself back in the position. And again, Leach has not come through yet.
I saw him down and scored 41st. I'll have to wait for the ticker to come back through again to update us, because he was supposed to have started 30th. But I thought I saw him maybe launch forward. And on this last page, he's going to be 40th or worse. 42nd, Tom, didn't complete the first lap. So our championship leader is off track somewhere. You're looking back on YouTube, Tom, to see if you could find it. But that was big trouble for a handful of cars. So under the control of the safety car now here in race number 3 as we come down towards turn 5. And let's have a look here at the turn 5 incident here. We're under full course yellow, a couple of cars stacked up. And here's how it happened, Tom, as we take another look.
Yeah, so nearly 4 wide, the very background. The black and white split car is Ryan Leach going for the move up 4 wide. He's going to come across a car spun here. That's a self-spin, another self-spin that has dodged it. Ryan Leach there makes contact, left front to right front. And I have to suspect something broken on that car. He drives away out of camera shot. And a couple other cars, Jeremy Boysen there in avoidance, also goes around. The main reason for the yellow are those 2 cars locked together in the middle of the shot there, but it was a pretty good clunk on the left front of Ryan Leach's car to that one car stopped. We didn't catch the number on the second car, but yeah, the contender is the contender for the points championship is just having a worse and worse weekend.
Yeah, again, some days it just feels like it's always raining, and sometimes you're the bat, sometimes you're the ball, and looks like a whole bunch of people struck out down there at turn 5. And this will be a bit of a mess. There's a lot of pieces of, looked like wood that were maybe from the underbody rub blocks and things that are kind of splintered over there at the apex of turn 5. And we're gonna get those cars picked up. And easy to pull these cars off there at turn 5 because it's there's an escape road right there. But we did see a couple cars, including Ryan Leach, make it a little further along the racetrack. So hopefully not scattered too far around this 4-mile facility. It looked like, you know, a lot of cars involved, Tom, but relatively minor collisions, which, again, hoping everyone's all right, but didn't look like anything super big, just damaged the suspension enough where those cars didn't roll. So unfortunate end to their days. And maybe some of those cars, again, we've seen so many Rush SRs get damaged and then be in the next race like nothing ever happened. They're very easy to work on. The whole clamshell comes off with a couple of clips. So, you know, there might be a lot of cars that look like they're damaged, but they're relatively easy to get sorted and put back together.
Yeah, piecing this thing together, the initial spin was Ethan Hardesty in the number 115, went around, and in dodging so, the number 39 of Michael Neff ended up losing it as well. That's the car that Ryan Leach had contact with. We saw Jeremy Boysen go around, and I still have yet to collect the number on the other car locked together there.
Is it Saldana in the 30, perhaps? He's the other car at the bottom of the order on the timing and scoring.
Yeah, it must be.
So, again, hoping to get a restart relatively soon with the cars getting picked up. James French, one of the drivers that had issues late yesterday and scored his first win in his GRIDLIFE Rush Series career, and currently scored in 28th spot, so has a lot of upward climb still to do. TJ Hunt up to 13th place. He started a little deeper than that, and he's right around Ayrton Grimm, who's gone back a couple positions from the start in the rush of the Carolinas pink machine. They're 13th and 14th on the road, right behind Nate Hamilton and Matt Wilson in the 188.
just cleared halfway on this 15-minute race, 7 minutes down, 7 minutes to go. These are nearly 4 or 5 minute pace laps, so we're expecting at least one more. The Road America safety team is very, very good at overlapping incident cleanup with restarts if it can happen. So we'll remain optimistic for at least maybe one green flag lap towards the end of this race, which I know drivers like James French and Andy Vogel would be super, super happy about, as they made very little progress through the scrum of that first race start. And you know, this is something that can happen. We've seen it actually in GLTC a number of times where weekends that have a race like that race 2 we saw yesterday, there's a lot of chaos. It puts a lot of faster drivers towards the back. It's out of line for the pace of the cars, and it's not one specific thing, it's just a trend of when you have cars trying to push their way through. You saw all that jockeying, even on the front straight. It just creates a different energy, a more chaotic energy that leads to incidents sometimes. And it reminds me of working at an indoor go-kart track I worked at. We only allowed 10 carts because when we put an 11th out, we had an incident. And it wasn't because all 11 carts were in the same spot. It wasn't all 11 crashed, but the trend was that one extra cart led to a higher potential for those accidents. There's a look at the number 30, as you speculated, that got locked together with, I believe, the number 39. But again, it's just one of those things when you have drivers coming through the field. They've also been cold for a day. Obviously, they had the little warm-up, but just one of those things that can happen.
Yeah, that 30 car really well tore up on all the corners, unfortunately. To your point also, you know, we've also seen this in Eibach GLTC. We've had 58 car grids before in that series, and once you get much beyond 30, you start to lose a lot of green flag racing, not necessarily because of incidents either, just because of mechanical issues. The more cars you add, the more of a chance you have. They had home-built, homebrew cars. You see a lot of mechanical issues in those big 60-car fields. So, you know, at places like Lime Rock Park, in Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course last year, we trialed an AB format that was really successful. But again, it's always a challenge to get 45 cars green to checker without any incidents. But we should get a restart this time, just judging by the cleanups that we had working. We saw cars on the hooks getting dragged away like an angry cat getting scruffed going to the vet. And we'll go back to, it always makes me think of the scene in Cars from that opening crash. Don't take me out, coach, I can still race. Getting dragged off course.
Good reference.
Pixar, man, gotta love it. But Blair Hosey leads the way and leads the weekend points as well. Merceberger in conversation there. Nico Bratz, John Robinson having a really nice round as well in that orange car. P4 in line. Ellis Spezia, his first event with us in P5. He actually comes from a rally background as well. But here's another look at the weekend points as they run. And Hosey has a pretty good advantage. They're still working on a car over there. Some oil dry, Tom. You're shaking your head looking like we might have to do another lap.
Yeah, there's 3 cars still stuck there, I think. There's one obscured behind the workers, one behind the truck on the left, and then one up in the grass. I believe that might be one too many for the number of hooks they have. Maybe 2 too many. So the field going around, and yeah, I was just going to call out some of the big movers who made the most of that start. I'm really impressed with John Robinson. Found his way up to 4th from 6th on the grid. Also, Ellis Spezia, really aggressive in the 111, but made it work up from 8th to 5th. Charnogorski started 4th and dropped to 6th, so that's a little bit of a shuffle for the driver with the big green wing there coming through the center of frame. And then just behind, I think that's Schwartz and Ehler. Ehler with the blue fenders on the side.
Yeah, we're getting a real slow pace lap, giving the team as much time as possible. The fewer pace laps you run, the better chance you get of catching a green at the right time. But you're right, to your point. They're all near the cutoffs, so the cutouts where you can get them. Again, you need enough trucks. So while the track is under yellow, we've got Blair Hosey leading the race, and Cerise caught up with Blair earlier today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am here with Blair. Blair, you are one of the founders of Rush. You have also won race 2. Yep. Now, in that race, you were holding off one of your competitors. It was holding position in 3rd. Talk to me about what happened out there on track.
Yeah, it was gnarly. Like, me and Ryan Leach, who's championship leader, kind of before knew we were going to try to work together, try to get to the front. James French is super fast this weekend. It's his home track. So tried working together, and then it was one of the craziest rush races we've ever had, bumping and banging for like 10 laps straight.
Talk to me about what happened when he blew a tire. What was your experience on that?
Yeah, so came into turn 8 and saw 3 cars go flying in way too hot. I was like, I'm just going to sit back and watch this. And then coming through the kink, started seeing smoke. and I was right behind Ryan, so coming in the kink, I was fully blind at that point.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. Ryan's always at the front, but James, Ryan, and Andy are all at the back, so they'll be, by race 4, they'll be back towards me, so.
Now, Blair, when you first started Rush here at GridLife, you used to take a back seat. You were like, I really want my drivers to have this experience. I want them to get that feeling of winning. Now you're out here. What switched?
Frankly, you know, everybody loves competition, right? And a lot of the teams that ran last year always were saying, you know, they want me to race, right? So partner with the Rapscallion Sunoco team for this year, and it's been awesome. It's been really cool because we're pretty much running a bone stock car, right? We're not doing all the finicky stuff just to find time. We're showing people that this series is all about driver and that you can get in a car straight out the factory and be right at the front. So it's been really cool for me to go have fun with these boys and actually take the checkered flag now. So.
Well, I'm very happy to see you out there applying the pressure. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you tune in for the next Rush race here at GridLife, Road America.
Thanks to Reese and Blair Hosey leading the race right now. Still under safety car here for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series race number 3. And it looks like there's only one more car to go pick up over there at the turn 5 area here. And again, I think we've got still a little time on the board. So I would anticipate, Tom, you know, you had speculated maybe one more green flag lap. I think you're spot on with that. I don't see a white waving, but we've had actually both Rush races so far, we have not gotten a white flag. We just got the checker. So we'll see how things look next time we go down through turn 5. But so far, Blair Hosey looking pretty good there. Actually, Mersberger pulled up alongside Hosey and actually beat him to the start-finish lines. They swapped spots on the ticker there, but again, Hosey still leading the race.
Yeah, Summer Apex here is crammed full. 4 different categories of grip driving plus drift. Sharing the schedule, a couple of other sponsored sessions coming in and out as well. So the calendar, the schedule is a little bit fluid, and that's what leads to maybe no white flag. But we're going to, again, remain optimistic. Now, Blair Hosey, they're making an interesting point I really hadn't thought about. At first, I was like, what's he talking about? He said, we're proving that you can take a car out of the factory and run it. We're not doing all this other little stuff and playing with it. And at first you're like, well, it's a spec series. What are you talking about? But thinking about it a little bit more, the manufacturer proving that you can take a car from basically the showroom line and run it well with a little bit of knowledge of the car instead of, you know, it's inevitable that the bench racing leads to people speculating that you're trying this, you're doing that. Apparently the theme of this broadcast is my kart track experience, but people would think that we had special treatment for special tires or this or that. And if you put an employee that knows the kart, knows the track into that kart that they're complaining about, they do a fast time. It's you. Come on, right. It's you. So that's kind of the point he's driving home is we're running one of the cars that we aren't doing anything special to it. None of the stuff that you think you might have heard that we need to do, you don't have to do that. And we're running at the front alongside some of the other championship contenders. So a very interesting point that he brought out that I'm actually glad he said that.
Yeah, that is a good point. To your point, to his point. So a lot of points being made. As we're behind the safety car still, hoping that we can get back green this time. We get the Road America safety team scruffing 2 of those angry kitties off the racetrack at turn 5. We've got 1 more left to grab, and then we should get at least a lap, hoping for that next time around. 45 car field, we're down a couple from the start, including Ryan Leach. We didn't exactly, well, we saw that he was damaged, but not by how much. Boysen off track as well. The car that really wants to make up some big ground here is James French. And also the 33 of Ethan Alexander would like to make up a bunch of ground because he's another championship contender here this year. So when you look across the season at events where you really can make good points, you have to circle this one as your biggest opportunity. You need to capitalize on Ryan Leach not running well. Same for Andy Vogel. Comes in with 226 points behind Ryan Leach's 300, so a 74-point difference. That's a lot, but you can make up a big chunk of those here this weekend with how things have gone.
Absolutely. You get 1-0 in the table sheet, and it's a really big pain, but 2 zeros is basically you're done, especially with this many cars. There's this many people who are capable of finishing up in the points. 25 for a win, 21 for second, 18 for third, and then 16 on down until you get to 0. Pace cars' lights are out, and they've definitely picked up the pace. They're going to try to get us a race lap here, folks.
Yeah, again, and we're going to come across here down into Canada corner and kick things off with a restart. And watching especially Bratz and Charganorski. Bratz is up in 3rd place. He's sitting on the podium right now. Has a chance for a trophy. Robinson and Charganorski fighting for 4th in the weekend title fight. They've got 1 more race this afternoon after lunch to sort that out. It'll be track battle Podium Sprint after this. But the GRIDLIFE Rush Series heads up the hill through Billy Mitchell Bend. It'll be Mersberger, Bratz, Robinson, Spezia, Chornorski, Schwartz, Ehler, Batley, and Billingsley. Your top 10 here, Tom. Restart goals, just try to get on it and get a good draft.
You need to be in that exact sweet spot with the momentum of the car in front of you. You got to be matching it. Maybe a little bit of left foot braking while dragging the throttle, so you just pull off the left foot and you're going, but you can't be too far back. You want to sniff that draft, and these cars can bump draft as well, just ever so slightly. Look out for that too.
Yeah, the pace car is going to make the right onto pit lane. Blair Hosey has to wait a long time to get to the acceleration zone. Once again, green flag, it means go in grid life. You can't just decide when to go. You have to maintain pace car speed up until you get that flag waving. Way off in the distance there, you see it, white and green together. 4 miles left in GRIDLIFE Rush Series Race 3. 1 to go on the restart.
No one caught sleeping yet. Looks like it's maybe Jason Ehler, the first car under a bunch of attack there in this 8th position or so. Then we're streaming 2, 3, and nearly 4 wide down into turn number 1, heavy on the brakes. Hosey's completely clear. Robinson feeling defensive for 4th. Spiza looks to the outside. He's going to try to go for the over-under. Big sling to the outside. That's just what these cars look like when they're going fast.
Andy Vogel in the middle of the pack there, slicing and dicing. I saw Nate Hamilton on the attack inside 3 wide into turn 1. He sorted it, but it's a top 3 breakaway. Then another 3 cars from 4th through 6th. And then a couple little micro packs already forming here on the run to turn 5. Big draft down the back straightaway here. Speeds over 130 miles an hour, then heavy on the brakes into that 5th corner. Front splitter slamming down onto the ground when they hit the brakes here, but Hosey still weaving, trying to break away from Mersberger. Mersberger's going to look to the inside, mostly for a sight line, not to attack. A little bit of dust flying in the background. I think we're all clear. And a big lunge up the inside from Schwartz, clearing through on Spiza. It's going to let Robinson get through as well. They're jockeying for 5th. Yeah, Andy Vogel running real wide there through turn 5 to carry as much speed as possible. But an over-under from John Robinson in the orange Rush SR, and it's going to get real tight here into turn 7, a little side-by-side. That's tough math to do even in these cars, but they sort it now. And James French right behind Andy Vogel. Remember, they're 2nd and 3rd of the championship fight, separated by about 100 points. So, but again, with how chaotic this weekend has been, we're going to probably see that fight tighten up a lot. I think the top 3 are pretty much in lockstep, but that 4th position was really heavy under attack. It was actually Chornorski that got through on Spiza, and then it was Ehler getting back through on Schwartz. So very much a lot of jockeying there in the bottom half of the top 5, and every single one of those positions is a point that gets you a better position for the grid in the next race. You absolutely need everything you can get coming through the kink for the final time. Breakaway at the front for Blair Hosey. Oh, the bodywork coming off one of the cars there. It just ripped itself off. I think it's TJ Hunt's car, maybe Nate Hamilton's, but that's going to confuse everybody with dirt and debris, and everyone's going to scatter because they can't see what's up the road, but it was just the engine cover that tore off that car, and everybody just trying to get through there without running into anybody else. Coming up through turn 13, and Billy Mitchell-Benn for the final time. And side by side here, it was TJ Hunt's car. He's still running without it as they make their way to the final corner. Still trying to make a pass here without any rear body work. Up the hill over the crest, Blair Hosey. It was a 4th in race 1, a win in race 2. It will be a win in race 3 for the Rush Auto Works driver. Checkered flag for Hosey. Mersberger in 2nd place, then Bratz. And then next across the stripe will be Billingsley in the 9 from 10th to 5th on the restart. Oh, it was Billingsley. Wow, I misidentified that, but Chornorski, sorry, then Billingsley in 5th. Yeah, okay, there we go. Ethan Alexander also coming out of nowhere, it looks like, in the number 33. That was a really big charge for that chrome blue car coming up into 6th position. Ehler, Batley, French. James French all the way up from 38th to 9th. In what we had basically 2 green laps of racing. That was a really impressive charge to put himself back in the points and back in the conversation for the grid for the next race. Vogel also doing a great job. Taking a little peek back at the replay of what happened there, it looks like they didn't maybe have the bodywork latched down, or maybe it got dislodged somewhere along the race for we said Nate Hamilton, right? Or was it TJ Hunt? It was TJ Hunt. The car just basically blew the bodywork off of it from the right side. And again, yeah, as you mentioned, spooked everybody else because they don't know that there's no car attached to that bodywork. Right, and that was actually good heads up, because you can't assume when you see an engine cover and a cloud of dust, you cannot assume that there isn't a car on the other side of that. You don't want to go in there full throttle. So great heads up driving by everybody. It was definitely a spooky moment. You see TJ pulling in now. I'm really impressed he was able to even control that car without the rear wing through the last couple of corners. It can be probably pretty tough, especially turn 14 where you're carrying good speed. Let's have a look here at the highlights, or sorry, the results rather, of GRIDLIFE Rush Series race number 3. Blair Hosey gets it done over Mersberger, Bratz, Chornorski, and Nick Billingsley. A nice solid charge there late in the going.
Ethan Alexander up to 6th. Jason Ayler, Jalen Batley, a number of drivers just coming through the field a couple times this weekend. James French, another one. Andy Focal, another one before we get outside the top 10 from race number 3.
And Matt Wilson, TJ Hunt. TJ grabbing a 12th with that bodywork coming off. Ayrton Grimm, Ellis Spezia, Gage Hughes, Hassan Ahmed, Kevin Kirkwood, Darius Garcia 19th there, Kelsey Billingsley in 20th place. And looking down the order again, Jake Sanders up a couple positions from where we've seen him. Sam Reed, Larry Brady, Bill Dorrance, Tom Kirsting, the top 30. And the rest of the order, it looks like Nate Hamilton dropped down 33rd in the 144. A couple cars with some mechanicals or issues there in the late going, including Ethan Hardesty, Tom. And then, of course, the last page showing us some of the cars involved in collisions today.
Good look at John Howe underneath the graphic there in that completely chrome chameleon-wrapped car. He finished in about 35th position, but one of the coolest looking graphics on any of the vehicles here this weekend. And, man, Rush continues to deliver. As long as we don't get these cautions, man, they are going to be some of these rowdiest races that we've ever seen. But just with so many cars piling down into turn 5, it's not a surprise that even just one person having a simple mistake on their own can lead to a little bit more chaos. The Road America safety team gets even more body parts from a Rush. They're going to be able to build their own
probably
after all this body, or at least the shell of one, let's say, after they collect all this body work.
All right, let's have a look at the highlights here from GRIDLIFE Rush Series Race 3, and it was another drama-filled event with a pretty impressive start with 2 and 3 wide off into the corner. On the green flag, 3 wide into turn 1. Big moment there with John Robinson just leaving enough space for his competitor alongside, and down into 5 on the opening lap here, Tom. Big send from a couple of drivers, but this is where things started to get messy.
Yeah, if you keep an eye out for one car spinning, then the gray car going to go around the outside trying to save it. Our championship leader, James French, actually getting a big shove, barely makes it through, then the big hit for Ryan Leach as well. That really could have been much worse, but so many cars getting bumps and scrapes through there. Spiza was on the big charge down the inside at both turns 5 and 8 before the full course came out.
Yeah, then we picked up a couple of cars under the full course yellow. We heard about Blair Hosey setting the tempo for the rest of the race on the restart, running from Bryce Mersberger here, trying to drive away from the rest of the field. And down into turn 5, big wiggle there and some big sends in the background. John Robinson over-undering a couple of cars here, stomping his foot to the floor, carving up and under. A couple cars tracking wide. Andy Vogel in the pink car moving forward up into the top 10 late in the going. Then TJ Hunt's bodywork ripped itself and disintegrated on the backstretch, sending everybody scattering here, thinking there could have been a car. TJ managed to finish the race without that rear bodywork, and across the line it was Blair Hosey picking up his second race win of the weekend. GRIDLIFE Rush Series Race 3 complete from Road America.
These are my race treads for when the road ends.
These are my race treads for shredding the slopes.
These are my race treads for setting the hood.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Falken tires, race tested, road ready. Learn more about our entire line at falkentire.com.
Every lap, every race, every bit of paint traded for every hard-fought place. Every checkered flag and trophy raised. Every ounce of dirt, sweat, and gears. They're all jammed inside every can of NOS Energy. Go ahead, open up a can.
GRIDLIFE Summer Apex at Road America, America's National Park of Speed in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. The last handful of sessions of the day of the weekend. Kyle Heyer joined by Tom O'Gorman. It is now time for the GRIDLIFE TrackBattle Time Attack Podium Sprint, the final session of the weekend for our Time Attack series, in which we take the top 5 cars from each of our respective classes from all 7 heats prior, and we run them for 3 laps. It's winner take all in this session, Tom.
Yeah, the last few sessions, but the most exciting ones for all of the series still yet to come. We build up here at GRIDLIFE and the things end on a bang. We are green flag for the first of many cycles in this track battle Podium Sprint. Kyle, how does Podium Sprint work?
So Podium Sprint, 3 laps for each of the classes, and it's whoever is the fastest in this session wins. All your previous times are wiped. You get to keep your records, you get to keep all that. If you're 6th on down in the order in your class, you keep your time, but you don't participate in this session. This is only for the top 5 in your class, and you get 3 opportunities to go quick. Tom, if you put 4 tires in the dirt, all of your times are deleted and it's over. You have to be perfect in this session. You have to be better than everyone else at the same exact time.
Winner take all, fastest lap counts, but you have to stay precise. We have 4 or maybe 5 of our first contenders. This is Falken Club SC, developed out of Spec Fit into Sunday Cup and now Falken Club SC. And yes, indeed, we do have all 5 of our challengers on track. The fastest car over 7 qualifying sessions was the 156 EG Civic of Mike Jansen. He will lead the field to that green flag, working their way down towards turn 5 now at this point on the first of 3 flying laps. Jim Smith in the number 130 Honda Fit is now second after all those qualifying sessions, just separated by 0.6 of a second, so that's under a second for the top 2. Jack Coughlin in the Mini Coupe was just a little bit back of that in the number 377. Jason Davidson in the silver and orange Honda Fit in the number 122 was 4th in qualifying, but we have a 5th contender who's finally made it to the track, Sam Dooling, who has taken some very quick laps and I believe won victory this year at previous events, is coming in cold, but is in the top 5 per being entered. That is the final silver Honda Fit that you'll see enter on track. This is the quick car to beat, though.
It is. It's now the record-holding car in front-wheel drive as well. You'll see top of the screen there, Mike Jansen. Again, I don't think we're going to see records fall in this session. This doesn't even matter now. It's just a comparison between you and the other 4 qualifiers in your class. So Jansen has been the fastest car all weekend. He's now the fastest car in Club SC Series history at Road America, but he has to do it now if he wants to win the weekend. Jim Smith, very, very competitive in that Acuity Honda Fit right behind him. You mentioned Coughlin, Davidson, and Dooling. Sam Dooling coming in cold, though, as you said, Tom. I would have liked to have had a couple more laps before attempting this, but he's really fast and should be able to adapt pretty well.
Well, it's only Road America.
No
a
big deal.
Big old track to get yourself warmed up on in 3 laps. Jansen coming through turn number 13. Watch how little track this car needs to use, cutting distance in some aspects, minimizing wheel turns in others throughout this lap at a 25-to-1 power to weight ratio. That means maybe 100 horsepower around that, just over in some cases, in these 26 to 2,800 pound cars. Jansen will be the first car through, and I agree. I don't expect to go faster than we did in competition, in the straightforward competition, what we call the qualifying rounds. But it doesn't matter at this point. You're heads up battling, and they all are pretty spread out as well. So we'll get to follow Jansen around for just a little bit. He struggled coming into turn 1 on the previous session, really trying to throw the car down in there, braking as late as possible, well past that access road, kicks up a little bit of dust. Does he lock the tire this time? No. Rolls it nicely in there, no drama on the steering wheel, and doesn't waste a lot of extra distance on the track, which you have to keep in mind in these cars. Those curbs, not only will they rattle the suspension and all that, but they can prevent forward acceleration if you use them too aggressively. Jansen avoiding him.
Yeah, look at the graphic bottom of the screen across the stripe. Only 0.121 seconds between the front two here, and that's the first lap of 3. This is the second lap now here, Tom. So you've got something to chase if you're Jim Smith. Again, you don't know what the other competitors are doing. That's the other thing. You can't even necessarily see them all that well. They're so far off in the distance. Jason Davidson jumps to 3rd place, upsetting the seating order for the time being, and Sam Dooling comes across, and first lap of 2:59.393. He'll need to find more time, but he'll get up to speed quickly. Jansen locks up into turn 5.
And he's been struggling with that. I have to wonder if he's running just a little bit too aggressive of a brake setup in that car. It's always been just the inside front as he's trying to challenge those entries and trail off the brakes. Very little brake light coming into turn 6. That's just a maybe 5 to 6 mile an hour speed adjustment, then flat out. But this ragged lap from Jansen is looking a little bit tough for the Civic. There now, coming into frame through turn 6 is Jim Smith. Again, only 0.121 separating those two, a tenth across 4 miles for these two, challenging each other. And I would say Jansen is struggling on this second lap. Let's take a look and see how Jim Smith is doing as he comes down through turn 8 into the carousel in the fit.
Yeah, again, we're going to keep our eyes on the 130 car now, trailing Mike Jansen. We saw Jansen with a big moment into 5. It's still possible he could go quick, but again,
yeah, sure.
I don't know that he's going to recover all that well after that big slip up there. So we'll see if Jim Smith can pick up. He's also jumped over into Eibach GLTC at times with a Honda S2000, and he's performed very well there. But hopping back in the Honda Fit for competition here this weekend, really likes holding the throttle to the firewall, I'd have to imagine.
Yeah, full throttle since the exit of turn 8, probably since before the apex of turn 8, actually, not needing to use any bit of the curb through the kink. And I do have to say, Sam Dooling starting the lap at a 2:59, under 3 minutes, first out of the gate, is pretty impressive. Also, just the raw pace so far. Jansen and Smith are within a second of their fastest laps. We didn't think they'd go much faster than this morning, than their previous bests, but they're actually way closer than we expected.
So coming up the hill out of Billy Mitchell Bend here, Jansen again with that big moment into 5. It's possible he could improve. Look for the green on the timing and scoring if he picks up. All the while, Jim Smith trying to carry this Honda Fit up the hill. Fighting a little bit of an uphill battle with just the drag on this car, a little bit taller and maybe less wide, but a lot more higher up in the air. And the Civic has a lower center of gravity. This will be Jansen's final lap next time by. No pickup. Oh, it is a pickup, a 2:54.241. But can Jim Smith pick up more? Here he comes up the hill and across the line. He'll need 0.4 of a second to go P1 in class across the stripe, and he will not improve a 2:54.6 time.
Wow, so what's left on the table for Jansen if he can clean up those little mistakes, and little mistakes compound into big time loss here in Club SC. Jim Smith down into turn number 1, rolling the Fit, big pivot. A little bit of toe out in the back of that car, probably a bunch of air pressure, so just pivots straight into the corner, and then through comes Coughlin to go a little bit quicker, not fast enough to put himself up into the top 2, but he will jump back over Davidson.
And Davidson across the stripe now. There's Coughlin on your screen. Davidson no pickup. The big question mark now is Sam Dooling. And his big curb jump there for Coughlin through turn 1.
Yeah, totally different approach than the other two. You saw barely any curb used from the top 2.
Dooling picks up and only to a 2:59. He's only got one more opportunity to go fast here, Tom. And looks like, is that a fist? Oh, it is a fist out the window. Jim Smith calling it early.
Wow, okay, so that means that we will have no challenge from Jim Smith on Mike Jansen. Watching Davidson now grab dirt on the inside of turn number 3 with the orange and silver Honda Fit, working his way towards turn 4 under the Sargento Bridge. Needs to find a little bit more to give himself some comfort. Sam Dooling is going to build speed, although I'm surprised that Dooling didn't drop more time. Dropped less than a second between his first and second laps, which is typically when you're building speed and learning the track on your very first session, you're going to pick up a bit more time than that. There's a look at Dooling through the haze down into the braking zone of turn number 4. They're going to brake probably just inside the 3 board, clearing at about 105 to 110 miles an hour. Fit dives forward there on the brakes. dances just a little bit, rotating nicely. This is a first generation Honda Fit. You'll notice 2 different generations here. We actually have 3rd gen Fits compete as well, using every bit of the RPM, grabbing 3rd, back up the hill, checking the brake lights. Not lights, checking the brake pads.
Brake lights
work
too.
Yeah. Here comes dueling through 6.
It's like when going into the quick change oil, they check your lights and your blinkers and everything, make sure it's all good. But this is the wild card here. Is Sam Dueling? Jack Coughlin's time deleted. And maybe did he have an off potentially? Again, I don't think that they were going to enforce anything in 1, and he was still touching curb, but it could have been somewhere else. Sam Dueling, big slide. He needs to find time here, Tom, and he's going to use every inch of the rumble strips here. But Sam Dueling, the wild card in this podium sprint, because we don't know, we don't have a seed time for him, but we know he's capable of winning in this category, or at least getting up onto the podium.
Yeah, it was a big slide, and the question is, you're correct. We were told for the wheel-to-wheel races, there's no enforcement of track limits. If it's paved, you can use it. We did not necessarily get clarification, and maybe we need to, for the podium sprint here, on whether they can use that runoff, because again, we're seeing the time deleted for Coughlin, and potentially that would mean that Sam Dueling also just went 4 off into a very similar section of track. We're only seeing what we see on TV. You might have caught it trackside for a different off, but again, Dueling really slinging the car around down into turn 8. He's overall been looking pretty good everywhere else on this lap. Jansen improves once again, picks up another 0.3 to a 253.9, comes under the checkered flag moments ago. Smith giving up on that 3rd lap, choosing not to complete it, waiting for the other 2 cars to come through before we see this car complete its lap. You hear the car just struggling to get up the hill. Very, very little power in these cars. You just gotta wait and watch the predictive timer adjust. Coughlin gets another lap on the board, 257.2.
And coming up over the crest, here comes Dueling. This is the car that I was thinking would be the wild card here. Let's see. Davidson, no pickup here. And the 370 will be the last car in Club SC. Can he jump up onto podium? Only 3 laps recorded this weekend, all 3 in this session. And Dueling picks up to only a 258.2. Tom, it's not enough, P5.
Not quite enough, but it's still fun. You got your 3 laps in and did a nice job. Jansen is going to take the win in podium sprint for Falcon Club SC.
There you go. Club TR will be next in just a few minutes time here. We're going to have cars actually probably on track at the moment, but again, for drivers in Club SC, Mike Jansen, again, comes in as the top seed. I don't think we really expected anyone to take the fight to him, but Jim Smith got close. And then I think, again, Coughlin's time deleted, so that definitely seems like they didn't like how far he went somewhere off course. Still getting clarification on the positioning of where any track limits might be. And let's have a look here at our results for Falcon Club SC. And it's Mike Jansen, Jim Smith, Jason Davidson, Sam Dueling, and Jack Coughlin that are going to finish out this race weekend here at Road America, round 5 and 9 of the 2025 championship. Mike Jansen will extend his lead on the rest of the field with a 253.987 in podium sprint, Tom. So looks like Dueling will head on in, and next up is going to be Falcon Club TR. This one's going to be a dogfight between Mario Moroni, Peter Granberg in particular, and then Stan Feingold, Jeremy Bailey, and Jake Rawson all making performance. I think this is Jake Rawson's first podium sprint appearance as well.
Very nice. So yeah, we'll start in the 5th seed after 7 rounds of qualifying in the BMW there, back a shot, working his way towards the end of pit lane. But the first car out is your top qualifier at a 229.6, new track record for the class, including for the front-wheel drive subclass. Mario Moroni did not complete nearly the number of laps as the rest of these cars on the track, but maybe it won't matter. He has a 3.5 advantage coming out of qualifying over Peter Granberg in the white and blue pink Access K-Power car. That's the number 511. He runs right at a 230.000. Stan Feingold was the big mover this morning. He's within a 1.5 seconds of Granberg, but that's a pretty big gap there in Club TR. He's in a white FRS with red wheels. Jeremy Bailey, blue and mostly pink with some black accents, 1/10 back from Feingold. So those two very much on top of each other. And then about 0.8 of a second back in qualifying rounds was Jake Rawson in that BMW. So we have 3 different chassis on track, 4 different engine choices. Actually 3, I guess there's a K in the Civic as well. And again, this is a spec tire class for Falcon, the RT660 Plus. It's a minimum weight class, but no upper limit on power. Very much out of what we started calling the track rat cars. That's where the Club TR comes from. And it's basically what you would want to do to your car if you want to take it to the track and enjoy it all the time. We're allowing a little bit of aero, some suspension mods, some braking mods, some engine swaps, but in general trying to keep everything in line for things to be in good parity. Taking a look at Peter Granberg sweeping through the kink for the first time, likely flat out in these cars, or if not barely just a lift. Mario Moroni up the road is going to be taking the green flag to kick off 3 laps in the podium sprint in just a couple of minutes, a couple of seconds actually.
Yeah, pretty shortly here, coming up over the crest at Billy Mitchell Bend here. 3 laps in these cars. We've seen these drivers basically do 2 or 3 laps at a time easily, and sometimes they found pace pretty deep in the run. And getting clarification on Jack Hoffland, it was a call for 4 off. So again, it might not considered a track limit, but 4 off. So must have been the grass somewhere. But across the start-finish line, Mario Moroni is going to be the first driver to take the green flag, and up past the start-finish, he'll begin his 4-mile trek of Road America. Peter Granberg second across the stripe here. And we'll see where they stack up in about 2.5 minutes.
On throttle nice and early, pulling the front end through, almost pulling the front end around a little too much actually through turn 1 on this first lap for Mario Moroni. Saw the little wiggle and adjustment on the steering wheel towards the exit of that corner, rotating it down into turn 3, hoping that that downhill into the level and up catches the nose and puts it back on throttle, pulling the nose through the corner, unlike the car just behind Granberg, pushing the rear end around to keep that car rotating and not overstepping it. There's Jeremy Bailey, mostly blue, looking towards turn number 1. We'll dive on the brakes just past the access road, rolls it in a little bit shallow, not quite utilizing every bit, and a little bit of throttle play through the first corner as well as he builds up to confidence. Here's Moroni through turn 5, looking very, very smooth. This is going to be a tricky corner. First time the right side rear gets loaded. Try not to over-rotate it. Back on throttle early. Pulls the car all the way out. A nice, clean, straight exit. You're going to see this car focus on making straight line speed off the corners. Straight line acceleration. A better way to think of it. Look at Granberg rounding the thing out just a little bit more, trying to maintain that radius with the rear-wheel drive car.
Yeah, this has been the tough stuff for Mario Moroni this year, is these really hard braking zones into these left flicks. But he does a nice job there, and again, top seed, working his way through the carousel here. And again, front drive versus rear drive. They've both broken records so far this weekend, but they're going for the trophy now, Tom.
Look at him playing with the steering wheel. Fine adjustments, but not lifting. Keeping the car rolling. No brake lights into the kink. No. Absolutely committed as he rolls it out to the inside curb. I'm guessing he lifted just a little bit as he didn't need all the track on exit there. Maybe not. Granberg comes flying through, definitely flat out. These cars looking pretty confident with a little bit of aero work allowed onto them. Front splitter, rear wing, etc., etc. Moroni, record time at 2:29.6. Fastest time set today was a 2:30.2, I believe, earlier, or 2:30.4, one of the two. So if he can go sub 2:29, sub 2:30 today, that's going to be a really dominant lap for this podium sprint. Again, winner take all over these next 3 laps, completing lap number 1.
Coming up over the crest here, Mario Moroni going to set the benchmark for everyone else. And the next car across will be about 10 seconds behind. Here comes Moroni across the line, lap 1 in podium sprint for Falcon Club TR, 2:32.005. I think it's going to take more than that to win. Here comes Granberg now across the stripe, and it's going to be faster, 2:31.227. That's a pretty good bit quicker, 0.8 faster.
Got rear heat in the tires now for Moroni. He's going to have to dig deep, and again, he didn't run that many laps. Granberg also rolling the car down in a big understeer moment. You heard the tire chattering and barely keeps it on the track and wrestles it back just before that grass. There's a huge jump after that if you don't make it, but Granberg currently at the top spot. Feingold came through a moment ago at a 2:32.1. He set a fast lap of a 2:31.4 earlier today. He's got it in it. Jeremy Bailey comes through at a 2:33.8, sits about a second back, and a half back, excuse me, of Feingold. Here comes Rawson in the BMW, bringing up the 5th and final cross of the line to complete lap number 1. Does he have anything for Bailey? No, not quite. 2:35.5. So it's a dogfight at the top. Granberg, though, starts off strong. Moroni needs to respond.
Okay, clarification on the track limits rules here, by the way. Pavement, fine. If you go 4 off over to grass or gravel, not fine. So that clarifies. Turn 1's fair game.
Great.
If you come 4 tires off in the grass, though, Tom, that's not legal. So that clarifies what we saw in Club SC. But Peter Granberg should be okay. There's the difference right now, 0.778 between Moroni and Granberg. There's Feingold on your screen with the rear wing shaken as he heads up towards turn 6, trying to get up onto or stay on the podium with Jeremy Bailey charging hard behind.
Lots of entry speed there into turn 6. Looks good for Stan. adjusting from an Evo in street class down to this car. I say down because it's a little bit slower, but this car is much more of a race car in some ways than that street class Evo. Down on the brakes at the 2 board, rolling it into turn number 8. So a pretty quick corner actually in a very short braking zone relative to all the turns you just did. See how close he keeps it to the inside. Typically you'll let the car fade just a little bit wide, as he does beautifully, tucks it down into the carousel, drops a little bit of elevation, adds some camber. That car's pretty quiet. I was trying to listen for a little bit to see if it was even, yeah, he's on throttle.
Into the kink now, carrying good speed right out to the edge. Doesn't use all the rumble strip there, but that's a nice controlled kink for Stan Feingold in the K-Series Toyota 86. It's actually the refresh version of the FRS BRZ platform when they switched over to Toyota. Slightly different bumper design and things, but probably doesn't have much of an effect on the aero of the car. Through turn 12, he's heading up the hill through Billy Mitchell. It's going to be lap number 2 complete for Maroney here in a moment. You'll see timing and scoring change if he improves. He does, 2:31.919, but it's not enough to knock Granberg down here, Tom. We'll see if Granberg can put Maroney deeper in the hole, and he will not. 2:31.227 still.
3 more cars to complete their 3rd lap. This looks like a nice clean lap for Feingold. He needs to get into the 2:31s though if he wants to pick up any time, standing on a 2:32.1, so he just needs to drop 2/10. Takes the green flag for the final time, comes through and knocks Maroney down. It's an improvement at 2:31.29. It's just 7/100ths slower than Granberg. This is absolutely a fight coming into the 3rd lap. Feingold rolls it down into turn number 1, looks really, really nice. And I think he might be bailing out.
I think he is. And if he knew how close he was to Granberg, I don't think he would have done that, Tom. Really, really tight between Feingold and Granberg at the top of the order. And Maroney needs to find 7/10 of a second on this final lap if he wants to win this, and or finish second. I mean, he needs to find 7/10 either way.
Top-seeded driver currently sitting 3rd in class. And again, we mentioned not running nearly the number of laps. He did not, I don't think he ran any hot laps this morning in these hotter conditions. I have to wonder if he's struggling either on setup or just front-wheel drive grip and potential. Granberg is still going for it as well. He basically has it locked up at this point unless Maroney goes quicker, but Maroney certainly has the potential. It looks a little bit wide from across the shot there in turn number 8. Might have missed the apex just slightly. But if he's pushing on it.
4 miles, Tom. 63 thousandths of a second between those 2 cars.
Wild stuff.
And Maroney chasing both of them.
A little bit more consistent on the wheel that time, but still struggling to keep it tight through the exit of that carousel into the kink. Flicks it in. Does he use more curb this time? No, looking very confident, very, very controlled and composed through there. He needs to drop about 7/10 to take this win. That is a lot of time to see on your predictive timer. That's almost a I made a mistake level of time. Is he slowing down? Is he bailing out? The flashers are on. That's not a good sign. Granberg is definitely running him down. I think Maroney might be bailing on this one.
That's a shame. It looks like Granberg might pick the pocket here. Granberg had reset the track record a couple of seasons in a row, and Maroney, I don't think, is on it completely. He's got hazards on. Granberg, 63 thousandths better than Feingold, but it's not over yet. They both have to get back to the checkers. Maroney's bailing. Granberg trying to put himself a little bit more ahead of Feingold here at the finish line, trying to put a little more delta, but Feingold was off as well. So the only car that could defeat them is Bailey or Jake Rawson, who's a little far back. So up the hill, will Granberg improve on this final lap? He will not. So 63 thousandths, if he wins it by that much time, that is going to be impressive.
And that's a notice to all the other competitors. First lap might be the one here in Time Attack, at least until we get towards the unlimited class with some more slick style tires. These cars competing on 200 treadwear street tires. Waiting still for Bailey and Rawson. It's not completely over yet. They'd have to drop 2 and 4 seconds respectively. So that's a big ask. There's Rawson sweeping through turn 13. Bailey working his way up the front straight. Unless he pit out off camera, and we're waiting for them. Checkered flag flies.
And Jake Rawson, I think, is going to be the next. Oh, no, it's Bailey to the line here. And it is a pickup at 2:32.553, but it's not enough for a podium here this year. So close. It'll be 16 points for this event. And Jake Rawson, another big pickup, 2:34 flat. But that's going to do it. And 63 thousandths between Peter Granberg and Stan Feingold in the 286s. What about a battle between those two? And Granberg is going to win it. 2 rear-wheel drive cars over the front-wheel drive Civic of Mario Maroney, Tom.
It's a lot of fun to watch. And a shout-out to Bailey and Rawson, both dropping roughly a second there on their 3rd laps. So digging deep and continuing to set personal best. That's what Time Attack's all about. But Granberg, a big congratulations there. He's going to take that win by just basically nothing. I mean, Stan can be proud of that one for sure. He'll probably know where 17 different versions of 7 thousandths was. That's a little bit tough, but those two just so close. You see Bailey pitting out underneath the graphic there at turn 5, and coming up next, that will lead us towards the street class battle.
Yep, and they're going to head out of pit lane just now, as you see Bailey pitting in, just shy of a podium on the season for him. But again, chasing Maroney in the championship fight. Peter Granberg was a little ways back earlier this year, but that will give him a big vault with 25 points in the column for him. So as Bailey heads back to the paddock, it's about to get busy on the racetrack. Fans heading over, getting set up for lunchtime and the Rush Series fan walk, which will be on the false grid during lunch. So if you're just waking up over there after last night's festivities, head on over towards the podium, basically where the Hyundai trailer is. That's where you're going to head for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series fan walk. You mentioned street classes coming up next. It'll be Brad Moore, who is the top seed in this group, Tom, in that yellow Porsche Cayman. But there's a handful of others we need to watch, including Mike Coons and Aaron Rekadal in the Impreza and the Civic, respectively. Will Dries is not going to be present here because he had a pretty big off in the kink the other day. That car done for the weekend, and I don't think Spaz Miller will be out as well. Looked like he blew another motor, unfortunate, but just got to get that car last time. This is not a game of 1 lap time. It's a game of at least 2, and you need to make it last till Sunday now.
So 3 laps of competition for the street class cars here, winner take all, just like we just saw, but it's only going to be 3 of them based on that attrition. We don't just grace people up into this just because other people didn't show up. So it will be 3 cars, and I think it's going to be a pretty tight battle between the 2nd and 3rd place cars. There was nearly a 1.5 seconds separating Brad Moore in the yellow Cayman and this car on camera right here, Mike Coons, in the Impreza. So we have a rear-wheel drive mid-engine car, an all-wheel drive front-engine car, and a front-wheel drive front-engine car competing heads up here in street. And again, it was pretty close between Coons and Rekadal, but Moore has been pretty dominant all weekend on his pace. The other two are going to have to find some serious time if they want to catch him.
Coons in the all-wheel drive car. It's the only subcategory of street class that didn't reset a record here this weekend. Both rear drive and front drive have reset with Moore and Rekadal, respectively. But all-wheel drive, again, its own unique beast. We talked about it during Q7 earlier today. And again, I think it's Moore's fight to lose here, but as we've seen with Maroney, I mean, you can be top seed and not win if you're not on it when you need to be. And the conditions are warmer than they've been all week, pretty much all weekend long. So you're just going to be a little different than we saw in the heats, and you've got the added pressure as well. So you need to perform now.
Brad Moore in the Cayman has been it's been a pretty fast and loose style car. We've been watching it wander through the braking zones. It looks like it really rotates more than a mid-engine car typically would, oversteer through the middle of the carousel. Tendencies like that, I mean, it's mostly down to what we suspect is just a really pushed out wide in front end, adding a lot of wheel and tire to what a car would typically run a stagger, larger rear wheel than a front wheel. He seems to have gotten that car really, really lively now as he starts his first lap. Green flag for street class in Podium Sprint. We're watching Mike Coons continue to warm that car up, a little wiggle even in turn 13 as he warmed the tires. And I have to wonder, does the residual track temp, or does the additional track temp, better said, change the dynamic here? I think it does not play to Aaron Rekadal's advantage in the front-wheel drive car. It might actually help Mike Coons just a little bit, especially if Brad Moore's car continues to get loose. Look at it wander down into turn number 1. No auxiliary or additional aero allowed in street. This is just factory bodywork, but you can add a ton of power to these cars running big wide wheels and 200 treadwear tires still in this category.
You know, it's interesting. We've seen street class be a pretty wide sandbox for what you consider to be a street class car, but honestly, all the cars really in the top 5 of this class, maybe save for Spaz Miller, who's not on track, these are very street-looking cars. Again, we've seen street class cars that have, you know, kind of a lot of interior missing, and they look very much like a race car and liveries and all this stuff, but not really so much for the cars here in this field. Really good representation from front front drive, rear drive, and all-wheel drive in our top 3 seats here, and they'll be the only cars. So each car has its own unique advantages here, Tom. This is fun to watch.
Agreed. It's kind of a pretty unique rule set of what you're allowed to do. Again, the idea of not being allowed to add aero, but being allowed to add a bunch of wheel and tire and power. You know, that's not necessarily the same. That's actually completely different than Club TR, right? What we just talked about. Look at the big old front wheels on the front of that. I think they're actually even a different diameter, maybe running bigger wheels in the front potentially, or maybe that's just the fender arches making it look that way. Big brake check for the carousel, for the kink there on camera for Brad Moore. Building confidence as we take a look for the first time at Aaron Reckedahl, flat out through turn 7, using all front axle to brake, turn, and throttle up through turn 8 into the carousel. There you can hear the scream of the Subaru underneath the shot there as well.
So only 3 cars, again, making it here. The attrition rate dropping the bottom 2 off of the seating here. So Brad Moore trying to repeat his successes from earlier in the weekend. Coons and Reckedahl trying to pick the pocket of the yellow Porsche Cayman.
I think 27s are okay, 26s are great, 25s are amazing for any of these drivers. The qualifying seed for number 1, Brad Moore, was a 25.9. Mike Coons a 27.2. Aaron Reckedahl a 28.5. And even gaps across all 3.
Brad Moore, first driver to come across the timing and scoring 228.3. And we'll see if that's going to be good enough here. Mike Coons using all the road at the exit of 14 and up and onto the front stretch. We'll see what the Subaru can do. Let's see if what makes a Subaru a Subaru, Tom.
Yeah. Coming up underneath the green flag, waving there for the second time. Mike Coons standing on a 27. Can he go into the 28s? No, 29.8. These cars a little bit slower today, and again, they're not as modified. I wonder if the track temp's just slowing them down a little bit more than others. You could tell from Brad Moore's body language when he was on camera for a couple of those corners, didn't seem all that ready to attack just yet. Aaron Reckedahl comes through on his first run, a 230.3. So these cars spread out by about a second each. Reckedahl's got a big flick down into turn number 1 on throttle early. That looks really, really nice for that front-wheel drive car. Back to the current top seed and top runner, Brad Moore. It doesn't even sound like he's fully on it there. Yeah, I think he might be going for a cool down. I don't want to fully say that, but he was way more energy into turn number 6 previous lap. Yeah. It doesn't sound like he's on full throttle either. Maybe a reset, maybe a strategy here, knowing he's got 3, I'm going to take the first and third.
And some drivers, some cars will do that. Again, when we get to the super fast stuff, is Coons doing the same?
I think Coons is doing the same thing. This is really interesting. These drivers managing their temps, managing their session very differently than we've seen out of the previous 2 sessions. And I can't say I've seen them do this in the past specifically, so this isn't necessarily something that street class cars do, but this is something that these drivers have come to the conclusion that they would like to do. We think there's a lot of time left on the table for these cars if you have the ability to cool it back down and go for it a third time. 2 good chances is better than 3 okay chances, you know?
Absolutely. And again, they've got the time to do this. They might as well do it. Cool things down, keep the engine temps, the tire temps reasonable, and give one more good Willie towards the very end here. Reckedahl, again, I'm not sure if he's on the same strategy there. We're all within about a second and a half of each other, so Reckedahl's not very far from Coons.
He's on it. I can hear the Civic underneath there. He's fully committed to the exit of the carousel. Luckily, he's going to clear Coons just after the kink, I think, unless Coons sees him coming and tacks her back up. Looks like he has done so. Reckedahl comes through the kink, probably right about 110 miles an hour for these street class cars under there, coming in at maybe 115 or 20, so it's a small speed adjustment. And there's the gap between the 2, only 0.5 of a second separating Coons and Reckedahl. We thought it would be a good battle for second. Currently it is, but they have us a little bit on the edge of our seats. What's happening here? Why are they doing this? We think they're going to reset for a green flag. Yep. Sure enough, Brad Moore comes across and he's at full tilt. Coons will be doing the same thing in just a second.
Yeah, and again, we're getting confirmation from Spaz in the chat that said Brad is doing on-off due to temps. So exactly right, Tom. And they're all going to do the same exact strategy. They're all going to get trophies. That's the other thing to consider, is that this Podium Sprint is designed so that you can make a mistake and not get one, right? There's a little bit of things on the table, but now with those 2 other competitors not being present here, you're all going to get a trophy. Now you just have to figure out who's going to get the biggest one. So Coons across the stripe. Here comes Reckedahl starting their final flying lap here in Track Battle Podium Sprint, and now Reckedahl can see Coons, and that's a bit of a carrot to chase.
I think Reckedahl might have used the last bit of that lap to cool down as well. Really big rotation for the Civic. Again, front wheel drive, probably pushing a little over 350 horsepower if he's got it tuned up for street here. 320 320 wheel horsepower from the factory, maybe even closer to 400, depending on how far he wants to push that turbo K20C. And again, the Porsche came in well up the road. Here he is sweeping through turn 6. Big rotation. That's the looseness we expected to see in the warmer conditions. How composed is it through turn 7? Looks nice. Grabs the inside curb. Dives on the brakes down into turn number 8 at about the 3 board. Rotates it in. You can see the Apex just through the stage. I think he clipped it okay. And this is where we've seen the car be a little bit nervous. Watch his hands on the wheel as he pans underneath us here. Will the front end of this car cooperate? Will the back end of this car cooperate? Looks like he's under nice control so far. Not really challenging the limit too much. Steady hands. Also not needing to use too much of the exit of the track. I think Brad Moore is going for a pretty measured approach here. Again, pretty decent early brake for the carousel before getting, or for the kink, getting back on throttle. Using a bit of the curb.
Yeah, using more racetrack than last time around, obviously, because he's on the cool down here. So Brad Moore, again, you don't know the other lap times here. Unless you've got radio communication, you have no idea what everyone else is doing out there. So you can only go fast, and you can look at the timer and know, hey, you know, I was targeting this in these conditions, but you don't really know what anyone else is doing. So there's some anxiety there that how hard do I need to push? Can I just take it kind of easy and get a nice clean lap, or do I really need to push and extract maximum pace?
Flat 6 in the Porsche, screaming up through turn 13, rotating it down into turn 14, goes for a bit of a late approach on the turn in, but all the curb on the exit. And this has been a pretty solid lap, but I will agree, it's maybe alarming if you know you had a 26 or 27 in it and you only did a 28. What's he got this time? Needs to go a little bit quicker, I think, to make himself comfortable.
And it is not faster. 228, wow. 353. Can Coons improve? He needed a pretty big improvement to get there. Coming up over the crest in the Subaru, here's Ern Rekkedal in the Civic. Again, resetting the front-wheel drive street class record earlier in the weekend. He'll have that in the record book and an additional point on the weekend. But he leaves turn 14. Coons
is MIA.
Where is Coons?
Yeah, he has not come through. So that, I think, will just default the victory to Brad Moore unless Aaron Rekkedal is able to basically reset a personal best on the entire weekend. He's trying. Civic Type R comes through.
Didn't, and Coons slow, and looks like he has given up on it. And is the horn stuck on?
It kind of sounds like something in the driveline is rubbing and making that whirring noise. Maybe something drive shaft related or engine related, but very much under, not under full power, of course, but sounds like he barely has any power to give it, just trying to limp it back.
Well, that was that was a lot of buildup for a little bit of a peter out there in performance.
That's time attack sometimes. I mean, again, these cars are allowed to modify the engine more than anything else in a way, so they're pushing those limits. And that will focus back to Brad Moore. Congratulations on taking the Podium Sprint win here at Summer Apex in the street class.
Now let's have a look at the results here for street class. Again, Brad Moore getting it done. Mike Coons, Aaron Rekkedal, again, all trying to outbest the other. Pretty tight, all things considered, Tom, but it all happened on lap 1. Big note for everyone else in the field that I'm not sure you're going to get more than one good lap with the conditions, with the temperatures here. Again, we're definitely past the point of building pace. In the next couple of cars, the next class is Street GT and on and up, you really get one good lap before things get hot, before your tires get greasy.
This will be fun. This is kind of the big bores if you're a race fan. These are similarly modified. You're not allowed to do a whole lot of exciting stuff to these cars, which makes them very much rowdy to drive. We're going to have 3 Corvettes, an M4, and a Camaro coming at us, yet to roll from the grid, but there's a lot of horsepower and not a lot of aero, not a lot of grip overall, and that's going to make this track condition even more interesting for having to try to deliver on that first lap. Maybe some tire management and session management going to show up here as well.
Well, we should have all of our competitors from Street GT in this class, and the bottom seat, P5, the 228 of Brad Smith in a Chevrolet Camaro. P4 in the seating, Mark Kilgore, the number 909 BMW M4. Then it's 3 Corvettes, Nicholas Hendricks in the 364, Ryan Matthews in the 211 Corvette, that's a C6, and Luke McGrew also in a C6. So 3 C6 vets, all headed out on the racetrack now. Luke McGrew, top seed, but he and Ryan Matthews have been battling for the championship lead. They've been battling all weekend long here, but Luke looks to be the faster of the two, but he has to do it one more time.
Yeah, he's had a pretty good handle on this class this weekend. Comes in based on qualifying over the 7 sessions, 1.7 seconds quicker than Ryan Matthews in the red C6, and has backed that up, not to the fullest extent, but has matched his personal best within about 6 or 7 tenths multiple times, all of which would have put him faster than Matthews. So I think I agree. McGrew is the car to beat. Just got to deliver. A much closer battle. Only 3/10 separating the other two Corvettes of Matthews and Hendricks. So the black Corvette is McGrew, Matthews in the red, Hendricks in the dark gray.
So we've had 3 head-to-head matchups between McGrew and Matthews this year, and every single time McGrew has come out on top, including a track record reset at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Every time that Luke has won, Matthews has been either second or third. So it looks to be maybe more of the same here today as far as Matthews being up on the podium. But again, you have to perform. Luke is a longtime competitor in not only Time Attack, but in our Eibach GLTC series. Ran up at the front, was probably set to win last year's championship before deciding on a whim to sell his race car and buy a C8 Corvette, which he ran in track mod for a little bit. He's also got this Street GT built C6, so he's got a couple of different choices these days for competition. But very tidy driver, Tom, and you've raced alongside him, always fair, but really, really talented driver. But I've really never seen him put a wheel off track.
Yeah, I don't know if mellow's quite the right word, because he definitely has an energy and an aura to him, almost. Luke McGrew does from Hurricane, West Virginia. Used to drive a Vopper. A Vopper. Fun fact. Yeah, I can't not say it that way now. But he's not necessarily chill in that way, but he's a pretty measured driver. And I don't know that he cares what session it is in his head. You know, it's just, this is a session. I'm going to go drive the car how I drive the session. And unlike other drivers who I think maybe will feel the pressure and feel the anxiety of this being an important time, this is the one winner take all. I just don't get the energy from Luke that matters too much to him. He's very, very much more plugged into, you know, what can I improve on the car? What changed from the previous session? All of the driver nuances. Really enjoys talking about all that stuff and working on that stuff. But doesn't seem to be particularly moved by the competition as he comes to the green flag. He can just come deliver that same lap again, and maybe walk away with this one. Ryan Matthews had a big rotation coming out into the front straightaway just behind. Here's clear the crest now and also take his green flag for the first flying lap. McGrew looking nice and composed down into turn 1, balancing the throttle early before rolling into it, pushing the back end around down into turn number 2. Going to break just about the cut in the wall on driver's left as he comes down into the apex.
Yeah, again, for these Corvettes and really all the Street GT cars, probably speeds north of 150 miles an hour, maybe even a little better than that. And these cars are very well built for this kind of thing. Very point and shoot cars, not a lot of aero. Road America for most of the lap is really flat out, and these cars are right at home here. Look at Luke. Look how to the inside he is breaking across the racetrack into turn 5.
Trying to create a nice straight line, really bellowing the downshifts, and then wraps onto the throttle, second gear, grabbing third, up the hill, towards the Corvette bridge. That's nice and appropriate. Big lean on the outside rear as he rotates it into turn number 6, not using too much of that outside curb. Ooh, that's a really beautiful rotation through turn number 6. I love turn number 7. That was beautiful. And fun fact, top speed I think might actually be the BMW M4, 165 plus miles an hour on the straights. So he will have a little bit of an advantage, but also a weight disadvantage. McGrew is going to get companion through the carousel in a drone pilot. Luckily the car's loud. He won't quite hear the fans, but it looks nice and composed. Little micro corrections on the steering wheel, but overall a very clean first lap in what might be the best lap that these drivers get.
Yeah, very tidy for Luke McGrew here, and just great yaw through the carousel. Saw the rear end just leading the front and just getting the car to rotate. Rotation seems to be no problem with this car. If you don't have enough, just boot the throttle and it'll finish coming around for you. But down into Canada corner now on the brakes, slowing it up. Matthews still chasing with Hendricks and Kilgore in that M4. I'd like to see that M4 maybe next time around in pursuit of a podium.
Now that was a lot of curb on the exit of Canada and a big swing from the rear tires. The car absolutely being pushed to its limit. He's 4 over the white line. It's okay, but that's a lot of runoff at turn 13. Very much committed, and then gets it woed up nicely. I think that looked like a really, really solid turn 14. It's easy to throw everything away there. Luke McGrew coming to complete lap number 1 of 3 in the Podium Sprint. Fastest lap wins. Can he lay down the time that no one can catch? Look for 220s, 221s. What's he got?
It is going to be a 220.089. Wow. That's fast, Tom.
That is barely slower than what he did in qualifying. It's only 400 slower. That was an incredibly well-delivered lap. Matthews comes through next. He's well off of his qualifying time at 224.6. Going to be looking to build on that. What does Hendricks have? Nick Hendricks coming to the line at 220.0 is the best time that he had prior to this in qualifying. He's going to trip the lights.
And he is going to go Third quick, but not by much, 2/10 of a second behind Matthews. Then the question mark becomes Mark Kilgore in that BMW. Here he comes up the hill in the number 909. And you said real fast on the straightaway, it's 165 miles an hour plus.
And that was on his base map. He might have turned it up just a little bit for this session. Looks like he lost quite a bit of ground on that first time.
P2,
wow,
224, 479 for Mark Kilgore. Let's follow him around and see if he can improve on that. Again, he's going to need to find 4 seconds. That seems hard, but a big rotation into turn 1 time.
Yeah, still stock brakes on this car. He said if he pushes multiple laps in a row, they start to feel real unhappy by the end of that second and third lap. He's really wandering down into the brake zone of 1, but it looked very, very well executed. I like the look of that. Down into turn 3, no obvious mistakes from our camera out here. Also, we've mentioned Smith came through in the Camaro. Brad Smith was able to complete a 227.7, a 228.1, so he's only 4/10 off of his best time. But watching Kilgore on this lap, look at again, wandering the back end all over the place. He gets it woed up. It's almost backing itself in. The brakes are glowing red in the sunlight. Look at under power here.
That graphic's not supposed to do that, but Kilgore right behind. That was actually a really funny glitch. Have Kilgore breathing down the neck of Luke McGrew there through turn 6 and into 7.
He's going to be praying that the brakes stay working for him for the rest of this lap. He's really pushing the car now. Mentioned on his map too, he gains about 30 horsepower, but over 100 foot-pounds of torque out of that massive power output front engine, and he's the only car that can really tune with boost, which is a big advantage of this car. The disadvantage is just how big it is. Mentioned the brakes already, but it's also probably about 400 pounds heavier, driver included, compared to the top Corvettes. He's sitting second in the category right now after the strength of that first lap, looking very nicely composed. He's only got a 2/10 advantage over Ryan Matthews, then Hendricks in the fourth position, 2/10 further back than that. Playing with the throttle just a little bit through the carousel, but a boosted car, you can get away with that. It keeps the turbo spooled up. Rolling down towards Canada corner, will he have brakes left? Nose dives.
Yeah, again,
I think he made it.
I think he'll be stoked with a second place. I mean, kind of outperforming the seating. Anytime that you can flip the order around, that's a good day. And green flag waving for the final lap for Nick Hendricks. And he goes to second, 224.072. Pips Kilgore, knocks him down to third. So if Mark can't improve there, he'll end up with a slightly smaller trophy than he probably could have earned if he could just find another few tenths of a second.
Mark is driving really well in this big BMW. See if he can take 4/10 out of his previous best. Will start a third flyer, green flag on lap number 3. Does he improve? No, not able to do it. Maintains the third position. Ryan Matthews not completing the lap at all. He will maintain 4th position coming into this in the second seat. That's a big upset.
It is. Kilgore looks like he's still on it, though, and he's got one more lap to do it. Brad Smith, no pickup that time, 228.156. Here's Hendricks again on the brakes into turn 5 in the gray Z06. And there's the gap between second and third, 4/10 of a second.
Sorry, brakes on that car glowing as well. These guys pushing some factory equipment to its absolute limit in Street GT. Look at it trying to come around on the entry. Got to be really, really balanced on the steering wheel there. Gets it woed up beautifully under the Corvette bridge. Does he grab as much curb as Luke? Yes, just kisses it. Those Corvettes look so good through turn number 7. Down towards turn 8, probably getting on the brakes pretty early, and we're going to get a Corvette popping up underneath the drone here in just a second. Underneath the bridge, how dare you?
Here we go, artsy.
Oh, man.
How about 2 loops while we're waiting for Hendricks? There he is, look at that. Time to perfection. He's going to chase the Corvette through. They're just showing off now, Tom, through 9 and 10 in the carousel.
Ooh, listen to that tire chirp in the middle of the corner, though. That was a little bit clunky, maybe at the Apex, if that was the correct audio file playing underneath in my headset. I think he might have had a bit of a flat slide through the kink, which is going to make it tough. And again, he doesn't actually need to improve unless he has the ability to go 4 seconds faster. McGrew did it, 1 and done, pulled off. Matthews did 1 and done as well. Something not happy with that car. Maybe he's just doing that to make sure he makes the next podium sprint in his street mod car. We'll get to that.
I would think so, because street mod's the next class on track.
Yeah, so Hendricks pretty much guaranteed at least a top 3 at this point. Mark Kilgore, we haven't seen him on this lap yet other than turn 1, which he did take at speed. Kilgore still in within a shot. It's unlikely, though, that BMW is going to have enough brake and tire left to finish a third full tilt lap.
Up over the crest here, checkered flag waving, and it'll be McGrew off track, Hendricks chasing the 717. I don't think he's going to beat him. He's just playing defense right now for Mark Kilgore in the BMW. Across the stripe for Hendricks, does not pick up, stays at the 224.072. Is the 909 BMW still pushing in the M4 later in this lap? If he pulled off, here he comes up the front straightaway. He's still on course. And let's see if Mark Kilgore can just find 0.4 of a second and knock Hendricks off the top step, or off the bottom, the second step here. Across the stripe for Kilgore, and it is not an improvement. He will stay P3 at the checkered flag, and the only car left to come through is Brad Smith, assuming he's on his finishing lap there in the Chevrolet Camaro, Tom.
I think Mark will be pretty thrilled with that podium finish here after coming in the 4th seed. Really dug deep for that in these challenging conditions, but McGrew was just so impressive. I think that was obviously we don't have in-car video or any sort of telemetry to know, but I think that was just a spectacular lap from the black Corvette to take the win here in Street GT. There's a look at Brad Smith coming through, completes 3 laps in Podium Sprint to bring home 5th place in the, let's say, slightly disadvantaged big booty Camaro. Not nearly the high-end performance, not high-end, highest performance as the Corvette, but he gets the job done yet. Anyway.
Let's have a look at the results here for Street GT. Look at this. Now they're really going for a ride. Brad Moore, sorry, that's Street class. So let's have a look at Street GT. It's going to be Luke McGrew up on top of the standings. There he is, 220.089 with the peace sign. And he really pieced out, didn't he? 4 seconds ahead of Nick Hendricks. Then Mark Kilgore in 3rd. He'll end up on the podium. Ryan Matthews misses out. That's big for the championship fight. Brad Smith finishes 5th in the number 228. Why is that big for the championship fight? Because Ryan Matthews was leading Luke McGrew by 10 points. But with Luke winning and Matthews finishing 4th, Tom, that's 9 points. That means that they're going to leave here, Ryan Matthews leading by only 1 point.
Oof, and midway through the season, that is not a comfortable lead at all. That feels like a tie, and especially if the gap is shrinking, it can be very difficult. Again, the GridLife schedule is still yet to go to Lime Rock Park for Circuit Legends. Coming up in a couple of weeks, we go to Autobahn Country Club in Chicagoland. After that, Laguna Seca out on the West Coast is our penultimate round and our last festival with music and the all. And then rounding out the season at Pittsburgh International Race Complex, coming back to the Midwest for the championship rounds of at least all of the grip classes here. Moving on to street mod competition.
Oh boy, this is going to be a fun one. And the seeds for this class here, top seed, Boogeyman, Dewey DeWitt in the number 70, 1995 Subaru Impreza L. Up north of 650 horsepower. Then it's Luca Barberis in the number 444 Supra. Cal Fortner in the Mercedes-AMG GTS. Ryan Matthews again in C5 Corvette this time. And Jamie Santos with a pretty wild lap the other day managed to just get 5th place in the number 82. Now, Cal Fortner, by the way, this AMG GTS has seen some changes. They can make north of 700 horsepower now, Tom, but they were fighting the differential at Gingerman Raceway last month, so we'll see if they can keep the power down and through the drivetrain, and see if he can maybe either maintain a podium or jump up to the top.
Yeah, I noticed that car getting some pretty wild one-wheel peels. Wouldn't be surprised if there was 30 or 40 miles an hour difference in the inside and outside tire. And again, that outside tire loaded up, the inside tire not. If you're putting too much power for the diff to handle, it's going to be unhappy, and it's just going to give you a burnout on that inside tire. So this car comes in 3rd seed. He had held the rear-wheel drive record, resetting it at this event until Luca Barberis came through with a really quick 2:16.7, put a couple of tenths of a second on Cal Fortner in the red Supra, but everybody was chasing. Dewey DeWitt resetting the record here. He got a full second up on everybody in qualifying, but these are the types of cars where you can lose big time and gain big time. The ceiling is really, really high. We're still on 200 treadwear street tires here, similar to what you would buy for your performance car if you go to an autocross or a track. Dewey has a whole lot more car than you probably do, though, coming to the green flag.
And Dewey DeWitt in Boogeyman, 2023 Street Mod Championship winner, and of course last year did not have a season that he was really stoked about, so really trying to go back to the top step. Nice, good flat slide there through turn 1, Tom, looking quick.
We talked about how all-wheel drive cars work, and that's exactly what they need to do. Flat sliding, but always productive on the grip. This is not a maximizing minimum speed corner car. This is not a momentum car in any way. You can drive it like a momentum car, but the key is getting the power down and maximizing time spent accelerating forward. There's the car coming through turn 3, Barberis in the Supra. He did not turn very many laps this weekend at all. We're going to keep our eyes on Boogeyman getting woe down for turn number 5. On throttle early, does he rotate it? Yes, just barely though, very nicely composed. You can hear that sequential transmission banging gears inside of its factory housing. So yes, it's sort of a factory transmission, but not really. Boogeyman coming through turn number 5. Dewey DeWitt up on the wheel, very wiggly at high-speed entry. This car looks a little bit nervous with a lot of front-end aero on it on the high speeds. Dewey's going to have to adjust his driving to that because it's probably quick, just a little bit rowdy. Gets the power down again into turn number 8 through the carousel. Curious to see how he manages understeer here. Again, a little bit of wiggling through the entry. Here in lift there, the turbo spools off and then back on.
Dewey, one of the Fire Laps users in the paddock, saw 170 plus miles an hour for this car. That is fast for a car from 1995.
That was a fantastic exit through the carousel. High commitment, checks it up. He's had not the most impressive min speeds through the kink, but it doesn't really matter because he can again put that power down and re-accelerate so quickly, grabbing one more gear before on the brakes for the Canada corner the first time, completing lap number 1 in 2 corners time. Big rotation out of Canada corner up towards turn 13. He's going to have to make a speed adjustment there, little lift, and back on throttle just after the curve. You hear the blow-off valve on that car too. Gets it woed up very nicely early as well for turn number 14. Qualified with a 2:15. I think if he can run a 2:16, that's going to put him on the podium. What's he got on lap number 1?
Here comes Dewey DeWitt and Boogeyman in the Subaru across the line here in Track Battle Podium Sprint at Summer Apex, 2:16, 2:94. Solid lap here, Tom.
That would still be the fastest time in Street Mod if his other time didn't exist. Probably going to cool it down for a lap, I would guess. Yeah, maybe. All right, well, here comes Luca Barbera's second car through. Can he run a 2:16? No, it's going to be a 2:18 flat, a little bit slower than what he showed earlier. This car might have a little bit better longevity. It's a much newer car for sure. So Barbera's going to throw it. Barbera's going to throw it down, and here's Jamie Santos dragging the splitter. This is the 5th place car that we mentioned. He has that thing slammed this morning as maybe even a mechanical failure, dragging that splitter through the carousel into the kink and down to the brake zone for Canada corner.
Yeah, I don't know that that is supposed to be happening. It seems like something is dragging. Maybe he lowered tire pressures enough where that's just dragging the rub blocks there, Tom, but that looked like too much. Yeah, it's broken. Something the splitters, it's definitely vibrating there. The braces are broken. Oh,
looks like he doesn't quite have the steering wheel or the front downforce at least that he expected. And I'll tell you, that doesn't look that crazy on camera. It's obviously making a lot of sparks, but in the car, that feels like everything is about to explode. Well, it's the most insane feeling in the steering wheel. Everything is vibrating. Meanwhile, we had a lap through for Ryan Matthews, goes to the 3rd position, a 219.2 ahead of Cal Fortner. Not able to go quicker on that first lap, 220.3. Santos a 221. So right now, Matthews keeping Fortner honest. They came in qualified in the opposite order. Fortner a little bit quicker by about a second. And everybody on a cooldown lap. Matthews is going to call it. What's Fortner going to do? In the AMG, does he turn left? Yes, Fortner's going to go for it one more time. It's a cooldown lap number 2. I think we're going to see this often for the rest of the day throughout the last couple of sessions in Podium Sprint.
Santos finished his lap, 221.527.
Yeah.
That's not far off from where he ran yesterday. I'm impressed that he was able to even salvage that, but I don't know that he's going to get much better than that with that car. Again, how much mechanical torture can that front end take with that thing banging off the ground so much?
Kind of been hanging on by a thread all weekend, to be honest. The car looked rowdy, then he bounced it off the wall just slightly, and now the front splitter's falling off. I think he'll be happy with a 5th place and a decent lap there. Cal Fortner's the car to watch, though. Was the 3rd fastest coming in, currently the 4th fastest off the podium, as Dewey also was definitely on a cool down. The green flag waves. I think Dewey's going to go for it one more time.
Yeah, and here comes, he's off to driver's right on the front straightaway here, Tom, but going into turn 1, Dewey does look like he's on it. We'll see if it'll turn out to be a quick lap. And Dewey with Boogeyman on the top step right now. Ryan Matthews might eke out a podium over Cal Fortner. Fortner came in as the 3rd seed, but he needs to perform one more time. Dewey through turn 3. Barberis comes across the line after his cool down. He's throttling up for one more go, and I think we'll see the same out of Fortner. And probably Matthews pit in, so Matthews will not be going for any more. He's going to hope that he sticks on the podium there, but there's the difference for the trophy. Ryan Matthews with a 219.259, Fortner at a 220.379. He needs 1.1 seconds out of the AMG GTS. Dewey tires protesting there through turn 5.
Yeah, the car does not seem as happy as it looked before, just in those first 3 seconds that it was on camera. He's going to push it anyway. But the 216 is a really, really nice, the low 216 is a really nice start to the session. He doesn't really need anything more, we believe, but he might want to push this lap just because. Why not? You get the extra lap. A little bit more composed on this one as well. I still think the car's a little bit unhappy relative to that first lap. Temps are high, tire temps are high, engine temps are high. Bring himself through the carousel. Go ahead.
Yeah, the 70, and there's the 14. This is the car I was watching really fast on the front straight. Jamie Santos is still on track, dragging that splitter around also. So Cal Fortner again trying to get back up onto the podium. That's the battle we're watching. There's that front splitter on Santos's car, and he's pushing out wide. It is an angry car this weekend. That has just not been very mechanically happy. Here's that 14. A lot of potential in this car. They had a lot of learnings from the GT4 spec AMG, Tom. Trying to get some of the front bits on the GT4 car to stick to it, but slightly different clips and things.
Sure, yeah, I imagine all the bodywork just a little bit different, but you heard the tires protesting through the apex at turn 5, climbs the curb at turn number 8, needs to find 1.1 seconds. In these conditions, again, unless there was a major mistake on the previous lap, just finding that much time is so difficult. You don't just get to find 1.1 seconds on your 8th session of the weekend more often than not. It's not impossible, but it is going to be a tall order for Cal Fortner. Woven up on the entry for the carousel to keep the car under control, and those tires are just not happy. Howling through the middle of the carousel. Roar, roar, roar. That's my impression anyway. Coming into the kink, checks it up on the brakes, drags the splitter. That's a little bit of sparks.
Yeah, Dewey, no improvement, crossed the line there off throttle. So this is the only driver still left really going for it right now is Cal Fortner in the 14 car. Down into Canada corner here, Tom. He just needed, again, 1.1 seconds, you said?
Yeah.
So is he still on it? It's hard to tell. But again, he gave it a lot for the first half of the lap. And it looks like he's also bailed out.
Yeah, certainly at this point, okay. Just confirming before he turned in for that corner, and yeah, has grabbed a couple upshifts and will roll that car back in. I think that car just didn't have enough tire on it for this session. Either took enough out of him for the first, or the temps are too high for what I imagine is a relatively heavy car, certainly compared to this car, which will take the win. Street Mod Podium Sprint winner from Road America, giving the crowd a thumbs up. Nice job, Eric Dewey DeWitt in the Boogeyman. The Subaru takes a track record this weekend and takes the win, gold medal for our French horn friend.
Let's have a look at the results here for Street Modified. Eric Dewey DeWitt in the number 70, as you said, getting it done. This is going to be great for his championship fight as well. As you look at the rest of the order here, Luca Barberis, Ryan Matthews, Cal Fortner, and Jamie Santos. DeWitt, Matthews, and Santos were the top 3 in the points coming in, so Dewey's going to extend his 10-point advantage over Ryan Matthews by about 7 more points. So it'll be a pretty good chunk. He's going to be well over 100 points now, as we're now moving into the track mod category, the penultimate ordering here of our series here. So it's going to be, let's see, Alan Patton headed on track here in a moment's time, Justin Peachy, and some others. Did Cal Fortner roll through the pit lane?
He did, yeah.
Out the other end. All right. So Alan Patton is going to be the top seed here, and then it'll be Jackie Ding in the blue M2. Justin Peachy is the red Corvette in trail here. He had a big moment at Carolina Motorsports Park earlier in the year, stalled out the aero on the rear wing and went for a big slide through the kink at CMP. And he's been in the conversation all weekend long here in the track mod category, but not quite at the pointy end. P3 is the seed for that car. Then Igor Keselov in the number 369 Tesla you see on screen, and Chris Smith in trail in the 1 Series BMW from Seems Legit Garage. Has that splitter always been orange, or is that new? Look new. At least the front of the splitter was orange.
I think the third, 4th, and 5th place seeded cars are going to be very interesting in this. We've got that Hawk Performance Corvette with Justin Peachy at the wheel. It's a C6 car that's he's been building up for a very long time now. Takes on a whole bunch of different events with it. Igor Keselov in the Model S. It's a totally unique car that we've basically only have one of this weekend. Sometimes we have a lot of Teslas, not this weekend, but they were only separated by 1.5 seconds in the qualifying rounds. Chris Smith was another 0.2 back. So those top 3 are spread by quite a bit, but the 3rd, 4th, and 5th place cars come in pretty closely qualified. This car has been in a zip code of its own. Alan Patton running a 208.7 in qualifying. He's been fighting some handling issues throughout the weekend that have developed into what looks like a pretty nice driving car. Looked pretty nervous at the beginning of the week, and now it's been very composed and under control the last couple laps we've seen out of it. But I'm really intrigued to see if any 2 of these 3 cars on camera now can take that 3rd podium spot. I think all of them have the potential.
Yeah, pretty slow out lap for Kesselov and Chris Smith. Again, you need to gap yourself up here, Tom, and get some good running.
Yeah, well, the reason for that, the electric vehicles, you know, they're basically limited by heat even more so than a turbo car or a built motor car. They really have to keep the battery temperatures down because the battery will start to pull power over the lap as it realizes it doesn't have enough to do what you're asking it to do. So you have to be really, really strategic with how you drive the car, and even when you charge the car before you go out on a racetrack, so that it makes full power for as much of the lap as possible. Other drivers actually approach these sessions by just setting a top speed and only accelerating 2 there to try to manage temps. At the front, though, green flag flies for Alan Patton.
Yeah, track mod on course now. Alan Patton rushing towards turn 1 of the Louis Gigliotti C7. Grabs a little dirt on entry here, Tom, but looking really racy through that opening corner, and he's going to go for it. Patton does not leave anything on the table.
Man, that looked good. I thought for a second he might be in a little bit hot. It was perfect. I love the way that turn 1 looked. Jackie Ding looked really good too. A little bit of a wiggle as he came into our camera shot, but he is starting the lap off as close as he can to Alan Patton without crowding him to try to stay inspired. 3rd car starts its lap. That's Justin Peachy. Did a new exhaust setup on this car that sounds so unique to any other V8 or Corvette here. Beautiful high revving sound there through turn number 1, and then again the Tesla really holding back on the warm-up lap. Back to Patton at the front of the grid, slinging it through turn number 6. He's had some high-speed rotation issues. Is it planted this time? Yes. I think they dialed quite a bit of understeer into that car all the way out to the track limits at turn 7, kicking up the dirt, down on the brakes at the 3 for turn 8.
Looking really good, and again, he'd been struggling with the car on the test day earlier this week. They kind of broke the rest of the splitter that was already sort of fractured, so on Thursday night they were cutting a new wood splitter for this car, and it's been fast all weekend long. New track mod, record holder in rear-wheel drive, little wiggle there, leaving the carousel, grabbed some dirt there, Tom, but never lifted.
That was a lot of drama through the middle, and he was nice to correct it lightly, but you heard him playing with the throttle, trying to minimize how much of that little rotation affected the car. Drop the tires just that little bit, but he's composed through the carousel through the kink into Canada corner.
Good here for Alan Patton. Again, the current competitor in GT4 America as well in the AM category with Thunder Bunny Racing. They've been so close to podium a number of times there, but relatively new to driving cars. He's only really been doing this for a couple of years, Tom, and he is just fearless out there.
Not afraid to throw everything he's got at it, including a bunch of extra days and a bunch of extra mods. Comes up under the bridge for the first time. He's put a couple of car links on Jackie Ding, but Ding has done a good lap as well. Patton comes through. Ooh. Faster, 208.6. He goes quicker than his qualifying time.
And is that a new track record then as well?
It would, yeah. He goes quicker by a 1/10 than his own previous best. Jackie Ding comes through at a 212.5. He's been hunting for a 210. Track conditions won't allow that, I don't think, at this point. Although Alan Patton disagrees.
Alan Patton just laying it down, 208.669. And again, has continually reset the track mod rear-wheel drive record and will do so again in the podium sprint. That does not happen very much. Here's a look at what it was. It was a 208.779, exactly to your point, Tom. 0.11 better for Alan Patton. Nicely done. And here's Chris Smith in the number 212, chasing the Tesla on track. And in the seating, a little bit of smoke coming out of that orange Seems Legit garage car into turn 14. He was sort of owed one after a slip up at Podium Sprint in Carolina Motorsports Park, but up the hill now, a lot of smoke coming out of that car. He just needs to finish this lap and get one on the board.
Justin Peachy set the third fastest time at a 2:18.1. 2:20.8 the time for Kesselov in the Tesla, 2:20.6 for the V8 swapped BMW. So Peachy does a good enough job, actually by 2.5 seconds, to probably secure that third position. Everybody gets 2 more laps if they want it. Looks like the Tesla was backed off pretty much.
Whoa! Noted the brake rotors glowing hot on the Corvette, and then a big lateral slide through turn 5, Tom, but he gathered it up.
really, you don't often see brake pads or brake rotors glowing in the daytime. And this has been most of the Corvettes and the BMW from Street GT, and now this Corvette in track mod. So the stock brakes are really, really having a hard time today. Something to keep in mind when we get towards GLGT and GLTC races 4. But Justin Peachy looks like he's on a pretty good cooldown now. Maybe we'll reset for a third lap, maybe not. But again, I think he really has it secured there at a 2:18.1. He's 2.5 seconds clear of Smith and Keselov. Keselov in the Tesla appeared to be giving up this second lap, if not just doing the one lap. Again, the batteries in that car, especially the Plaid, where they are capable of making 1,000 horsepower, they burn the heat so quickly. By the end of the lap, even, you might be only making 500 or 600.
Yeah, and Justin Peachy battling Alan Patton for the Track Mod Championship, but I don't think they've had, well, they have had a head-to-head a number of times. Peachy's been at every event so far this year, and Alan Patton has beat him every time and also won the event every time, and 2 track records and now 3 to boot. There's the gap between them, 9 seconds on the racetrack, Tom. That is a pretty significant difference.
And that's what kind of can happen with these builders classes up at the top. They're obviously all drivers classes. Someone has to drive the car, but they allow so many more modifications in these high-level classes, specifically unlimited and track mod. It's not surprising to see some cars end up in track mod without being full tilt cars. I would say Alan Patton might be the closest to a full tilt track mod car that we've had since the rules were restructured recently.
Yeah, Jackie Ding's back on a fast lap in turn 3 at the moment. I think going for one more. He's done a little better than a 2:12.552. Peachy comes across the stripe. And Peachy again, first at Carolina Motorsports Park, then 5th, 4th, and 4th at the previous 3 events. Road Atlanta, Midwest at Gingerman Raceway, and Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Smith will get one more lap. I'm not sure if he'll take it or not. Already scored 4th. There, hey, we got the new picture. It doesn't have the green screen problem anymore. Glad we fixed that up.
So Chris Smith came in seated 5th for this podium sprint at a 2:19.1. He would have to improve his personal best on the weekend by a full second to dethrone Justin Peachy, who has also started a 3rd flying lap. Jackie Ding, as you mentioned, start 1-2. I believe the Tesla calling it done after 1. That's what we predicted. Smith, a little bit of a wobble from the exhaust as he rolls into turn number 1, but he's going for it. Grabs some dirt on the way in. Nice and composed overall. Here's a look at Peachy going through turn 6. This car has always been a little bit rowdy, a little bit loose. Peachy, I think, mostly comes first from an autocross background, so he's not afraid to drive the car when it needs to be driven in any way it needs to be driven, but also does spectator drags. You may have seen this car on some reels, racing some Teslas and some other well-known YouTubers, I believe. Does some hill climbs, still does some autocross. This car gets a lot of use.
And a lot of different scenarios as well. I think you learn a lot about a car when you put it through its paces, whether it be autocross or on the road course or in time attack competition, real wheel competition, wherever you race it. If you put it in a bunch of different scenarios, you can really learn probably more about the car than if it was only ever a one-trick pony. So it's led to it being a pretty successful car here in GRIDLIFE Track Battle.
Really charging the kink inside the 2-board. Relying on the aero, this car is definitely not one of those massive power cars. It's certainly powerful, but not massively so. Chris Smith, meanwhile, navigating the way through turn 8 into the carousel. Whoa, and a big engine issue, maybe losing something in the engine bay. Lots of smoke under both sides of the car. He sounds like he's still on it. We saw a little bit of smoke on it on his first flying lap. This is significantly more smoke, and he's going to know about that. That's going to be in the interior in addition to coming out from underneath the car. As long as he's not losing any fluid, he might be able to complete this lap, but it mostly seemed to be when he was loaded up, turning left. It was residual coming off of turn 8.
That car has side pipes, and it did look like it was coming out of the exhaust. So we'll see again. Right-hander at Canada. You see it here. Watch it come up the hill.
Yeah, it comes back as soon as he turns left with turn 13. Luckily, turn 14 is a right-hander. So it's going to burn it off again, maybe just losing a little bit of oil onto something hot underneath. I don't agree that it's coming out of the exhaust. It's coming out of forward from there. He makes the lap. No harm, no foul if a little bit of smoke comes out and he makes it back to the paddock. Justin Peachy not able to go any quicker at 2:18.1. Smith, what's he got? 2:20? Oh! No, wow, 2:18.7. He resets a personal best on that lap. It's not enough for 4th. But man, what an effort.
Drive until it blows up, whatever. As long as it's still smoking, Tom, as soon as it stops smoking, that's the problem, right? So to your point, just drive through it, picks up some really good time. It's not enough for 3rd, but That was a great effort there. Peachy with the fist out the window. Checkered flags here for track mod. Let's have a look at our track mod results here with Alan Patton and Jackie Ding predictably at the very pointy end of the field. But Justin Peachy will score a third place. There's the Thunder Bunny ears for Alan Patton once again this season. And then Chris Smith and Igor Keselov fourth and fifth. And Chris Smith with that personal best. Good effort there, despite a little drama out of something underneath the car. He'll get it done P4. And with that, one more category in Track Battle Podium Sprint. And for race fans still here at Summer Apex in Road America, the Rush Series fan walk will start here in just a couple minutes time as soon as track goes cold here after this session. And we're missing notably Eric Fleming in the Louis Gigliotti built C6 Corvette, the silver car that reset the unlimited class record here earlier this weekend. Very impressive lap times, but they had an engine issue, and Eric is no longer here. He's left and gone home, and unfortunate because they will not get the trophy this weekend because that's not how this format works. You have to not only be good in the qualifyings, but also in the podium sprint. So this is going to open the door for Mike Dussault to get a win with this 1967 Chevrolet Camaro. And he almost won it last year, but had an issue leading into podium sprint, and he wasn't able to compete.
I was going to say, he needs to all but just complete a lap, basically. If he gets around at anything close to his qualifying pace, he will easily take this one in that 60s Camaro. I'd love to see that it retained the body style on the front, but it's actually a bit of an aero component. They took the headlights out and made it a huge duct to channel the front end down and just a little bit lower where it hits the air, and then left that top bit just to kind of maintain what a Camaro quote-unquote should look like. Obviously, he gave up on that when he attached all the other wings to it, but hey, why not? It's very cool. And qualified into a 204.5. He was within about 3/10 of Fleming. That's a really, really close margin of victory in the unlimited category, at least in the qualifying rounds. We're also missing Jimmy Rauch in the Civic. Had a mechanical issue yesterday morning, has not returned to the circuit since. So that car had actually qualified third at the 211. It was a really fast front-wheel drive time in that unlimited Civic. So that's just going to be 3 cars left in this session. Mike Dussault, and then Ernestus Pizelis and Andreas Bertulis. Pizelis in the Corvette, Bertulis in the Lexus. And again, these cars all spread out by a pretty significant amount of time. Nearly 10 seconds from the Camaros qualifying to the Corvettes qualifying, and about 4 seconds from the Corvette to the Lexus. It may not be our tightest finishing group, but these are some of the coolest cars to watch make laps, especially Dussault. I really hope we get a good one out of him. Can he even go reset the record potentially?
It's possible. I mean, we saw Alan Patton do it with track mod, so I think the potential is there if you had anything left on the table. And sometimes with these really crazy builds, Tom, running the perfect lap is almost an endless effort. Yep. So I think there's always time on the table. It's rare that, again, these cars don't run lap after lap after lap to where the driver can really dial in. So Dussault uses this car a lot. He's here with us a lot. It ran the Pikes Peak Hill Climb at about a month ago in the hands of Robin Shute in their unlimited category, so it didn't get to run the whole mountain run because they closed off the top 4 high winds. But Mike Dussault on a flyer here at GRIDLIFE Summer Apex.
Watch how Lady brakes just at that access road from about 180 miles an hour. Woes it up good for turn number 1, not using any inside curve, trying to keep the aero platform happy. If it goes airborne, that stalls out everything, changes the balance completely. So you're going to see him be pretty conservative on the track limits, trying to keep that car, the track edge. Stop saying limits. Track edge as he navigates this track. Ernestus Pizelis in the Corvette starting pretty close behind him, but again, about a 10-second difference in their qualifying times. You'll see that Camaro start to pull away if everything goes to plan. Deep on the brakes, a little bit of lockup maybe from the outside front tire, a bit of smoke popping up under the braking zone, but it's gone away. Lots of sparks from the front splitter on the outside, and struggles to put power down just a little bit in these hotter conditions from turn 5.
Yeah, wanted to walk on a bit up the hill there into turn 6, but again, he just got a squeeze on the power. He should comfortably defeat everybody else in this category, so he doesn't have to run super fast, Tom, and I think that's another consideration is don't throw it away. You got a trophy. I don't want to say it's an easy trophy because we all know how much effort this takes, not only to drive the lap but to build the car, but when you're that far ahead of everyone else in the seating, you just got to get a decent lap in, and then you can go for gold, turn up the boost and rip it.
Or you may even realize, you go in with a really big intentions and you realize the track's not there, you can kind of back it down, and unfortunately this car did have a pretty good clunk off the wall at Laguna Seca last year, so he definitely doesn't want to go through that again. Late on the brakes into the King. Watch how planted the car is through there. No drama at all. I do agree this doesn't look like the biggest push lap from Mike Dussault. He might have adjusted slightly, but it could also be one of those sneaky fast ones coming down into Canada corner.
He's been pretty consistently running 205s, 206s all weekend long. His best was a 204.4, I believe, earlier in the weekend, about 2/10 behind Eric Fleming, which is a really tight battle for the track record here. But here comes Dusold into turn 14, Tom, and it'll throttle up over 1,000 horsepower put to the ground. We'll see what he can do. Climbing up past the pit in. Mike Dusold looking for a trophy. Felt like he might have been owed one from last year after having that mechanical issue. Knew that the car was capable. Across the stripe, and it's a 208.788. It's not anywhere near the fastest he's gone, but it should be comfortably ahead of Puzelis and Bertulis. And the other cars that were seated for this were Jim Rock and Eric Fleming. So obviously those two cars, as you pointed out, will not be here. So it's just these three. And Puzelis at 2:15.195. That's not a bad lap for Puzelis, actually.
No, it's within 2 seconds of his qualifying time, and it's in general we're seeing people be about that far off. So a well-executed run there. The Lexus of Bertulis comes through at a 2:21.9. Both of these cars tend to do every lap of every session, so we'll probably see them both take both of these last 2 laps. Interestingly enough, if Dusold doesn't do another attempt, Alan Patton from Track Mod would actually be the fastest car in Podium Sprint by just basically nothing, but about a 10th. Yeah. Is he going to go off left?
Yeah, I
no,
think
he's pitting in. Yeah. Dusold's done.
Dusold is done, and he doesn't need to go any quicker, so that'll be a really solid lap, 208.7 for Dusold. Now, Puzelis and Bertulis, this is why this battle is important. 2:15.1 for Puzelis, 2:21.95 for Bertulis. I don't think Bertulis is going to go faster than Puzelis. He hasn't yet touched it this weekend. But in the championship battle, points conversation here, Puzelis is 2 points behind Bertulis. They're running second and third right now in class. With Puzelis' advantage, that's a 3-point differential in the scoring. That would put Puzelis on top of Bertulis in the championship standings by 1 point going into the next round. So again, another championship battle that's going to be real hot for the rest of the season.
It'll feel good to come out with 1 position gained of the event, regardless if you finish second in the event itself. That little bit of a leapfrog. Puzelis in this much more mild than most unlimited time attack car, but still a really rad Corvette. Down towards Canada corner. Heavy on the brakes just at that final little bend about the 4-board, relying on some anti-lock brakes to get the car stopped, running some slick tires. All these cars in Unlimited are the first and only cars you've watched in the last hour allowed to run full racing slicks with no restrictions on the tires they're allowed to choose. Mike Dusold typically running a really aggressive Michelin race slick that's offered in a bunch of compounds. I think Puzelis and Bertulis both on a Pirelli variant, probably more similar to what you'd see in a GT3 car when you watch racing like that. Green flag waving for the 3rd lap, finishing the 2nd lap for Ernestus Puzelis. Can he improve on a 2:15? Yes, he does. A 2:13.8. That's a really good effort, and only half second slower than his qualifying time. He's going to go for one more run at it. Here comes Bertulis.
Bertulis up the hill in the Lexus. His best was, I think, in the 220s, so we'll see if he can pip that here. And for Bertulis, it is a green lap, 220.045. There he goes. Tom, is that better than his best?
No, he's standing on a 19.9, so he's really close.
Very, very close.
Basically a tie. Ooh, big understeer through the first corner. Gets it in there a little bit hot. You can hear the left front protesting, telling him, nope, nope, it's not going to do that. You got to slow down a little bit more. He's going to adjust for turn number 3. Roll that big Lexus in. Great sounding car as well. Ernestus Puzelis, meanwhile, a couple of straights ahead.
Yeah, into turn 6. Again, I don't think he's going to get a whole lot more out of it in this session. Within 5 seconds to Dusold, though, that's impressive no matter the racetrack. Great sound out of that Corvette, too.
When I mentioned the top 2 seeds, of course, Fleming not competing in the Podium Sprint, but only 0.3 of a second separating our top 2 cars in Unlimited. That's a pretty unheard of margin in Unlimited because of things like this. There's so much potential in the car. There's so much potential to build, and then they're so difficult to drive. It's hard to put into words what it's like to drive one of these Unlimited class cars. I've been fortunate to drive an all-wheel drive Evo that's pretty competitive, or at least was over the years when I was driving it, and it's one of those things where you're salvaging mistakes as much as you are attacking the course. You're really trying to just not make any big mistakes and see what comes to you until maybe 3, 4, 5 sessions into the weekend, if the car even makes it that long. It's a pretty wild approach to motorsports in general, and that's why I think it gets so addicting for people. But again, Dusold to Puzelis, that 5-second gap, that's a little bit closer to what we would sometimes see more often often here in the unlimited category because of those circumstances. Pezelis running nicely through turn 13 into turn 14. A little bit of a delay on the weight transfer in there, trying to get a late turn in and an approach to get on throttle early up the hill under that pedestrian bridge for the final time. Checkered flag waves for our final podium sprint session. Ernestus Pezelis, can he go faster than a 2:13? He does. He picks up another 4/10, barely missing out on his new PB for the weekend, a 13.4.
Yeah, nicely done. Andreas Bertulis will be the final finisher here, looking for a third place trophy in track battle podium sprint here at Road America GridLife Summer Apex. The last runner in the podium sprint up and over the top of the crest. Mike Dussault is going to win unlimited. Ernestus Pezelis finishes second, and Andreas Bertulis across the line is not going to pick up. He'll stay at a 2:20.045. Let's have a look at our results for the unlimited class here as Mike Dussault is out. Congratulations to Mike. 208.788, 213.433, 220.045. Mike, Ernestus, Andreas.
You know the safety worker from Road America is asking all sorts of questions about that car. Mike is so happy to talk about it. Really nice guy, too.
Let's have a look here at the highlights from our GridLife Track Battle Podium Sprint. And honestly, I think there were a couple upsets, but for the most part, Tom, we saw a lot of what we were anticipating, starting with our Club SC category. It was Mike Jansen that came in as the top seed there. And with Sam Dooling showing up for the podium sprint fairly late, only had a couple of laps. We thought he might be able to upset, but he wasn't able to do that. But as the festival grounds clear up here, all the fans that were left have an opportunity to go see the grid walk here. Here's Mike Jansen in the Club SC category. Again, a little bit of a lockup there on the second lap. He was pushing hard, but found enough time to keep Sam Dooling behind him. And we got to the Falcon Club TR class. It was Mario Baroni that came in as the top seed, Tom, but he was unable to keep it with Peter Granberg jumping to the top and Stan Feingold there jumping up into the mix as well. Yeah,
one of the few upsets we saw in street came out as we expected, but these cars all introducing us to the strategy that became the norm. One hot lap, one down lap, one hot lap again. The winner there, Brad Moore taking the win there in his Porsche Cayman. Now a beautiful lap from Luke McGrew. I think one of the highlights, that in-car video is going to be fantastic, taking the win in Street GT. Drama for Jamie Santos. He had a hell of a weekend, but he's going to barely keep the car on track. Out of Street Mod, let's talk about the guy who won, Dewey DeWitt, taking the win in his Subaru in the Street Mod podium sprint. Then moving on to Track Mod, we had the fastest car of the afternoon, Alan Patton taking the win there. Big rock through the carousel, but overall a really, really nicely executed lap in that rowdy Corvette.
And up over the crest here, he was able to not only go to the top of Track Mod, but also reset the record again. Mike Dussault wins in Unlimited with a pretty wild lap, a 2:08. That's all he could muster, all he needed to muster, and regains a win that he was probably owed last year. And some news, the Club SC lap that was deleted for Jack Hoffman, Tom, video review, lap reinstated. He gets third place with the trophy. And that's going to do it for the GridLife Track Battle Podium Sprint here at Summer Apex. More coverage from GridLife Live coming after lunch.
Have to be in a rhythm. Really, you have to try to breathe a few times on the front straight, because if you're in a battle, you might be holding your breath 3/4 of that lap, not realizing it.
Welcome to Lime Rock Park. Kyle Heyer joined by Greg Kramer. It's like flying fighter jets in a cereal bowl around here.
It really is magic here. Some of the best door-to-door racing on the planet, in my opinion, with the GridLife Touring Cup.
I've been in a lot of series where I've been podium, no problem. The field is much more stacked in GridLife than pretty much anywhere else I've raced. This is where I want to be. This is where some of the best racers are.
A lot of drivers who come from other categories where they're absolute front runners have shown up here and said, wow, is this field tough?
I mean, that's why I moved to GridLife. I was winning a lot in Florida, club racing, NASA, and I wanted more competition. I wanted to become faster. Top 10 is generally always my goal. It's definitely something I've been hoping to get to. because up to this point, I haven't really been there. If I can ever get there, first place for the weekend would be amazing.
And the other driver we just have to talk about is Lena Chin. She came in here, qualified 10th, drove her way up to 6th on the track, and is showing some real speed.
Every time I get out on the track, I feel like I can improve a little bit more, and just working toward that goal, climbing the mountain. Nick Barbado was in front of me, E36 BMW, multi-time national NASA champion. He was the guy I wanted to pass.
Look at Lena, woo, side by side there.
Granted, this is his home track, so it was a little more difficult to get around him. You're really heads up, being cognizant of who's behind you, who's beside you, who's in front of you. This just intense concentration of a high-speed game of chess. I love it. It's pretty much my favorite thing. It's the only place I can kind of get it in my life. I'm always checking to see who's coming from behind. If I have a bigger gap from behind, I know I can take a little more battle to the person in front of me. You kind of just stay behind them until they make a mistake. You put the pressure on them. No, I don't want them to make a mistake, but I want them to know, hey, I'm right here, and if you do make a mistake, I'm probably going to take advantage.
Big cloud of dust out of turn 7, but you're right about Lena closing in on Barbado there. This is a fantastic run for her. Last year was up in the front in the B races, but to race at the front of GLTC, it is so hard, Greg, and this is going to be a huge boost of confidence for her.
And look at this, the pace that Lena was attacking so hard at Barbado, he went, I got to get by Zoo here and give me some breathing room here.
White flag, last lap around Lime Rock Park in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 1.
I had one more dive in on Kevin Zhu. Yeah, coming out of Big Bend into the left-hander. I had actually gotten up on his rear quarter panel before he kind of came over, and I was like, oh, not, you know, probably could have forced the subject a little more. You have to make the best decision you can at the time. I didn't feel like I had enough overlap on him, and I didn't want to pit maneuver one of my friends, one of my competitors. We all want to have a good, clean race. That's really important in GLTC.
Checkered flag, James Houghton for the first time since Midwest Festival in June, wins at Lime Rock Park.
Lena, 6th place, is that her best finish, I think?
That is her best finish. It was previously 10th, it is now 6th place.
To do better than you've ever done, this pure excitement and just joy that you've worked so hard for this.
If we had like 2 more laps, you probably would have gotten me. I was fading.
And it's been great to see a lot of my competitors have risen with me, as we've now been able to have more and more great battles further up the field as we're progressing.
Watching the B races from last year, going, oh shit, she can get this done. And then you came out and just laid that down in the race.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
That was awesome.
Trying to do something.
Yeah. Well, you're doing well. That was so cool.
This is the special flag. This is not a yellow flag, even though it is the color yellow. This is for bears. I don't want you to put the car where it might not work. I want you to put it where you know it will work. If you go 2, 3 wide into a turn, I want you to hold your relative position towards the inside or outside of that racetrack. You do not get to...
I think there's a high level of respect needed to race this hard, this close. It does happen. We've all had incidents. We're all trying to improve. It's important to race your friends hard, but we don't want to put anyone, including ourselves, in danger while trying to do it right.
Hi everybody and good morning. A beautiful Saturday, August 17th, as we get ready to go racing for the second time this weekend for the A group. James Houghton, Matan Rosenberg started the front row. It's Marchev and Lena Chin in row 2.
This is I think a career weekend for Lena with the way she's going. Best finish, best qualifying, and now highest start. She starts 4th.
Having only 2 cars in front of me was an amazing feeling. I had no idea how I would be able to hold on to 4th. It's trusting that they will give you the same level of respect back that you want to put out there. I wanted to prove to them that I did belong at the front of the field.
Your 27-car field for GLTC Race 2A. Pace car, the Nissan GTR, is going to peel off and head down the pit lane. Green flag flies and we're racing again at LRP.
5 abreast heading in to Big Bend, and from the outside, beautiful move, Matan Rosenberg in that big Corvette.
Look at Lena Chin up to 3rd place. She took out an opportunity from the outside of row 2.
It's intense. A lot to think about while you're racing, trying to do, really perfect the laps, but I kind of love it. In certain parts of the track, when you get a second, I might look in the rearview mirror to see if Tony had gained or fallen back from me, to see where I might be stronger, where he might be stronger.
And Houghton just setting fast lap. Lena Chin, though, right on his 6th, and bringing Marchev right along with her here.
Tony had a couple good runs on me on the downhill. So as soon as we got on the straight, I took a defensive position on the inside of 1. If he wanted to get me, he would have to do the move that I do, which is take him on the outside.
Marchev taking a look here. Lena Chin right down the middle of the track saying, if you're going to do it, go around the outside. And Marchev just could not quite make that work.
Because it was super intense, having to defend almost every lap.
Lena Chin is just having a career day here.
Tony Marchev wants something to say about that, but then overshoots into Big Bend just a little bit and loses about 4 car lengths.
It's this super fine line of being at the edge of grip and actually sliding. So slip angle is fastest. When the car is absolutely neutral through the corner, you almost free your hands a little bit in the turn versus having to do a correction. Once you start doing a correction, you're slower. It's almost like a ballet where you're just like right there. They have to be very smooth, but very, specific about the moves that you're doing in the car.
Here's the thing, comfort builds confidence, and confidence builds speed. When you're confident, you're going to go fast. So right now, Lena is sticking right with 2 of the top points people and 2 of the fastest drivers in this series. Talk about, as we said, a career event.
I saw the white and I was like, oh, thank goodness. I had enough gap to Tony, so I wasn't going to push too hard on the last lap because I didn't want to make a mistake.
Here they come. Checkered flag. Matan Rosenberg wins at Lime Rock Park.
I banged on my steering wheel. I was like, yeah. It felt really special because it's like, I was there.
For Lena Chin, her first podium ever in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup.
Man, is she showing everybody that she is for real in GLTC at the sharp end.
I've been wanting to be there a long time, since my first race in 2022, so.
Yeah. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna get you. Oh, I'm gonna try. And I was like, oh, no, not gonna work out, not gonna work out. So, but it was a really nice job, what you did with defense. So.
I had the goal before this weekend, top 10. If I'm top 10, I'll be happy.
Oh, I want to be here all the time. Right? It feels great. It feels good. Feels great. Feels great.
And to note, for those that aren't familiar, GRIDLIFE Touring Cup is balanced with power, weight, and tire, and everyone is supposed to be at their power to weight.
Going to the dyno for impound was a new thing for me. So every race they bring out the scales, and depending on that weight determines how much horsepower you're allowed to have for the race.
We have a dynamometer down in the paddock that after the race, a couple of select cars, usually the podium, and then a couple other random cars are gone up and they're measured to see how much power they're making. If your engine makes too much horsepower, that car is going to get penalized.
Dynamometer is a device used to measure the amount of horsepower in a car. It uses some math, a very large metal drum. You put the drive wheels on the drum, and as it spins, it calculates the amount of horsepower your car makes. And went in a little nervous, but last time I dynoed it, which was earlier this year, nothing in the car has really changed, that I'd be okay. And yeah, I kind of blew the dyno. A little upsetting. It wasn't by much. 2 of the runs were 3 horsepower over, and then 1 was 6 horsepower over. 6 horsepower is enough to DQ you. I don't think 6 horsepower is enough to really feel. Worked with dynos for years. I was a dyno operator for years. It can change from day to day. After that race, I talked to Andy and we decided to pull out some more power from the car just to make sure that I'm legal. I I don't ever want to be illegal. I didn't think I was, so it's just sometimes the dyno gets you.
We'll see if it does better.
Predictability, okay? If you both are okay with racing that way, that's fine, but be sure that the drivers around you know what's coming, okay? Anything else? Race 3 is coming up. We know the statistics on race 3. Don't be a number on a spreadsheet. We know how GRIDLIFE spreadsheets works, okay? All right, let's keep it up this weekend. So far, this is our best festival weekend for incidents. Knock on every piece of wood. It's up to you, fuckers. All right. Thank you.
To the battery GLTC drivers and cars for race 3, Group B, Bravo. Report to the pulse grid. GLTC drivers and cars for the pulse grid for Group B, Bravo.
With our 60 field entrants this weekend, each of these 4 races is split into 2 components, a B race and an A race, with the B race being the slower 30 of the 60 and the A race being the faster group. And interestingly, you'll note the bright blue Honda S2000 leading us to the green flag. Greg, she was on podium in race 2A, but dyno.
Yeah. Just a tick over, and it really wasn't enough to offer a huge performance advantage in any way, but rules are rules. And Lena understands that. You know, she was surprised to be over it. Well, again, just very little. So she'll just put her head down, race hard there in that bright blue S2000.
So I got relegated to B race, but I was starting first in B race. It's not a lesser skill, it's not a lesser driver, it's just more on lap time. I was just gonna run my race.
Here we go. Cars are coming down, Chin on the pole.
Green flag, and we're underway at Lime Rock Park. Kevin Zhu has a look at the inside of Kevin Bandy. Brian Leonard, big dodge and weave to try to miss Zach Lavoie.
All of that jockeying, look what Lena Chin has been able to do. She's taken advantage and opened up a big margin already. Lena has just dropped everybody at this stage. You can see catching almost a little air up and over that uphill turn.
Thankfully, there were some battles happening behind me and checked out from the field a little bit. The course is very fast. It's less than a minute lap time. With it being so quick, it's easier for me to get into the flow of the track. You just kind of get into this mental headspace. Yeah, front stretch, you're on driver's left. Brake at the 2, start turning in toward the middle of track to try to hit the first apex into Big Bend. Not too heavy on the brakes, but not too light either. Let the car drift out about a car length and a half for the left-hander. Brake until you can see the exit, bring it onto the curb, turn it back the other way for the next corner. Don't go over the curb because it is rough. Carry your speed out down the no-name straight. Get ready for the uphill. Expect a little bit of understeer, let the uphill grab you. Over the hill, enjoy the ride, go down to West Bend, hit the apex, go down the hill, breathe off the gas. Once you feel the compression, back on the gas, and then you're back on the front straight. Should only take 58 and some change seconds. I noticed my body's a lot more sore at this race than most races. Just the constant G-forces. You know, your body doesn't have a chance to kind of relax and chill. Like the amount of times we're under a G and a half, maybe up to 1.75 Gs of cornering force is substantial here.
Well, Lena Chin, after getting bumped to the B group after failing post-race tech last time out, she is going to go back to victory lane. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 3B. Lena Chin wins it here at Lime Rock Park.
Well,
How was your little single session out there by yourself?
It was a great laughing session. I really enjoyed it.
My wife's rooting for you on the live stream.
Oh, tell her thank you.
It was nice to win race 3, but I love coming back to the paddock and just congratulating and hugging a competitor because we had such a good race, and that's really the fun part. It's more than the win. Yeah, it's about the good battles. It's about the good memories and pushing yourself to be better. Race 4 starting in the back of 8. I came from the mid-pack, so I'm no stranger to it. Just got to move up again. Sometimes you feel like a hero for a bit, and then all of a sudden people start getting faster and faster, and you're like, oh, it's not there anymore. And then that's when you get into a few more battles. And I've done these back races, you know, starting from the back. They're fun. They're a good time. It's party time.
One last race for GLTC at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends.
This weekend, you know, called Circuit Legends, and it's about as apropos as it gets because Sam Posey, a legend here, Paul Newman, a legend here, Skip Barber, and then, of course, the new legends that are getting formed in GRIDLIFE. And here comes Lena Chin, and is working through on Robertson. And the one thing to watch here is Lena Chin, folks. She is an absolute master of the outside pass.
I've been called the queen of outside passing, which is kind of funny. There's really only one passing zone at this track. Turn 1 is Big Bend. My car has a ton of grip here, and yeah, I can just hold my line really well on the outside for turn 1, and then by turn 2, I now have the inside, and I was able to kind of hold it out there and make up a few positions.
It's hard here at a track like Lime Rock to make progress when you get buried for a start.
You know, that's part of the game here, is if you're under attack, put your car where you think you would want to make the pass.
The racecraft. I love seeing where I'm faster than others, where others are faster than me, and just making moves. This track is just all about the flow. It has this sense of danger because of how close some of the guardrails are. The quick elevation changes of Lime Rock are really exciting. It's like a roller coaster you don't want to get off of. Greg said it best, is once you start getting up there, 1, you hope that you continue to stay up there, but 2, I think that confidence you get kind of sticks with you.
We have a new fast lap set the race. Lena Chin.
Really?
Just put the fast lap up on the board, a 59.12. Fast lap in this group, that says something.
I finished 16th, got the Hard Charger Award and the fastest lap of the race. I think it's cool that I know it's possible. The art of possible is nice. You know, I started questioning how good I was. I know that I can still be up there, fully legal, and take the battle to them. Some people get frustrated, they're like, oh, I should be up there, but I'm like, listen, like, the weekend happens, right? Like, I want to go out and have a good time. I want to play with my friends. You know, it's not the only time I'm going to be up there, and it wasn't a fluke.
No, it sure as hell was.
No, it's coming up. Just
Seriously,
seeing you.
great racing, good
Thank
weekend.
you. I love this track. I love this race. I want to get a podium in a race. That's the next step. I did my top 5 win. If I can ever get there, first place for the weekend would be amazing. Just keep on improving, you know.
She's a star.
It's true.
She is a star, bona fide.
slow. Even if they're braking too early, if it's way too early, obviously you're going to have plenty of time before the turn starts. But if you guys are on a 10-10 lap, make your presence known in a turn. If you don't have a reasonable expectation of you being there, they might hit you. We don't want that to happen.
I don't know what to expect tomorrow. I came in knowing, hey, I got a couple things I got to knock out. Some are critical, some are optional. This mess of wires is kind of like how building the car has felt. You know, it's like a million things need to happen for this to be a complete car and to compete. There's a common saying, you want to always be in a state of discomfort, a little bit of discomfort so that you're growing, right? And I think this experience seems to be where I'm there all the time. I'm on that ragged edge of like pushing myself to the limit of what I can handle.
Leading up to qualifying, I was just absolutely terrified. I mean, we're talking about 50 cars in the field, and it's a small track. I ended up with a 152, which is not fast, and it puts me 5th from the bottom, which is disappointing. I thought I would be a little higher up in pace. My car is not optimized, and I know there's some areas that I can improve in confidence, maybe a little bit of car setup too. But yeah, I'm trying to figure that out right now. There's so much to do. There's always so much to do. And I think that's been the theme of the weekend, is figuring out what to prioritize. Because there's so much prep, and you feel like you've got so much time between these events, and it turns out one little thing happens differently, and you're scrambling. What can I skip, and what do I need to focus on? And I didn't charge my GoPro yet. I guess I should throw it on now. And then when do I put my suit on? So it's just overwhelming.
Welcome to Carolina Motorsports Park, located about equidistant between Columbia, South Carolina and Charlotte, North Carolina. It is a gem of a club track, if you will. Very challenging, very fun, and we have a massive field of cars that are coming out for the opening race of the 4 that will be unfolding here in the GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. And we are racing. And you can see really close quarter stuff.
It's a very short race start. You have maybe a couple hundred yards down to turn 1.
I think we're really bad at knowing what we're going to do when we actually get in the car and the adrenaline starts pumping. Because there's no adrenaline pumping when you're wrenching on the car. So you can just like do exactly what you signed up to do. But it's so different when you get out on the track.
And here this is such a tricky section of track. It's known as the carousel here, but it's really a 3 Apex series of corners, isn't it?
Yeah, C&T is definitely one of those tracks you have to know which curves to hit. On a lot of the corners, the exit curves are very tough and choppy, but a lot of the Apex curves can help rotate the car and give you that extra minimum speed.
And this is a very long run, isn't it, here?
Yeah, into turn A, especially, there's a little bit of an elevation difference into this braking zone, and it definitely gives you help.
And through 8 to that quick flick at 9, and now into this wickedly quick kink here. turn 10. They're carrying some serious speed here. Oh, how really pounding that curb. You can see it unsettled the car.
My big fear is in the kink. The kink is a really fast right-hander with a ton of curb that you can clobber. Going over that curb unsettles the car a little bit, so I had like a big lift from 110, let off, 103 through the kink. With my aero, it's fine. With my power level, it's fine. With my grip level, it's fine. But I'm a novice driver. I'm a new driver here. I don't want to do something totally awful.
First of 4 races is in the books here, and this wind is absolutely unbelievable.
I'm fighting fear, but it's not so much fear of like getting hurt or something like that. It's fear of embarrassment.
What's up?
Is that you?
Yeah.
Oh man, we got to battle.
Yeah.
Dude, you're dragging something. It might just be exhaust.
I think it's exhaust.
It was sparking a bit. I know you were right on my tail for a while, but it was fun.
Coming through, was it the carousel like back here?
Yeah.
Like I wasn't expecting to hit your brakes going in there. Figured like I'm more just a lift and like coast through. So you caught me off guard on that one. But
sorry about that.
Yeah,
it's just like I don't have confidence yet in some of those turns. Yeah, but that was fun.
Good stuff, man.
Yeah. I don't think I'm running up against the wall of like this is all I'm capable of as a driver, but it is disappointing. Yeah, I'm looking for more of a result, and I just have to figure out how to get it. A little humbled, if I'm being honest, but Eric Jensen came by and took a look with me, and we looked at my data on the kink especially, and I'm just not anywhere near where I should be. I've been lifting pretty early and only carrying like 103 through the kink.
All right, guys, the weekend is winding down, but we have one last track walk to share with you. We got the Rush cars all lined up. I have a poster in hand. I'm going to see if I can grab a couple autographs for my boy Bevs behind the camera, who's been holding it down for us all weekend. The racing this weekend has just been absolutely insane, and if you've been tuning in, then you know that. These Rush drivers give it all they have. I mean, the cars themselves, you know, they speak for the quality, they speak for the intensity of driving. Just look at these things. They look like so much fun, and they are. They're also very dangerous. So keep that in mind as these drivers get out there and give it all they got. Let's see who we can talk to this weekend. Hey, how's your weekend been?
It's been very good.
Yeah? What's been your favorite part?
I'm enjoying driving my race car at times, yeah. So I have a co-driver this weekend. He's doing today's races, so I did yesterday's. So, and we're here trying to raise awareness for Alzheimer's and raise funds for our nonprofit and Alzheimer's Motorsports. So yeah, very excited to be out here. Nice to have the grid and be able to see some of the fans, have them get up close to the car. So been a great weekend.
Thank you so much. Personally, I have had some Alzheimer's in my family, and it's been an absolutely terror to go through. So we really appreciate all the work that you're doing out here.
So many Americans these days, and my father-in-law passed away, so that's what reason I started it. And yeah, we use racing as our opportunity to let people know what's going on and to be prepared and raise some money to help out and fight this disease.
That's awesome. And just one more thing before I continue on, where can people find your nonprofit? What's it called?
It's End Alzheimer's Motorsports, so endalzmotorsports.org, or just do a Google search and you'll be able to find it. So
I love it. Thank you for bringing a wholesome element to this extremely high energy sport.
Absolutely.
Awesome,
No, glad to be out here.
Thank you. Enjoy your weekend, okay? Appreciate it. Thank you guys so much. All right. So as you can tell, motorsports is so much more than that. The community of people that we have behind us is just tremendous, including this gentleman. Oh, where is he? Where is Ellis? I'm looking for Ellis. I think he's up here. Oh, hey, not Ellis, but let's chat. Now, sir, you've had a pretty good weekend, yes?
Yeah, not too bad.
Tell people your name and what car you're driving.
My name's Bryce Merschberger, driving the 114.
Yeah, absolutely. And what was the highlight of your weekend?
Probably the concerts.
It was
to be
dope,
honest.
right?
It was amazing.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Really amazing.
Cool, awesome. Well, we're going to keep going, but enjoy your weekend. Thanks so much. All right, let me see if I can grab Ellis really. Ellis, come over here. Ellis, you've had a phenomenal weekend. Sorry, get over here, banana boy.
stole my costume.
Ellis, we got one more minute on live as we
All
do this
right.
pit walk here. You had a tremendous catch-up, right? 21 cars?
Yeah, I mean, first race, over 20 overtakes in a lap and a half of racing, and then made it all the way up to start P8 last time for race 3. Was awesome. J-Rob, my teammate, he was up in front of me in 4th. I got dumped on the last lap and still saved it, perfect 360. So I have no idea where I'm starting for this race, but we're gonna make up some spots. We're gonna push up to the front, and we're gonna give these guys some run for their money. Even though it's my first weekend, we're still out here.
Yeah,
so.
first weekend at GridLife. You come from a background in nitrocross. You're really throwing it down. I have to wrap this up here, but I just want to say thank you to all the drivers that have shown up. Ellis, well done. We really hope to see you back out
Thank you.
here.
We'll see you guys at another race this year, and hell yeah, it's been a party.
Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Thanks, Cerise. And GRIDLIFE Rush Series Race 4 coming up in just a moment's time. The last races of the weekend for GRIDLIFE Summer Apex at Road America. Kyle Heyer joined by Tom O'Gorman. Tom, it's been fun this weekend. One more for the Rush Series cars.
And look at that big, beautiful sky. One more race. The best word for Rush so far this weekend has been frantic. We're looking for more of that green flag action. This is going to be so much fun. I cannot wait to get the green flag here.
And Cerise is down on the grid. She's going to catch up with Andy Vocal here in just a moment.
All right, I am here with Andy Vogel. Andy, you have had a very eventful weekend. First and foremost, let's go back to yesterday. You went airborne, you got pushed off track, and then all of a sudden, you're flying. Talk to me about what that felt like.
It was definitely like one of those slow motion moments. You know, me and Blair Hosey were running pretty hard against each other, and we made the slightest bit of contact, which was enough to push me off and hit the curb just right to send me. I saw the sky first, and I was like, oh, this is bad. And then I landed, and then I saw the wall. I was like, okay, let's avoid that. And then once I avoided the wall, I was like, all right, let's try to preserve the session. So I tried to like roll off and like let everybody keep racing. So it was definitely an interesting moment, but we survived. We're alive. Cars back together.
Road America is known for having a lot of action, a lot of excitement. Now let's get back to today. You were just telling me that this weekend, this last race was a lot for you, okay? You were dodging a bumper, you know, talk to me about that.
Yeah, so we started 41st because we couldn't finish the race yesterday. The first lap, we were able to make up like 20 positions. And then the last lap, we did a green-white checkered, and it was pretty clean until we got into the hurry downs, and then there was some tangoing with some other drivers. Mr. Hunt from the Sunoco team, he had was getting ready to lose some body work, so as we were coming through the kink into Canada, he lost his rear bumper, so me and James French had to avoid that, and then try to just survive the rest of the race. And actually ended up, you know, making up 31 positions to top 10, so can't complain.
That is incredible. That is a come-up story, 100%. Now your team is working on diagnosing some issues, throttle issues. They're spraying brake clean into something, and all of a sudden the car is sounding different.
Yeah, we got a throttle position sensor issue right now, I think, and a downshifting issue. It's not wanting to downshift at the moment, so we're just doing some diagnosing. Hopefully, be okay for the last race.
You race car drivers are the definition of resilience. I mean, you guys are really just getting after.
I got the best team behind me, without a doubt. Turn-In Concepts. Turn-In Concepts has been on this car all weekend long, trying to give me the best possible chance to be at the front with the boys, and I can't thank them enough.
Your hard work is completely evident out there. Best of luck for the rest of the weekend. Get after that. Please stay safe.
Thank you. Will do. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Cerise. Andy Vocal has had an interesting weekend. Tom, it's been an interesting weekend in the GRIDLIFE Rush Series in general, with the championship frontrunners really nowhere near the top of the order, save for the first race that ended under full course yellow.
It's been quite a topsy-turvy weekend, which has made things pretty exciting for us. Moving into this final race, it's actually scored on championship points for the weekend. So we race 4 different times. You earn points for each race finish: 25 for first, 21 for second, 18 for third, 16 on down. Back to zero, basically. So what that's meant is we have a couple of drivers who have either podiumed or won most of the races they've contended in with some zeros next to their name. It's put them down further in the grid for this race than they typically would be, and it's elevated a couple of other drivers, which makes things even more exciting for the fans and for us here in the booth. Last thing I'll say, I don't know, I heard Cerise say resilient. Sometimes I don't know if we're resilient or just dumb, but yes, we will always push to get the thing back out on track because that's what we're here to do.
All right, well, the field is rolling now towards the pit exit here. And this is the last race of the weekend. You mentioned the points for the weekend. We're going to get to watch those live and in real time as they happen, as the drivers shift and shuffle throughout the race here as the cars roll off of the pit lane. And it's been about a 45-car grid here this weekend. We're going to take a look at the grid in just a moment. There it is. Blair Hosey will start on pole right alongside Bryce Mersberger in the number 114. Then it's Nico Bratz, Mark Charnogorski in the number 25 starting in 4th place. In row number 3, it's Jason Ayler and James French that will start alongside the number 70, the race 1 winner of the weekend. Ethan Alexander starts in 7th, the number 33, and Andy Vogel starts 8th in the number 34. Then Matt Wilson and Ryan Leach round out your top 10, Tom.
And the number of people who have come from the back to be in that list so far. But number 11, John Robinson had a really good race. Number 3 starts 11th next to Gage Hughes. Ellis Spiza, just talked to them on the grid. That's 13th along Ayrton Grimm with 14th. Jade DeBatley, 15th alongside Brandon Schwartz starting in the 16th position. Nicholas Billingsley in the 17th position will start alongside the pink and blue of Hassan Ahmed. Nate Hamilton and Sam Reed round out the 10th row.
And starting in 21st place on the inside of row number 11, it is Kelsey Billingsley right alongside TJ Hunt with the rear bodywork put back on that number 28 car. Then it's Darius Garcia in the number 18 and 23rd, Ander Tobellum in 24th. Then 25th place, the 115 of Ethan Hardesty, and Jared Anderson starts to 26th. In 27th place is Josh Lauman in the number nothing car. Tim Burkhardt starts in the 113 in the 28th spot. Then Vila Saldana and Larry Brady, 29th and 30th.
Starting in the 31st position, Michael Neff will start alongside with Bill Dorrance to his left. Kevin Kirkwood starting in the 33rd position, rounding out the 17th row with Adam Pence. Into the 35th spot, Tom Kirsting. Jeremy Boysen in the 36th position, had a big spin in race 1 and 3, but will be looking to charge forward. J.D. Kroll, new to this stuff in the last couple years, over the last few years, I should say, 37th, and Jake Sanders 38th. Jeff Hardesty 39th, and Luke Krepsky in the 40th position.
AJ Campo and Leo Bauer in row number 22. Then it's John Howe in the 17 car, 43rd. Robert Andrews, 44th, and Team Alzheimer's Motorsports in 45th. Paul Klitsch in 46th place here in our starting lineup. It's going to be wild here. Again, we'll have live points on the screen as the race progresses here, and it'll be fun to watch it shuffle. Blair Hosey is going to be kind of in the catbird seat to pick up the weekend podium, but 2nd and 3rd place are going to be a hot commodity here in this 12 to 15 minute race here, Tom.
And being gridded by the points on the weekend basically means that Blair Hosey just needs to finish in the top 2 or 3 positions. He doesn't actually need to win to take the weekend championship, but he's going to want to keep that momentum going as he's won race 2 and 3. Bryce Mersberger has yet to take a win in a point scoring race this season. He's in 2nd place. If he can put a bunch of positions between himself and Blair Hosey, he will be in a good position to win the race weekend, but he's got to watch out for Nico Bratz in that chrome red car. Those two are only separated by 5 points, which means if they finish more than 2 or 3 positions apart, depending on where they end up, Bratz could absolutely jump ahead of Bryce Mersberger. Then it's a couple more points back to Mark Chornogorski, and Jason Ayler. Those two are very, very close on points. So that live feed that you'll see in the bottom right of your corner will be very, very helpful for the weekend championship. But again, it's not just the weekend championship, it's also this race. Every position counts. It's a wheel-to-wheel race when the green flag drops for about 15 minutes. And what these cars mean to this track are, obviously you can see, much smaller cars. It makes the track a lot bigger, opens up a lot of passing opportunities. No anti-lock brakes, paddle shift bike motors in these cars. You see a lot of excitement, especially in the compressions of these long braking zones offered at Road America.
And there's a look at the points you were mentioning, Tom. This is how they come into race 4. It's 10 points between Hosey and Mersberger, but Mersberger leads Bratz by 4 points, and then Ayrton Grimm not far off of a potential podium here. Actually, Mark Chornogorski, I think, is also up in the mix there as well. So let's get ready to go racing here as we come up through the field. And turn 13, Billy Mitchell Bend here, Tom. Final moments here. A little anxiety, a little nerves?
I'm just excited. I don't know how the drivers are feeling. Maybe a little bit of all the above. We've seen the draft be a major player. We've seen the ability for one row to really botch the start for everybody behind them. So it's a key thing at this point. They've been moving the start later and later as the cars take forever to roll up at this slow pace. Everybody's anticipation building, so we all lean forward.
Here we we go. 46 cars on the grid here as we slowly trundle up the front straightaway at America's National Park of Speed. A thrilling spectator experience in a perfect place for a midsummer GRIDLIFE festival. We were joking that it's called Summer Apex, but friends never let friends apex early. It's a late apex here of the summer of 2025. Green flag flies into racing in the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. Race number 4 of the weekend. Blair Hosey, strong launch. Mersberger, though, trying to keep tucked up alongside him on the run to turn 1.
And look at Jason Ayler making it 3 wide, trying to get a peek up the inside. Hosey sees him coming and covers him down to the inside. Hosey with the orange splitter supports there. 3 wide. James French comes out of nowhere, gets a bump into the corner, but he's going to take the lead. No way.
Where did he come from? I don't know even where he was on the grid. P6, and now he's leading, I think, headed down to turn 3. What a move. He's battling for the top spot now. Second place, trying to shuffle in, Tom. That was great heads-up driving there by the 70.
Unreal. Holding the outside of turn 3 is almost impossible if you don't have most of the position covered already, so not surprised to see him drop into second place. Bryce Mersberger then slots into third. It looks like Jason Ayler maybe fourth, but they're going to be all sorts of side-by-side, 3 and 4 wide, coming down to the braking zone just at the 3 board. Watch for the sparks diving off these splitters, dust flying in the background.
Yeah, big lunge on the brakes for Andy Vogel. They're going to be 4 wide almost into turn 5. That math doesn't play. 1 car out wide here at 5. Tom, everybody else making it through there okay.
This is very, very high quality stuff down through turn 5. Just notice Nico Bratz had a nightmare of a start. That chrome red that we looked at in 3rd, I think is fallen down to 7th, I believe, just in front of Robinson in the orange car. That's kind of a top 8 breakaway. Whoa, big side-by-side for Aaron Grimm and Hassan Ahmed in the 2 pink cars. James French has been so racy, and it wasn't until he had a mechanical failure that he really fell out of favor for this weekend. Won race 1, was leading race 2, and then all of a sudden he found himself on the back foot. He's going to want this one so bad.
Look at him driving up to the rear bumper of Blair Hosey through the carousel. Little lateral slide there late in the corner. He's pushing that car, using the aerodynamic downforce, just chasing the shadow of the 8 into the kink for the first time. He's hungry in that 70 car.
Andy Vogel also with a great start after that interview we saw a little bit earlier. Wow, big stuff for Bryce Mersberger as he lost a position out to maybe, I think that might be, I don't even know who that is, Sharnagorski, I believe, picking up the 3rd position, and then Vogel slotting into 5th.
So the front 2 starting to pull away there just a little bit now. Some side-by-side. Andy Vogel looking for a spot in the Canada corner, clawing their way up through Billy Mitchell Bend again, turn 13, using some curb as Blair Hosey, trying to outrun. And again, he's really the driver that's the one to beat in the weekend points. 67 earned so far, but as they come across the line, things are going to shuffle quite a bit with the 70 car of James French so far forward now.
Wow, look at the confidence that French had. A couple of the other cars behind looking really, really good too, and he's within drafting distance. These cars so aggressive looking when they're coming in the rear view mirror. I'm sure it's a little bit intimidating. He's still got about 5 of these car lengths to cover. There's through the Nico Bratz trying to push his teammate Ethan Alexander up towards the front just a little bit further, and it is it Leach? Yes, Leach is in a borrowed car. That's why we couldn't figure out who it was. It's got a different bodywork on the front, but Ryan Leach has raced his way up into 3rd position from 10th.
Oh, that's going to make things really interesting for the weekend here. Up, down into turn 3 as Hosey, French, Leach lead the way here. Good call there, Tom. Don't see that 56 up in the mix now, and chasing to get back up onto the podium here. A pretty disastrous weekend relative to the rest of his year, where he won everything up to this point. We knew it would fall at some point, and this weekend was it for the number 56. Has yet to get to victory lane here at Summer Apex.
He can no longer say he's won every single race, but he can still say I've won a race on every weekend I've been at if he can get back to the front, and this is going to be almost in no time. A little bit awkward though for Leach in that 3rd place car. James French biding his time. I think had a bit of a thought to pass down into turn 5, not able to complete it though. The top 6, 7 now breaking away. Ethan Alexander succumbed to the position over Andy Vogel in front of his Nico Bratz teammate there in the blue and red flashing through the screen.
Yeah, then Jason Ayler right there behind there in the 74 car chasing them, and Robinson in the orange car at the back of the shot there, and Ellis Spezia in the number 111. We mentioned rally experience. Probably hopefully we'll be using a lot of that here. Look at Blair Hosey tracking out a little wider, kicking the rear end out there, Tom. Tell me about these cars through that apex at the carousel. You want to keep it tight, or are you going to track out a little bit?
I think it's probably close to flat out in these cars. It looks like they handle just that little bit of yaw, that rotation you saw from the leader of Hosey. James French going with the more composed line up the inside. They both seem to pay off just okay. Maybe some options for these drivers as they choose their lines, and I have to wonder even if there's a bit of aero wash as they come off the wing from a car in front. front. You got to be a little bit careful of where you place the car following. It looks like Ryan Leach has run out of steam for just a little bit. We saw him slip up in turn 5, not able to close the gap much more, and he's still got pressure from Mersberger and Vocal. And Jason Ayler in the background has been able to work his way back around Ethan Bratz. So Bratz has slipped back from 3rd on the grid, 3rd in the weekend points, and he's not going to like to see where that ends him if he can't get back up from 8th position.
And coming up the straightaway here again, James French with the purple highlight means he's the fastest driver on the racetrack at the moment. It was only by a few thousandths of a second over Hosey last time by. Here's the points again as they run. Hosey 92, Mersberger 73. But that 3rd place fight between Bratz, French, and Ayler, that's going to get pretty exciting here. I don't think we'll see a big shuffle this time through, Tom. Not a lot of changes in position, but it might shift just a little bit with some of the passes deeper in the field.
Big move up the inside for Andy Vocal, trying to get around Mersberger. Pretty textbook stuff there without even needing to defend on the exit. He protects down to the inside for turn number 3, a smart move. And I'm just paying attention to Hosey. So aggressive on the brakes with these cars. He's got that threshold brake just dialed in. It wiggles just a little bit under braking, but it's so efficient and well done.
That's where he was really beating Leach at Midwest Festival a couple of months ago, but he was unable to get past the 56 there. Every time we get to the white flag, he was right on the heels, nipping away at the 56, but couldn't quite get enough on the brakes. But here, he's out-braking the 70 of French. And look at this battle. Here's Andy Vocal and Mersberger. That's for 4th.
And then just behind, whoa, big move from Ayler around the outside. That's a mistake. He's not going to make turn 5. He keeps it on the pavement. Nice part about a little car is you can keep it just barely off the track and you're still on there at turn 5, but it's the teammates back in front. Ethan Alexander in the chrome blue, then Nico Bratz in the chrome red. They've been dealing with Ayler for 2.5 laps at this point. They can take a breather. And just behind, we saw J. Robinson go a little bit wide at turn 14, still trying to work up to the back end of Jason Ayler now.
Remember how James French got the lead to win his first ever GRIDLIFE Rush Series race on Saturday morning? It was by an over-under at turn 5 on Ryan Leach. So maybe French is just toying with Hosey right now and waiting for an opportunity to use that slipstream. Teammate on teammate fight there, but deeper in the field between Alexander and Bratz.
A little bit further back in the top 10, we saw Ellis Spiza in that interview before the race. That's the dark blue car right behind the bright orange. But at the front, James French, I don't know if he knows where he's got the advantage yet. He seems to be mostly staying in touch thanks to the draft. After losing maybe a little bit of time through the carousel, maybe Hosey a bit more confident in the high-speed corners, but this is all just ebbing and flowing as especially tire temps coming up. This track is so much hotter than it was yesterday. We have gone green for a longer period of time so far, knock knock, than any other race this weekend, I believe. So we are kind of getting into uncharted territory here towards the halfway point of this Rush Race 4.
Yeah, who's using their tires, who's abusing their tires over the course of a 12 to 15 minute race. It's not that long, but these cars don't have a very big wheel and tire setup here. Again, points, they're not going to shift a lot here this time. Again, we haven't seen a ton of position changes, but Nico Bratz, again, up and down the order a little bit. Across the stripe this time here, Tom, lap completed again. Hosey leads, French unable to go quicker. And it still looks like a Hosey, Mersberger, and Bratz podium for now. Chorganorski and French fighting for that 4th spot there. If James French could, if James French could make up one more spot, he'd gain enough points to really be in the conversation for a weekend podium.
Yeah, unfortunately, he doesn't have any more spots to make up but one, so he kind of put himself in a hole with that mechanical failure and then charging back through the field. Blair Hosey is under control in this race. He was about a 10th faster last time through than James French. This is going to be exciting. These teammates just cannot get away from each other, and they've gone through a number of bodywork panels on these cars just out of sort of small clunks here and there.
It's like putting the wrong color marker cap back on. It's like TJ Hunt's got green bodywork on his car right behind his teammate Nate Hamilton.
Again, the draft bringing James French close, and there's that overslide that we've seen pay off or pay badly for drivers. Hosey losing the back end just slightly, and it prevents that forward acceleration. It brings James French really, really close to the back bumper of that lead car, the number 8, with its first chink in the armor. Recovers it nicely, though, picks up some speed through turn number 8. Again, it just looks like Blair Hosey has a little bit something extra in the high-speed corners. He's a little bit more comfortable with some rotation, or there's some setup difference on that car that's keeping it rolling through there a little bit faster than James French. Watch it happen here in the carousel. We'll see if it materializes once more.
You can watch Hosey track out a little wider. That's a little too wide. He's in the marbles there a touch, and the 70 of French pulling in tighter here, Tom. Battle for the lead here in the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. Onto the kink, and James French, a pilot with so much experience in prototype machinery and things like this car all over North America, is now challenging Blair Hosey, the son of the creator of the Rush SR. leading the way to Canada Corner.
Son of the creator versus one of the hometown heroes. That's a local driver in James French, and that's the risk reward that we've mentioned before. If you're pushing the limits of the car and you make a little bit mistake, it starts to hurt you really, really quickly. James French going with a more conservative approach, keeping the line tight, and it's allowed him to be closer than ever coming back to the line for starting lap number 5. We're past the 10-minute mark in this race, or just about, so a white flag could be creeping up on us within the next 2 laps.
Yeah, here they come out of turn 14 and up the hill. Blair Hosey trying to keep James. Oh, trouble turn 14. Is that Mersberger? That's off. The red and white car. He's got back on course now, but just went for a ride through the dirt here, Tom, and that could tumble him down the order. He was right ahead of Ethan Alexander, and James French is all over Hosey for the race lead in the draft on the front straightaway, but staying tucked in line for now.
Is it a bump draft even, pushing him down? Now watch the wiggles under the brakes. Big, big, big braking zone there. Leach now with the fastest lap. The 56 car running in 3rd position is the fastest car as of that lap. Confidently using all the runoff at turn number 1. Vocal now a lonely 4th position. He's probably content with that after his exciting weekend, and those 2 teammates still running nose astern. It looks like Nico Bratt's finally able to get around his teammate Ethan Alexander for 5th and 6th. And yes, Mersberger with the off will slot back into the 7th position this time by.
Yeah, Leach 2.1 seconds back from the leader. James French 94 thousandths back from Blair Hosey at the line. He's right there in the mix. Look at that. 12 thousandths between their 2 best laps. These are 2 drivers that are incredibly evenly matched, and they're likely going to only get another lap or 2 to sort this out.
French rolling so much more entry speed at turn 5, going for a little bit of an earlier turn in, and it pays off just a little bit through that turn 5. Local knowledge may be coming good, but there's just something that Hosey has that French does not, and French is closing up slightly every so often, but Hosey covers him every time it happens.
And Hosey's done a great job on defense this weekend. He's been on offense all year long, and they've all been chasing Ryan Leach, who's now in pursuit mode. We haven't seen Leach this far disadvantaged at all yet this year, but he, with that purple line on the timing and scoring, tells us he's the fastest car on the racetrack, and there's still time he could get there, especially if these 2 come to blows at the pointy end.
Little correction halfway through the carousel once again for Blair Hosey, maybe letting that car be a little bit too free for these higher track temps. And again, French is going to have a great draft coming down into Canada Corner. It almost seemed like he didn't want to take the position that last lap that he was this close. Will he do it this time?
Well, again, you have to look in your rearview mirror. Again, as soon as they go through a corner side by side, it will not take very much effort at all for Leach to run them down. So there's a little bit of strategy to this, Tom. If you feel like you can make the pass whenever you choose, you don't have to force it, because if you can't complete it, you might get beat by the 3rd place car.
Yeah, and with many of these races, you had to race when you could race, because there was a looming full course yellow because the runs had been so short. Now we're coming up on 6th lap into the race. We can pretty much trust that it will be good to go towards the end, so maybe James French feeling a little bit comfortable. But again, he lost some time on the entry and through the apex of Canada Corner, so he won't be nearly as glued to the back end of Hosey as they get the white flag coming up underneath the start-finish line.
1 more lap to go. Nate Hamilton off course at the exit of turn 5, so that will cover off a passing opportunity. Ethan Alexander is also off track. That, I think, is, where's that, in the carousel maybe? Either way, this reduces one of James French's passing opportunities with the yellow at turn 5 in sector 2. So he's got to get it done somewhere else in the lap. And you see this, the graphic top of the screen now, Tom. He's going to see a yellow on either driver's left or driver's right heading down there, and he's going to be kicking himself because he's going to run out of opportunities now to make this overtake, especially if there's a yellow somewhere else later in the lap like we saw with Ethan Alexander.
Yeah, probably the prime opportunity is gone as far as passing zones. Coming down into turn 5 here, we'll see them in just a moment. It's side by side. Is it covered under local yellow still? The question remains. We will see in a moment. French gets the pass done. It is under yellow, so he's going to have to give that back or risk getting disqualified, and he doesn't look like he's aware of it. They're still racing hard through the full course yellow. Hosey maybe noticed it, flashes the brake lights. If he doesn't pass French back, he will still just inherit the win. Whether he knows that or not is a different statement.
Yeah, so Tom, the yellow flag I saw at the corner 5 corner station, right? But if there was a yellow before that, it would certainly be a pass under yellow. Your thoughts there going down to the apex? They can race to it, right, Tom? It's going to be borderline.
It goes to the details of the rule book. They're all listed just slightly different. French letting the other car back through, maybe even hearing us say it. In the GRIDLIFE rule book for other competition series, it's within sight of the flag. That's what the words say. Yep. If it's different for Rush, then maybe we are a little bit misleading here, but French is going to give it one more go just to be safe. He's got a really good draft through the carousel. I think this may be the opportunity he's going to take.
Yeah, again, he's going to have to do it. Again, if there's even any doubt and you have one more opportunity, you might as well do it. Here he comes down into Canada corner. Battle still on here. Time. Here he comes. Driver's left. French trying to overtake it this time into Canada corner. Here they come. Jose on defense into turn 12. They're side by side. Crossover here from the 70 car. Can French do it, Tom? 2 more corners.
Off the drag race. Oh, French didn't quite get the over-under. Planted his nose into the back end of Jose. He's going to have one more shot. He needs the run of his life through turn number 14. Blair Jose trying to pick up another win. The first win on the weekend, I think, for this car. The third win, excuse me. I'm so sorry. Third win on the weekend for this car. Can he get it done? French flings it through.
Here we go. Drafting up the hill. Jose's going to go defensive. Here comes James French. It's going to be a drag race to the finish line. Side draft. Here comes James French to the checkers. Who gets there first? Jose or French? Here they come, side by side. I don't even know who got it. At the line, it's French by 6/1000ths of a second. And I think, Tom, that is the closest finish in a wheel-to-wheel race in GRIDLIFE history. 6/1000ths of a second. Can you believe that?
Wow, chills. That's all I can say, chills. Unbelievable stuff from a couple of bona fide pros here. That was excellent racing. The draft, the run through the final corner, the side draft even coming into effect, no doubt there, and just absolutely a splitter's length between them as they come across the start-finish line. Ryan Leach brings home third, closing in by a little over a second in that final lap. The rest of the field still coming through outside the top 20. More drag races all the way through this epic field.
That was unbelievable. 6/1000ths of a second for James French. He played that perfectly, building the run out of turn 14, driving up alongside, using the side draft, pulled even with Jose at the last possible moment. It was 6 inches maybe. That was so cool, Tom.
Looking back outside the top 3, Andy Vogel comes home, like we mentioned, that quiet third. Nico Bratz ends up holding off Bryce Mersberger just slightly ahead. Yes, between those two cars, another really close finish, 4/10ths at the line. Jason Ayler, after that killer start, was up to third, falls back to about where he started in 7th. Another great run for a racer who won most of the races at Mid-Ohio earlier this year. Jaden Batley gets himself into the top 10, having come from the very, very back of the field in race 2. John Robinson and Billingsley are going to round out, Nicholas Billingsley going to round out the top 10.
Well, that was cool. TJ Hunt finishes with the bodywork on the car this time. I'm sure he's stoked about that. And cars headed back to paddock here with James French, Blair Jose, Ryan Leach, Vogel, Bratz, top 5. Pretty unbelievable finish there for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. They put on a show last year, 3 wide across the line, 28,000ths, but this is a fraction of that between French and Jose.
Took a look at Ellis Spiza. He was one of the interviews at the beginning of the race, had some action at some point in the race, was starting, I believe, just outside the top 10 and 13th, and he races to 17th at the end.
All right, so the weekend points, we just lost them because the timing and scoring cleared there right at the end there, Tom. But
bummer.
Well,
I think it's safe to say Blair Jose is going to take the win on the weekend. He finished second in that race. He was ahead by about 10 points, so it was his to lose, and he will take the weekend championship here in GRIDLIFE Rush. Looking at some replays of the start. Wow, big stuff. This is how James French came out of nowhere, swept across the nose, probably caught Blair Jose a little bit off guard there. Was not able to complete the pass, settled into second position where he spent most of the race. In fact, every second of the race, essentially, until the very, very, very last lap. This is how close it was. Look at that rotation he got. Ryan Leach slipping up just a little bit, not quite able to stay in touch with this field.
Yeah, and it was a chase now between the rapscallion cars there between TJ Hunt and Nate Hamilton. They had a good scrap for position. So did the front runners, though. Blair Jose and Ryan Leach. They went battling side by side, and then a big off for Bryce Mersberger in turn 14 sent him down a couple of spots into the Nico Bratz and Ethan Alexander battle. And while Jose was establishing about a 15 car length lead on the last lap, it became a battleground. But they drove off into turn 5 with a standing yellow for a car that was off. It was Nate Hamilton off course. You see it on screen there. There was another car off course elsewhere in the lap. When they got down here, James French completed the pass, but because it was under a yellow flag condition, he had seen the yellow flag, he had to give it back. So when he came up to turn 14, it was one more opportunity coming up the hill here towards the checkered flag, and it was a battle to the finish, 6/1000ths of a second in that battle, side by side to the stripe. GRIDLIFE Rush Series, race 4, complete here from GRIDLIFE Summer Apex.
All right, guys, we are standing here by the dyno. I have Lichty and I have Magnuson right next to me. Gentlemen, there was a lot happening on track. Lichty, I'm going to start with you. Sure. Talk to me about some of your highlights out there.
Oh my goodness. I think my highlight was just when he was making me nervous in my mirror, seeing my buddy Emil Tab over here pull up next to him in the braking zone and know it was going to buy me a couple tenths. That little relaxation was probably the highlight for me, but I still had to put together a few more corners to stay ahead of this guy.
And that is that's very valid. You have always been a very strong driver out there. We caught up earlier. You were talking to me about the mechanical issues that you were dealing with. Talk to me about what was happening out there. You were just explaining earlier.
Yeah, so Matan was battling this guy, brake zone to turn 7 or 8. Turn 8. Yeah. And he pushed through his ABS, and we all checked up a little bit. My RPM dropped too low. Engine started sputtering. I tried grabbing a different gear. It didn't catch right away. So I lost probably 3 or 4 spots right there before turn 9. And it was really tight battling back up.
Yeah, did a damn good job.
This track is not very forgiving, and you guys are still doing a wonderful job out there. Now, you have won the first position for GLTC now.
Yeah.
That is incredible.
Didn't see that happening.
You didn't see that happening?
No, absolutely not.
And why not?
We just conceived the idea of running this car in TC a week ago. Detuned it at the last minute, weren't even sure that'd be possible. And then these guys have been honing these cars for a long time, so to even be in their company feels special, let alone eking out a win on their little subtle head starts they gave me.
Wow, well, you gentlemen do a wonderful job of showing not only sportsmanship, but extremely high quality driving. So thank you very much for being here. Sorry that things didn't work out exactly how you would like it. Congratulations to you. Gentlemen, back to you in the booth.
See you at 2 o'clock.
Thanks, Cerise. And the field already headed down towards turn number 12, and we'll have the grid for you while it rolls on screen, Tom. 5-car invert with Matt Waldbaum on pole, and it's going to shift and shuffle the order just a little bit. The big note there is that Matan Rosenberg is going to start in 7th place. And curious what that is for. We're trying to find out for you, but grid on screen, Ayrton Grimm, P6 here, Tom. That's a driver I'm keeping my eye on.
Yeah, this is our one of our favorites, the invert race. Matt Waldbaum going to take us to the green flag over Emil Tab. Let us know that he had a tire failure in race 2, that he had to run some old tires in race 3. He's going to do the best with it that he can. He still starts 2nd over Eric Magnuson and Aaron Lichty starting side by side. Lichty picking up that race 3 win a little bit earlier today in pretty commanding fashion. Drama-free, but commanding fashion, just over Joel Morrison, Ayrton Grimm, and again, Matan Rosenberg, we are waiting on finding out why, but starting in the 7th spot, even though he finished 4th in the previous race. Cyril Shukla, Matan Rosenberg, and actually listed in here twice for some other reason, Daniel Gerardo will be 10th. Here we come to the green flag.
Yeah, coming up the hill here is the last couple of rows. Roll on your grid, waiting for the green flag. There goes the green, and we're underway at GRIDLIFE Summer Apex. Good launch from Matt Waldbaum on driver's left, cleared Emil Tab. Another poor start for a moment, but now they're pulling a little bit more even here, Tom, towards turn 1. It's S2000 versus MX-5.
It's a really excellent start from the S2000. No doubt a Corvette C8 pushing that Miata down to the apex of turn number 1 into the braking zone. Waldbaum's going to sweep the outside and take the point. Magnuson trying to keep it side by side with a Tab. Not going to be able to do it. Keeps it side by side with Lichty instead. The whole field through turn 1.
And Magnuson will be a tough car to beat. You see Rosenberg up a couple of spots there in behind Lichty's number 66 C8 Corvette. Clean through 3, up to turn 5. This is where you get brave on the brakes. Your first real passing zone after it feels like a Chicago traffic jam into turn 1 all the time. You get some clear racetrack to sort things out, reshuffle the deck, and now they're side by side for lead again to 5.
Waldbaum feeling the pressure, goes full defensive. Emil Tab running a high power setup in that Miata. It sounds a little silly, but it's true, and that's how he's able to pull around the outside. It's heavy though, and you can see it. It's not able to whoa up for turn number 5. It's a drag race now to turn 6. Magnuson picks Waldbaum to follow. You take a look through the rest of the field, screaming through turn number 5. They're still side by side. Waldbaum trying to close the door. Is going to be able to do it. No, leaves the space, embraces the race. We're drag racing down to turn 8.
This is great stuff here. Side by side for the top spot. Austin Hurdle and Michael Pagano tight quarters into turn 7. They're still door to door now. Waldbaum in the ASM S2000 pulling ahead here at turn 8, and he's not quite clear. Emil Tab still pulls up alongside. Here comes the Falcon Corvette now up to the inside of Lichty, and this battle has to get sorted because here comes the championship points leader to 4th place here, Tom, through the carousel.
Yeah, down the back straight. Matan Maton Rosenberg able to clear Aaron Lichty, so he picks up the 4th spot. Matt Waldbaum leads the race. He's got a lot of family here this weekend and a baby on the way. He'll be stoked about being at the front through the kink for the first time. Now that car does have a little bit of a straight line deficit by design for the rest of them. And right now, Emil Tab would barely lose out on the weekend to Rosenberg. He needs to run. He needs to win this thing.
Yeah, he needs to finish ahead of the 484 for sure, and maybe a couple more positions on top of that. Down into Canada corner now. Waldbaum, Tab, and then Magnussen. 1, 2, 3, and they're coming up the hill with the Falcon Corvette in trail. Then it's Lichty. Then it's Salil Shukla up to the top 5 there in the M3 behind.
And how about Carlos Mendez? Had a big slip up in the oil left by a car's expiring engine. He's raised his Condor Civic BMW up into the 7th position. Dan Giraldo in the Lexus up into 8th. We have a whole bunch of interesting cars that have not seen the top 10 yet this weekend racing in the top 10 right now. Look at Maton Rosenberg able to pull out and use the straight line speed of that car to easily pull up alongside and will no doubt clear. Magnussen, is he going to get a look on Tab as well? No, Tab's going to cover him.
He does cover him, and he's actually going to push Emil Tab to the lead. Emil Tab in the MX-5 goes to the top spot. Not enough brakes on the Corvette, though. Waldbaum's going to stay stuck on the outside lane through turn 1, but he can't cover off the move from the Falcon Corvette to the inside, down to turn 3 this time. Here comes the Cayman Blake Korth up to the inside here. So now it's MX-5 versus Corvette. Good run there for Emil Tab through turn 3.
They need to be careful with too much bump drafting. That sometimes gets looked frowned upon from race direction, but in general, that will put Emil Tab into the first position, leaving turn number 3, but all that straight line speed. Rosenberg was 2+ seconds clear per lap of everybody. Look, he's just easily alongside, will maybe clear him by the braking zone. Brakes a little bit early. Tab pushes the issue down into turn number 5.
Yeah, really deep on the brakes, but he had to get aggressive with it. It's going to hold up Rosenberg there at the exit of the corner. It's going to open the door for Waldbaum. Here comes Lichty. Here comes Magnussen. 3 wide up to turn 6 with the ASM S2000 up the inside for the top spot here, Tom.
Lichty using the pointy front end again to help Waldbaum get back to the front of this race. Waldbaum and Tab did this last lap. They're going to do it again. And this is the second time Lichty has had to go side by side through turn 7 this weekend as well, trying to hold an axle in front of Maton Rosenberg's rear bumper, deep on the brakes with that modern C8. Magnussen back down to 5th.
Geraldo in that Lexus moving forward. You mentioned Carlos Mendez blew the motor last week, had to put a new motor in, and it's a brand new N52 in that car. But again, it's the lighter cars that have gone out to the front this time. S2000 over MX-5 over the Corvettes, plural. Then Eric Magnussen, who's dropping positions here. This is a big deal for the weekend championship if Emil Tab can get back to the lead and steal it back from Matt Waldbaum.
And the longer this race runs, the more the needle turns towards the advantage for Matt Waldbaum. We saw Emil Tab really struggle with tire degradation in the previous race, although he mentioned he was on those older tires. It looks like he's changed wheels, so probably a little bit better, fresher set on that car right now. Rosenberg able to defend as Lichty and Magnussen now going at it. This is a great race for Salil Shukla too, running in the 6th position.
Gonna have to get real wide on this front straightaway for these lighter cars to hold off that Corvette. It's got at least 4 or 5 miles an hour, and everybody else down into turn 1. Now Magnussen dealing with the 66 of Lichty, a little bit tight into turn 14. And here comes Maton up to the inside of Tab. Tab is not making this easy for Rosenberg. It's been fun to watch him play defense, but now he can't do it anymore. Watch the positions here as they come across the line. This is going to change a little bit with Magnussen falling down the order. Here they come, Tom, across the stripe.
Tab with a little bit of a mistake. That's what opened the door for Maton Rosenberg to get through so easily as he slipped up through the apex of turn number 14. Now Waldbaum realizes he's probably a sitting duck at this point as the fastest car on the track by a long shot has caught up to him on this inverted race. A little bit of smoke from one of our contenders down the front straight. I think it's a 240SX. All good here. You're going to see that smoke enter the frame here in just a moment if we stick to this camera.
We mentioned fastest car on track. It's actually Austin Hurdle right now. Just went purple that time through in the 370Z. And Waldbaum held off Rosenberg leaving turn 3, but now the run up to 5. We'll see if he can continue to go defensive. You're going to have to get your elbows out, get defensive, make that S2000 as wide as possible, Tom. You're not going to win a race at Road America this way without being extremely aggressive. Last time it was Tab late on the brakes, but Waldbaum I don't think has enough for him.
No, not quite this time around. Just too much straight line speed to overcome for Waldbaum, but now he's getting into the section of the track where he can utilize a little bit more of the handling. Problem is where you go with it. This is Austin Hurdle in that 370Z, back a shot. He is the quickest car lap time-wise on the circuit, chasing down Thomas Lathrop. Both of those E90 BMWs finding their way into the top 10 this race. That's exciting stuff.
Oh, look at, man, Emil Tab on the inside of turn 7 for the 3rd consecutive lap, this time battling Eric Magnussen in the gold BMW here. And here comes Lichty now on the attack late into turn 8.
Man, that angle looked like Lichty really dove in there. I think it was a little less aggressive than it looked on screen, but really aggressive stuff between two guys who know each other better than almost anybody else on this grid. Magnussen has raced his way from 5th back to 3rd, so the BMW is finding some legs here after struggling to find his way to the front after the beginning of this weekend.
What's Lil Shukla's best finish ever, Tom? I think P5 might be it if he can get one more spot here as they navigate through the kink. Oh, look at Tab just wringing the neck of that MX-5, trying to get everything he can out of it. Ooh, Thomas Lathrop, big slide there. And Austin Hurdle, fastest car on the road right now with the purple on the screen, goes up alongside for 9th place.
It's a big slide for one of the BMWs as they came through. I think that might have been Joe Tulo. But yeah, Austin Hurdle having to adjust his line on the exit left him sliding through it, but I think he's going to get a run down the inside of Canada corner. Here's the gap for the lead. The 484 of Matan Rosenberg leads the way over Matt Waldbaum, who started on pole thanks to the invert, but wasn't able to hold off Rosenberg so far. Coming up past halfway, look at how much faster Waldbaum is able to enter turn number 14, but it's going to all evaporate right up that hill.
Yeah, and again, the interesting thing also is these front two cars. The front car is an 8-speed automatic gearbox. The car in second is a DCT. The first car with an H-pattern gearbox is Magnussen in 3rd place, then Emil Tab, and then it's Lichty again with a paddle shift box. So just different transmissions you see cycling to the front here on these long straights. Reducing shift time helps a lot.
I missed the pass for 4th, but Lichty's actually ahead now of Emil Tab. That would have happened somewhere between the carousel and now. I think it might have happened even towards the kink. Hurdle has gone by on Thomas Lathrop. Matan Rosenberg does not have the dominance he had. He was maybe the angriest driver I've ever seen out of that drive. I said the angriest drive I've ever seen from him in race number 3. Was just on a tear, unstoppable to get himself back into the into contention for this race. But this race itself doesn't seem to quite have the dominance from race 3.
Yeah, Matt Waldbaum's had to drive really hard to keep up with him, but he is doing that. 0.7 of a second at the stripe. Ooh, see that car wobbling on the brakes there, Tom, looking very nervous on the binders into turn 5.
Things have stabilized. Shukla gets gapped just a little bit, but Emil Tab, again, kind of floundering in that 2,800-pound Miata, going for trying to minimize straight line loss, but it looks like that car is just a little bit too heavy for the little chassis to keep up.
You just wonder, like, is there a middle ground with this car between what he ran at Mid-Ohio and this? It's like so close to being perfect, Tom. You don't get a lot of chances to dial it in when you only get one chance a year here.
And the other thing is the only car running the 15-inch wheels in this front group, which means a smaller tire, which means less heat tolerance. He might just be having a little bit of a tougher time today with the raised ambient temps and track temps. Eric Magnussen is hunting down Matt Waldbaum ever so slightly. Those cars, they've kind of agreed very, very well paired for each other. The closest car that Matt Waldbaum thinks on the track to him, though, is actually, the way they make speed anyway, Aaron Lichty.
Oh, big lateral slide. Look at the best lap times we're seeing in this race. 2:33s and 2:34s. That's a couple seconds off, like seconds plural off of where we've been all weekend. That just goes to show you the track temperature is so hot. These cars are not running nearly as fast as they were earlier in the weekend. So the heat tolerance is a big issue in this race. If you can match what you did in qualifying or even race 1, you'd be flying right now.
Waldbaum keeping the pressure on. He has to, because he can't slip up any bit at all. Austin Hurdle looked like he was going for a move on Dan Giraldo for 8th position. We'll see where they come across the line into turn 14. The flagger looking a little more alert this lap. Are we going to get the white? Yes, we are. White flag flies coming to the last lap of Circuit Summer Apex at Road America.
Coming up the hill here, 4 miles left for Rosenberg in the 484, the Falcon Corvette. A little bit of defense happening deeper in the field. Now here comes Magnussen up alongside Waldbaum. I thought Waldbaum might stay driver's right and try to get a push, but he did not do that. He'll let the gold BMW get to the inside, drag race into turn 1. Magnussen pursuing Rosenberg for the season championship. Waldbaum, though, overcommits on the brakes and does a nice job hanging on to second.
Yeah, ramps the outside just like he did at the start. Really, really nice stuff there, but he's going to have the same problem once more this long run down to turn number 5. Magnussen's going to tuck in, get a little bit of the draft. Lichty has dropped off, Tab dropped off even further. The other best battle on the track is if Austin Hurdle can challenge that Lexus running there in the 8th position. Carlos Mendez doing a great job to maintain 7th. And what does Magnussen have?
Oh boy, side by side for second place again. Waldbaum going to try to go later on the brakes again. It's really nervous on the binders down here though. Magnussen's going to have to run the long way around. It's another left-hander coming up here. If Waldbaum can get through the gears cleanly, not quite.
Doesn't have enough oomph up that hill. The big LS with the torque pulls that car up towards the Corvette bridge appropriately enough into turn number 6, and Waldbaum slips to the bronze medal position on the very last lap. He'll be a little frustrated with that, but that's the ebb and flow that is the reality of this class. Does Aaron Lichty have anything left, or maybe can Waldbaum keep the pressure on through this coming section? It's his best section on the circuit. Watch if that Aero S2000 can sneak up on the back end of that BMW just a little bit through here.
Yeah, he's been really good through the carousel, and the tail half of this lap, to your point, look at Magnussen washing out a little bit. It's going to let Waldbaum tuck in, but you can't really make a pass here, so he'll have to get very aggressive through the kink and carry some speed. He'll lose some ground to Canada corner, but we've seen Waldbaum be very good in the last 2 turns as well.
It's a cool crack of the upshift underneath the audio there as Matt Waldbaum pulling 5th gear at the exit. That's 100 miles an hour for all of these cars at the exit of the carousel. 115 plus. Emil Tab said 120 yesterday. Hurdle now looks to the inside of the Lexus a little further back. Waldbaum, he's peeking, he's peeking, he's peeking. He's not there.
Not quite, but he's got another opportunity to do it. Matan Rosenberg in the Falcon Corvette started 7th on the grid, carved his way through the field while the front 2 battled in the opening moments of this race. Snuck on through, then was able to defend nicely from there on out. Magnussen close though in this last corner, takes a big send into turn 14. I don't think it's going to be enough though as they leave turn 14, heading up the hill. Championship goal for Rosenberg to repeat what he did last season as they come up the hill to the checkered flag. Here they come. Watch the weekend points as well. This is how things will sort. Contact between Hurdle and Geraldo as they leave the final corner. Rosenberg beats Magnussen by just 0.2 of a second. Then Waldbaum and Lichty 3rd and 4th. And watch the points here. Rosenberg 94 on the weekend. Magnussen 79. Emil Tab 77 points. He'll go home with a trophy in that MX-5 Miata.
Well, it started so strong for Tab, but Magnussen just unstoppable for him in these last 2 races as he slipped a little bit further back and a little further back in the races 3 and 4. A lot of fun to watch. Great jockeying and great embracing the race. We mentioned it before, but GLTC, so much fun to watch for that reason. I don't think we saw a single car with a ride or an off on camera, at least in that entire race.
Look how even Magnussen, Tab, and Lichty were this weekend. 79 points, 77, 73. For all those cars to really earn that many collectively, that was a very even battle. Again, Rosenberg a little bit of a top dog here this weekend with that power and that 8-speed automatic gearbox really playing to its strengths. But for everyone else, it was an absolute dogfight there for P2 and P3 on the order.
Thumbs up from Jake Jornstad to Joe Tulo, E30 versus S2000, and having a good time there, finishing in the mid-15s. Mid-teens there for 16th and 17th, respectively. Field peeling off and headed straight to impound for hugs, high fives, and maybe a couple dyno pulls before the trophy ceremony in about an hour's time.
Let's have a look here at our results for Eibach GLTC race number 4. Matan Rosenberg wins it by 0.2 over Eric Magnussen. Matt Waldbaum, man, that S2000 looks really, really solid in the back half of the lap. Aaron Lichty and Emil Tab winning Formula cars 4th and 5th, Tom.
So Lil Shukla takes the BMW with the BMW motor to the 6th position. More BMWs rounding out this field. Carlos Mendez in the top 10, finishing 7th. Dan Geraldo in 8th in the Lexus. Austin Hurdle was not able to get by, even with the drag race at the finish of that race in 9th. Thomas Lathrop, another BMW E90 in 10th. Lewis Chatroop, who was running up in the top 5 in the previous races, slipped just a little bit in this one, comes home 11th after a good race ahead of Blake Korth and John Gatos in the number 444. That was the car we saw go for the ride in the kink. Kyle Hale and Michael Pagano round out the top 15.
Yeah, Jake Jornstad, P16. He and Kyle were involved in a collision race 3 earlier today, so they both up inside the top 20. Nice rebounds for both those drivers. Joe Tulo, and then looking down the rest of the order, here's Andy Smedegard, Matt Beck, we saw with the smoke coming out of his car. We didn't exactly see what happened to Andy, but dropped down the order, P21.
No, and actually Dana Baczynski racing that car this race, they just didn't swap transponders, but it was an axle failure the previous race. Have to wonder something similar this one.
Yeah, unfortunate there. So Eibach GLTC race number 4 concluded. And let's have a look at the highlights here from the 4th and final race of Summer Apex. Green flag on the start. It was Matt Waldbaum and Emil Tab here. And while they raced side by side for the first half a lap, this was also opportunity. Look at this big send there by Emil Tab, just clinging to any hope he could find on this run up to turn 6.
Left nowhere for Rosenberg to go. We went nearly 3 wide with 5 cars up into turn 6. This amazing shot from the drone. And this is how I believe Kevin Magnussen started to keep the pressure before he finally got around Aaron Lichty. a look at Salil Shukla running just outside the top 5 for this entire race. And at this point, Matan Rosenberg had gotten free and clear of Matt Waldbaum, who started to feel the pressure big time from Magnussen. Got that look down the inside, but it threw Waldbaum's rhythm off just enough that he could motor pass down into turn 5.
Aaron Lichty watching on setting the target on the back of the ASMS 2000. Wasn't able to quite get there. And Magnussen, with another lap, Magnussen was looking pretty good, but checkered flag in race 4 in Eibach GLTC.
These are my race treads for when the road ends.
These are my race treads for shredding the slopes.
These are my race treads for setting the hook.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, a more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
Born on the track. Bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Falcon Tires, race tested, road ready. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
Every lap, every race, every bit of paint traded for every hard-fought place. Every checkered flag and trophy raised. Every ounce of dirt, sweat, and gears. They're all jammed inside every can of NOS Energy. Go ahead, open up a can.
GRIDLIFE Summer Apex at America's National Park of Speed has one more race on the day. After 3 days of action of GRIDLIFE Track Battle, the Eibach GLTC Series, GRIDLIFE Rush Series, and the newest wheel-to-wheel series in the GRIDLIFE paddock, GRIDLIFE GT. It's been a thrilling weekend. We've got more GRIDLIFE GT racing coming up in just a moment's time, but of course we had to catch up with Colin King, the Race 3 winner, earlier with Cerise.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am extremely excited to talk to you. Colin King, you are here at GRIDLIFE. Yeah. You just took first, and this has been a very eventful weekend for you because first race you had some issues, second race you got P2, and now all of a sudden you're here with race 1. Talk to me about how the car's feeling and what it's like to drive at GRIDLIFE.
Well, the car did great, you know. So when we first came out here, battled some issues with throttle position sensor and just a lot of cornering things. It was really loose the first race and the second race. Got it dialed in for the third, and Lichty bailed, but we were super close. Would have been interesting to see, but just did great and really happy to be here.
And you're 19 years old.
20.
You're 20. Okay, well, we're so glad to have some younger drivers out here, really just kind of vitalizing the series here, and that's really cool. And the Corvettes seem to have it this weekend. You Corvette drivers are absolutely dominating in the field. I asked one of our drivers earlier what's in the sauce, and he said America. Would you agree?
Oh yeah, big time. These LS engines, nothing beats them.
True, I know, that's what they say. All right, well, Colin, you are doing a phenomenal job. Congratulations. Have a great rest of your weekend, okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Colin King winning GLGT race number 3. And of course, we talked about how this is a new class for this year, Tom, and the rule set sort of announced in the middle of the winter. So expecting more cars to get built. We've actually seen a couple added to the paddock here in the last couple of weeks. We're missing a handful of our season competitors that will return with us at GridLife Circuit Legends in a month's time, including Chris DeLucia, AJ Hartman, and James Houghton. But this weekend has been an interesting display of the home-built cars versus the homologated cars, which is sort of what this rule set is built to capture, including Charles-Andre Bilodeau's BMW M4 GT4, but David Calzada's K-Series MX-5 is up in the mix, but it's a full field invert here for this final race of the weekend, Tom.
Yeah, 5 cars means a full field invert. We may see also Hans Horpedahl rejoin after multiple races worth of mechanical issues on that C5, but things flipped on its head. We don't often see full field inverts no matter what the size of the field is, and that's going to give a little bit of an advantage to some of the cars that have fallen off slowly over the races. We're not really seeing anybody be particularly dominant, especially after Colin King found his footing, as he mentioned in that little piece there before the start of the race. Now, we have lost one competitor to the schedule essentially this week, and on today specifically, Aaron Lichty was running his C8 in both GLGT and GLTC. He won both races in the GT race yesterday, but he chose to focus on TC today, as the schedule, as you can see, back-to-back, did not allow them to do both.
I would have been interested. Again, his car is sort of legal to run in GLGT and GLTC trim. I'm actually curious with the lap times that the GLTC cars are running, if he just rolled up on grid, how he would do. Again, we've seen the heat management be pretty challenging here the second half of the day.
I had that thought as we were cutting to this race. I wondered, is he just going to go straight back to grid and race it in TC trim? Obviously not. Going to go probably grab a spotted cow and do his dyno runs and impound for TC. But yeah, that would have been a lot of fun. Either way, this is still going to be good. I just noticed missing Charles-Andre Bilodeau, maybe getting on the road back to, I think, Quebec. So
yes.
This is going to be a 4-car race. But again, it gives the chance for some of the drivers like Alex Peitz and Jordan Wisely to try to make their cars a little bit wide and hold off the likes of David Calzada. And then, of course, Colin King, who has now put himself a couple seconds clear on raw pace of the other cars in this race.
Let's have a look at our starting lineup here for this race. Again, we mentioned we're losing Charles-Andre Bilodeau, but Alex Peitz and Jordan Wisely on the front row in a C8 Corvette and a Hyundai Veloster. And David Calzada starts alongside in row number 2. It'll be Colin King on the outside of that second row here for this last race of the weekend. Now, full field invert, Tom, but it's not a big field, so if you're Colin King, do you give this a second or do you go for it?
Yeah, I'd give it a second unless the opportunity presents itself. He's going to know that his lap times when in clear air are a couple seconds faster than the other cars, so he doesn't need to force the issue. I wouldn't be surprised to see him try it on the beginning of this race, but the other thing is Alex Peitz is going to take the green flag. He gets to set somewhat set the pace coming to the green flag. It's going to give him a chance to at least see the track and see turn 1, see turn 3 with clear air. We've seen pretty good straight line speed out of that car as they've removed the wing from the back and tried to play with the aero balance of that car in the rules just a little bit more. This class, again, we've kind of mentioned it's essentially GLTC turned up on horsepower. You get a little bit more allowance for aero if you choose to run it, but essentially still a 200 treadwear class for tires, a power to weight ratio class in general for the car prep. Otherwise, a fairly open rule set that's also catering to and gives the opportunity for those homologated GT4, TCR, and other style cars to come join us here at GridLife without massive detunes.
Yeah, again, here's a look at some of our fire laps data that comes via the fire links that all these cars have installed. This is from the best lap of the weekend so far. You see David Calzada, fastest in a straight line of the cars that we've seen, 145.3 miles an hour. You see Alex Peitz there in the 61, 144.1. So he'll have to find all of that, especially without that rear wing. Makes those min speeds, see 44.1, the slowest, almost the slowest of this group. But in a second, we'll also take a look at the weekend points. Here we go. 66 for Colin King leading the way. I think Aaron Lichty is going to give up a couple. Again, he's pole position and 2 wins gives him 53, but you got to stay on the racetrack if you want to be P1 in the weekend.
Well, doing the math in my head here, I'm no mathematician, but I think Jordan Wisely has the opportunity, if he can finish second in this race, to leapfrog up over Lichty and Bilodeau. Yep. Calzada does not, so it's going to be an interesting little points battle for the weekend championship between the Hyundai and the Miata as to which one. Oh, and drama already for the Miata. He may not have to worry about it that much. Calzada with a mechanical issue coming out of Canada corner before the green flag.
Oh boy, that's not going to be good. I'm not sure if he can get it rolling again, which might extend or bring out a full course yellow here. He's stopped there at the exit of turn 12. So look, and he's dead stick, like right on the racing line there. There's something dragging or some kind of issue.
I think it's a camera meant to capture the front tire.
Ah, okay. Well, it's the tire stopped moving, so you could probably use a camera track side instead of one attached to the car. Pace car is going to pull off anyway. They'll give him as much opportunity as they can for him to pull off under his own power. And the field looking much slimmer than it was at the start of the weekend. It's still going to be a race for points regardless. Up the hill, here we go towards the flag stand. GRIDLIFE Summer Apex, GRIDLIFE GT Race 4. Colin King looking to pounce and walk away with a big trophy here at the end of the race weekend. They're waving off the start here from the flag stand. The safety car is going to pick the field back up and will carry around one more time here, Tom.
Yeah, that's certainly due to Calzada being stranded in the middle of the track. Instead of giving him a green flag and going into a full course yellow, they're just going to do another pace lap. You'll see the safety car rejoin from the left side of your screen.
Yep, so full course yellow is going to stay out for now. And well, it got rolling there, so that's why you try to give him a second. But anyway, we're going to go around another lap. That's unfortunate timing. We were very close to just getting the green there.
Yeah, a little clunky, but that's going to make that championship battle we just pointed out more interesting again for us. So I would say that's the most compelling thing to watch out for over the duration of this race, outside of the racing itself, of course, will be, can the Hyundai beat the Miata for the weekend championship?
Well, if you're at home and you're saying, hey, I got a car that might fit this rules category, and I'm interested in bringing it out to Circuit Legends or maybe Pit Race or any of the other rounds we have yet this season, it's a 8.9 to 1 power to weight ratio category. You can find more rules on the GRID.life website. And the drivers that sign up will get a free Fire Link that will also come with a year subscription to their service for some AI coaching. But what the most importantly for us here on the broadcast, Tom, it gives us some live data points like we've seen so far this weekend. It's a really cool integration. So if you're interested, it's a pretty significant value. If you enter your car in a GRIDLIFE GT race, you'll get that Fire Link, comes with a year subscription to the service, and you'll get featured on the broadcast here as well, because we're broadcasting every other race for the rest of the year, along with all the other series. So opportunity, Tom, if you've got a program or a car or a driver that you want to feature in GRIDLIFE GT right now, you've got an opportunity to be right at the pointy end and get that Fire Link also. So this is a class, again, as it builds, this is a great opportunity to subscribe, get yourself some airtime, and move your program forward, and also be in a paddock that's packed full of all sorts of exciting things like we saw all weekend long.
And speaking of those events coming up, we do have 4 left in the season. We're only halfway through this year. Our next race weekend is going to be up at Lime Rock Park in Connecticut for Circuit Legends. That's one of my absolute favorites, both as a track and as an event to go to. Then we cut to GRIDLIFE Chicagoland over in Audubon Country Club, just outside of Chicago. That's going to be in September on the 12th to 14th weekend. Then later September, we're headed out to the West Coast, Laguna Festival at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca in mid-California. I guess they call that NorCal, huh? And then we come back to the Midwest, coming home for the championship pit race and winding up all of our competition events, or all of our competitive classes there for their season championships. So halfway through this season, a lot of action so far, but you are not too late to join us at GRIDLIFE as a driver, as a fan, as a spectator. If you play music, I guess you can bring your guitar. I don't know.
I wouldn't know anything about that. As again, GRIDLIFE gets to go to some really neat racetracks. A fun schedule split between some of the popular club tracks here in North America, whether it be Carolina Motorsports Park or Gingerman Raceway. Pittsburgh International Race Complex is an amazing facility. We're very excited to have our season finals there again. First time it'll be live streamed for us as well. Very excited about that. But then the other tracks we get to go to on the calendar, places like Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta, WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, Lime Rock Park, Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, and right here at Road America, Tom. The schedule is a great split of different venues. It's a challenge no matter what you're entering. And again, the championships in all of our series are 4 rounds, with the exception for the wheel stuff is you have pit race additional. So it's your best of 4, and for Eibach, GLTC, and GLGT, the round at pit race as well. So that's what the commitment it takes to run, but you get a choice of 9 this year. And we're already on round number 5. So field's gridded back up here, Tom, and again, Colin King only has a couple of cars to get by, so he can take his time with this.
Calzada did get himself rolling, but chose to go back to the paddock, so something still not happy with that car. So the field of 3 coming to the green flag this time by Alex Pites on the pole. Gets to pick when they go, roughly, not exactly, when the green flag flies.
Yep, here we go, headed up the hill. Pites on the inside with the wingless strategy here. Decided to go with more power, less aero. Again, this car was struggling with min speeds here, as we saw on the Fire Laps data that we were getting from the Fire Link. And again, a great way to analyze your data in real time and post-session. It makes it easy to digest everything. All these cars equipped with it as we come up over the crest here for a green flag in GRIDLIFE GT race number 4. And waiting for the green. Very slow start, and here we go. Finally, green flag in GRIDLIFE GT, the last race of the weekend. Alex Pites off to a strong start there, leaves Jordan Wisely in the dust. Colin King trailing behind the Veloster N down to turn 1, Tom.
Straight line speed really working for the C8. He's going to get on the brakes pretty early, though, I think, and hold up Colin King's progress down the inside. The Hyundai Veloster chops the nose. He's going to go to the lead around the outside. Jordan Wisely commanding with the cool tires on the front of that Hyundai, cool turbo under the hood. Going to make it a drag race between those two cars, and Pete's looks a little bit out of comfort zone. He's going to lift down the inside and not force the issue, settle into third. Now Colin King has to set his sights on the Hyundai, knowing that he's got a little bit more pace, but the Hyundai's no slouch in a straight line either.
Yeah, up the back straightaway now under the Sargento Bridge, and Jordan Wisely in the Hyundai Veloster N trying to hold off a car that is likely much quicker on the straight line. We've seen the Veloster struggle with the front tires late in the race here, Tom, on the brakes down to turn 5. That's a great looking Veloster. I mentioned it, I thought initially when they brought it out that it was an old Gen Racer car, but it is not. It's home built, home brewed just for this class. But Colin King in the Viking Performance Corvette chasing him up the hill.
He's done some professional racing in the IMSA series with a TCR version of a car similar to this, but this garage built, let's say home built, hand built car is going to be very, very different. TCR cars are just a completely different beast, different subframes, different modifications. This is a street car, so it's going to be a little bit of a different adaptation. Also 200 treadwear tires, but he's doing a nice job so far holding off Colin King, who's definitely being fairly patient so far. Hasn't really shown the nose, isn't hunting in the mirrors at all either. Wisely has control of this one so far.
Just hear the tires. Yeah, I think it's that Veloster that has just been struggling with the front end balance of this, Tom, and you can probably attest to your experience in a front drive car. Sometimes you got to get a little tricky with the diff to make them really do what you want.
Yeah, those long radius corners when you're trying to do everything with the front tires, just at some point you run out of weight to transfer, you run out of tires raw grip, and the tire just builds heat through that entire thing as well. Wisely really quick through the kink. It looks like it took King all the way back to the braking zone to catch back up to where he was. He had made a time through the carousel, but not feeling as brake through the kink. Wisely slips up on the exit. We're drag racing up to turn number 13. King, is he going to slam the door? Yes.
Now the outside, Colin King takes the lead away from Jordan Wisely and was sort of just waiting for the opportunity. I thought he'd wait till the front straight to motor on by the Veloster, but made it happen at Billy Mitchell Bend. Claws his way up the front straightaway here, Tom, and drives away. Again, Colin King, unknown name here in the GRIDLIFE paddock, and again, we're going to watch the points shift and shuffle here. 84 points earned as the race started, but now with the reshuffled order, it's going to be a much bigger gap now. 91 points to 68 for Wisely.
You know, the irony is if Lichty had hustled back to race this race, he might have nipped over Charles-Andre Bilodeau. In fact, he likely would have, except he chose not to race or wasn't able to make this race, whatever it may be. Good news is David Calzada's headed back out to get some laps, at least troubleshoot that car. He's headed down pit lane. So Bilodeau, even though he's not present, will likely inherit a gifted third position for the weekend on his drive home.
Yeah, I guess so. We'll have to mail him the trophy post-event here. Colin King working his way down the hill towards turn 5 now. Best lap of the race, no surprise there. But Jordan Wisely, let's talk a little bit more about this Hyundai, Tom, because you've got so much experience racing front-wheel drive cars. You know, we talked about the differentials and the setup tricks you can play. You know, looking at this car, we've seen it kind of get out-dragged. What other things do you think this team could do to try to find some pace in this car?
You know, it's hard to say without seeing the competition sheet that they've claimed, but it's possible they're just not making enough power for the power to weight of this class. The Hyundai Veloster N's a pretty stout car. I think it's somewhere in the mid 300s, mid to low 300s from the factory out in horsepower output, but you're going to have to make it pretty light or turn up the boost, excuse me, quite a bit to keep up at an 8.9 to 1 power to weight ratio. So it's hard to say without knowing specifically, but if you can make, especially a front wheel drive car, if you get it a little bit of an advantage in a straight line, especially with shorter squirts or shorter acceleration zones, it's going to be in a pretty good spot. Although now it looks like as we settle in, King has clear space to run and is really settling back into his own pace. He can kind of go on a time attack session here and see if he can best his personal laps from earlier, which were in the low 226s.
And David Calzada's back on the road here, which will shift things around once he gets back on the timing and scoring. The other thing to note also with the class that has yet to mature, as we see here, you know, Tom, give it some time. Hi, guys. As we the class matures here, also you're going to see cars get more and more reliable. There was a lot more cars that entered than we're seeing right now, but mostly mechanical related issues. And And, you know, we didn't necessarily see this so much with the introduction of Eibach GLTC as Wisely goes for a ride there at a Canada corner. But again, think about the horsepower difference between building a reliable 200 horsepower car and a reliable 400 horsepower car. There's a lot more that can go wrong with bigger engines, and there's more parts and pieces on these cars too.
Well, that's the idea, right? If you have to turn the turbo up on your car a bunch to make it make this power, you're obviously going to push those limits quite a bit. We're actually, because of those delays, seeing the white flag pretty early here on lap number 4. Having just completed lap 3 for Colin King, he's going to get one more go at it, one more 4-mile circuit of Road America for him this weekend.
Yeah, and is Alex Pite still on the road? We see him pull off, because if Calzada can get by him, that might change the math here a little bit. So coming up over the crest, because you won't get classified if you don't, you know, participate in the race. But here he comes into turn 14 now, and coming up over the crest. Wisely 9 seconds back. Yeah, Pite still is out there, but
he is still out there. I don't know if Calzada's a lap down to him or not. So this could be a pass for position. Calzada's going to come across for the first time and score himself. I think that will put him 1 lap down on the cycle, having fixed the car there in pit lane. Let's watch how this car looks. It's always been a little spicy coming through turn 5, especially on the exit. Gets a road down using a little bit of entry curb. No drama this time, looking very, very smooth for Colin King. And we talked about it in race 3. This car and this driver seem to have come a long way just in the short period of time this weekend. Was getting a lot of rotation and a lot of slides on power early on. They've clearly made some setup work, maybe looked at some data, figured out some nuance there that in fact, if Aaron Lichty were in the field, I believe Colin King would be challenging him on raw pace and keeping him pretty honest if he were still to be racing. They were turning very similar lap times as far as personal bests as this weekend runs down.
Yeah, certainly. Again, looking at min speed of the kink here this weekend, David Calzada's MX-5, the quickest of the drivers we've seen. And the only car, you see Calzada up there, and then you see the Pite's Performance 61 car, again, with this trim that he's running without that rear wing, not comfortable at all. 91 miles an hour, about 20 miles an hour down on the other cars in through the kink there, but making it up on the straightaways with a little bit sleeker, slicker aero setup on that car.
More tire squeal and protest from the front of that Hyundai Veloster. Sometimes with these front-wheel drive cars, there's some suspension geometry that you have to be careful of, especially I know an example of that would be running a Civic of a similar era too low. It just doesn't want to turn. And that Hyundai getting a little bit of that same tire squeal, but still keeping it going the right direction and doing a good job, pushing hard. Colin King coming through the last 2 corners to inevitably come to the victory of race 4.
Coming up the hill here, and here comes the battle for, well, it wouldn't be a battle for third if Calzada was on the lead lap, but Calzada's going to go on by. Checkered flag for Colin King in the number 21 Viking Performance Corvette. He's going to pick up a victory here on the weekend, and he's going to, again, claw his way up towards the top. 91 points on the weekend earned. And again, with the points shuffling as they are here, Calzada, let's see, I think the points have already been calculated here. 47 points for him. But let's see, here comes the 7 across the stripe. Jordan Wisely, 68 points on the weekend for him, second on the racetrack. And the last 2 cars on the road are Alex Pites and David Calzada. But let's see how things change with the 174. I'm not sure if those are already factored in, Tom, or if they are not yet. So I will find that out with Calzada entering this race with 31 points. So it already is factoring in his 4th. So it will be Colin King, Jordan Wisely, and Charles-Andre Bilodeau picking up a podium here at GRIDLIFE Summer Apex. Here comes the 174, making it to the end of the race despite a little bit of a late start across the line. He'll pick up 4th. Alex Pites comes across the line on 3rd in the podium there, 53 seconds back. Let's have a look at our race results here in just a moment's time and start wrapping things up here for GRIDLIFE Summer Apex. Tom will have a short final thoughts after we get a look at the results. There they are, Colin King at the top, then Jordan Wisely, Alex Pites, and David Calzada, your finishers in this race.
Not sure Wisely knew a 2nd place on the weekend was possible when he left the grid, but sure enough, he's going to move up there. And then Charles-Andre Bilodeau, maybe watching the live stream, congrats, you're on 3rd for the championship this weekend. As we wrap this thing up.
Yeah, GRIDLIFE Summer Apex, our 2nd ever festival here at America's National Park of Speed. And Tom, thanks for being here this weekend. Again, first time back in the booth in a while, and GRIDLIFE's changed a little bit. There's some big grids in a handful of categories, some new grids that are still building up, some great racing, the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. Final thoughts on our weekend here at Road America.
We'll start with Rush. What a show they put on. I mean, I really became a big fan of that just watching it develop over this past weekend. GLTC always putting on a great show, especially race 4 there. That was fantastic stuff. Congratulations to Matan Rosenberg on the weekend championship there, and of course to, I believe, Blair Hosey over in the Rush Series. And then here in GLGT, hey, if you got a car, bring it out. But in general, they still put on some good show. We're going to wrap things up with a little wipe to nothing with drift cars. Smoke the last of what they got. Man, I missed this stuff. It was cool.
Yeah, fun
thanks
weekend.
for having me, guys.
Yeah, thanks for being here. And as we wrap things up here from GridLife Summer Apex, our next live broadcast will be about a month, a little bit less than a month, about 3 weeks from now at Circuit Legends. That's Lime Rock Park in Lakeville, Connecticut. Really excited to go back for Circuit Legends. If you'd like to know more, circuitlegends.com or www.grid.life. Huge thanks to the GridLife staff for putting on such a lovely event, to all the fans for being out here, all the drivers, teams, and families that come out and make this event successful. We so appreciate everyone being here. Big thanks to the Road America staff for always being so great to us, and a huge thanks to Project Prime, the team behind this show. Some of the best coverage we've ever seen here at this racetrack. It's a big, big place. They've done an excellent job. We're very, very stoked to have them. And we'll see everyone at the tiny little bull ring in Lime Rock Park, Fighter Jets at a Cereal Bowl next month in Connecticut. We'll see you there.